Chapter 412. There was a mountain range 100 miles away from Spirit Heart City. Normally, warriors wouldn't enter this mountain range. It was also the territory of Wu, his bandit group. In this mountain range lived a tyrannical monster. It was said that this monster was as large as a small mountain. Of course, this was just a legend. No one had seen it before. As the bandit leader of this area, he had naturally heard of this legend. However, he didn't believe it at all. At this time, in the deepest part of the mountain range, Fong Chen was lying quietly on the ground in a hidden valley. Beside him, Little Mouse and Banksianshu were quietly guarding him. Fong Chen had been hit by Fong Chen's giant axe. Although he had a sword body, he still suffered a serious injury. Fortunately, Fong Chen had a lot of healing pills in his interspatial ring. After killing Luo He had obtained her interspatial ring. Just the top-grade spirit pills alone numbered over 100. At this time, these pills finally came in handy. Little Mouse fed Fong Chen some pills. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Chen finally woke up. He opened his eyes and moved his fingers. He felt pain all over his body. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Beside Fong Chen, Little Mouse saw Fong Chen wake up and chirped nonstop. Behind Little Mouse, the Banksianshu also laughed and said, "I knew it. With Brother Mouse's help, he will definitely be saved." As soon as he woke up, he heard the Banksianshu flattering him. Fong Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had a simple conversation with Little Mouse. Then Little Mouse pointed behind it. "Well, you said a monster saved me. But where is it?" Fong Chen looked at the cliff behind Little Mouse, puzzled. Dong, just as Fong Chen's voice fell, the ground suddenly trembled. The cliff in front of Fong Chen's eyes began to move. Fong Chen was dumbfounded. How could the cliff move? But when he took a closer look, his heart was in turmoil. What kind of demonic beast is this? Fong Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The behemoth in front of him wasn't a cliff, but the body of a demonic beast. If one did not look carefully, one would not realize that it was a demonic beast. "It saved us," Fong Chen said in surprise. The little mouse nodded. Then, with a whoosh, it jumped onto the giant's shoulder. Following the little mouse's body, Fong Chen looked up and discovered the giant. "It's a turtle." Fong Chen was shocked. This was the biggest turtle he had ever seen. How can there be such a big tortoise? Why did it save me? Fong Chen was puzzled. Chirp, 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 the little mouse chirped at Fong Chen, causing Fong Chen to be filled with shock. "You're saying it saved me because—" Fong Chen was shocked. Ancestor bronze. This turtle had saved him because of his aura. Fong Chen was completely shocked. Ancestor bronze had been dead for so long. How could he have interacted with this giant turtle? "Ancestor," Fong Chen anxiously asked. When Ancestor Bronze heard Fong Chen's words, he said slowly, "He used to be my disciple." There was a trace of sadness in his voice. "Your disciple?" Fong Chen cried out. 10,000 years ago, I took in many disciples. He was my youngest. Back then he was extremely powerful. At the very least, he was much stronger than you are now. Ancestor Bronze slowly said, "However, after I died, my enemy captured my disciple and destroyed his physical body. Then they sealed his soul and placed it inside this giant turtle. Due to the severe damage to his soul, my disciple was unable to recover to his peak. That enemy from back then was too cruel. He directly used a special method to seal my disciple's damaged soul into the large tortoise. All these years, my disciple has been living as a tortoise, struggling at death's door." At this point, Ancestor Bronze fell silent. Who was he? 10,000 years ago, he was the famous Ancestor Bronze of the ancient Sword Continent. But after his death, his disciple had been subjected to such a vicious method. My disciple! Ancestor Bronze's heart was filled with sorrow. The giant turtle had sensed Ancestor Bronze's aura on Fong Chen's body, so it had saved Fong Chen. While Fong Chen had been unconscious, the giant turtle had communicated with Ancestor Bronze. When Ancestor Bronze had learned of his death, he had been filled with grief. Fong Chin carefully examined the giant turtle. It was the size of a small mountain, and its aura was extremely dense. Just like that, he lived for thousands of years. Fong Chin was incomparably shocked. A living martial artist had been sealed inside a giant turtle by someone using a heaven-defying method. He had lived for thousands of years while at death's door. That kind of torture was something only he knew best. "Is there no other way?" asked Fong Chin. "There is. Unless I resurrect," said Ancestor Bronze. Old Ancestor Bronze said in a deep voice, "Only my blood can undo the seal. Otherwise, my disciple will never be able to be reborn." Fong Chin fell silent when he heard Ancestor Bronze's incomparably solemn words. Ancestor Bronze was dead, and his disciple had suffered at the hands of his enemy. He had been forced to live for so many years. For a moment, the entire mountain valley was filled with sorrow. Roar! The giant turtle stuck its head out and roared at Fong Chin. It seemed to be communicating with Ancestor Bronze. After a long time, Ancestor Bronze said to Fong Chin, "Let's go." "What about it?" asked Fong Chin. "Just leave it here," Ancestor Bronze said dejectedly. "Ancestor, I'll definitely help you resurrect." Fong Chin clasped his hands toward the giant turtle and turned to leave. 10,000 years ago, he had been a heavenly genius, Ancestor Bronze's disciple. But 10,000 years later, he had been forced to possess the giant turtle's body and live for thousands of years. Who could understand such sorrow? Looking at Fong Chin's back as he left, the big turtle roared at the sky. It let out a mournful cry, and its gaze was filled with reluctance. "My disciple, if I can be resurrected, I'll definitely save you." Ancestor Bronze's voice entered the giant turtle's ears. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chin had left the mountain valley and arrived at the mountain range. Wu He's corpse was still lying on the ground. When Fong Chin saw Wu He felt a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he had met Ancestor Bronze's disciple. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Wu He. Fong Chin came to Wu He's corpse, took his interspatial ring, and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the interspatial ring vibrated. With a thought, Fong Chin summoned the communication jade pendant into Fong Chin's hand. Fong Chin injected his spiritual energy, and a voice came from the communication jade pendant. "Wu He, how are your preparations? The illusory Martial Marquis hasn't returned yet. What's going on?" Hearing this voice, Fong Chin's face showed a trace of surprise. But before he could speak, another voice came from the communication jade pendant. "In 3 days, I'll come to your territory. You must protect the bodies of the Chi-Hai realm." Then, the communication jade pendant dimmed. The Yellow Spring sex people. Fong Chin thought to himself. After a while, Fong Chin thought of a brilliant plan. Within Wu He's territory, countless bandit members were cultivating. Suddenly, Wu He returned. "Boss, you're back. Did you find the murderer?" asked one of the bandit members. "I already killed him," Fong Chin said calmly. At this moment, his face was exactly the same as Wu He's. With Fong Chin's illusory sword Dao, it was easy for him to change his appearance. As long as he didn't reveal any flaws, the bandit members wouldn't be able to find out. "How are the bodies of the Chi-Hai realm?" asked Fong Chin. "Boss, they're all fine," the bandit member said with a smile. "Bring me to them," Fong Chin said. After that, the bandit member brought Fong Chin to a prison cell. In front of the prison cell, the bandit member opened the iron door and said, "Boss, the bodies of the Chi-Hai realm are all here. Our brothers are still outside capturing them. You can go out first." Fong Chin said and entered the prison cell. Inside the prison cell, there were countless iron cages. Inside these cages, there were countless Chi-Hai realm warriors. They were lying quietly in the cages, as if they had lost their senses. So many Chi-Hai realm warriors What are they trying to do? Fang Qin thought to himself. Fang Chan walked in front of one of the iron cages. Seeing the Qi Hai realm warriors lying quietly in the cage, he frowned. These people. Fang Chen's soul ejected from his body and investigated. He was surprised to discover that these martial artists were not dead. Their souls had been imprisoned by 5 rivers using a special method. Could it be that they want to revive the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect? Fang Qin guessed. We can't alert them for now. Let's wait for the people of the Yellow Spring sect to arrive first. Fang Qin said to himself and left the prison cell. Just like that, Fang Qin pretended to be Wu He in Wu He's territory and stayed there, waiting for the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect to arrive. In the deep valley of the mountain range, the big turtle was restless after knowing that there was still a trace of his master's consciousness left in the world. Occasionally, the bandit members would send back news that there was a monster riot in the mountain range. After Fang Qin heard about the situation, he sighed deeply. In the end, he sent many bandit members to the depths of the mountain range. Roar! In the depths of the mountain range, angry roars could be heard from time to time. The bandit members sent by Fang Qin all died at the hands of the big turtle. Standing in the territory, Fang Qin's deep eyes looked towards the depths of the mountain range. He sighed and said, I can't save you, I can only let you vent. Transforming into a big turtle and living for 1,000 years. Chapter 413. In the deep valley of the mountain range, the big turtle roared towards the sky, as if it was telling Fang Qin something. After hearing the turtle's roar, the bronze ancestor fell into silence. Once upon a time, his disciple was extremely famous in the ancient Sword Continent. But now he had turned into a big turtle and was living like this. I will definitely save you. A solemn voice came from within the python sword. Fang Qin sighed and shook his head slightly. In the next few days, Fang Qin sent the bandits into the depths of the mountain range from time to time. On one hand, it was to weaken the bandits, and on the other hand, it was to let the big turtle vent. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, the people from the Yellow Spring sect arrived as promised. When Fang Qin saw the people from the Yellow Spring sect, he almost went crazy. The person who came was none other than one of his enemies, the Deadwood Martial Marquis. Wu He, the body of a Qi Hai warrior, are you ready? The Deadwood Martial Marquis said in a low voice. Fang Qin looked at the Deadwood Martial Marquis with a playful smile on his face and said, Deadwood Martial Marquis, where are the other 3 Martial Marquis? Hearing Fang Qin's words, the Deadwood Martial Marquis' face slightly changed. He looked at Fang Qin and said, what do you mean? In an instant, Fang Qin's face twitched, and in the next moment he returned to normal and said, I forgot to tell you, my name is Fang Qin, the Heaven Sword Son of the Sword Sect. Hearing Fang Qin's words, the Deadwood Martial Marquis' face kept changing. He also did not expect that someone would dare to impersonate Wu He. Where did Wu He go? Why are you here? The Deadwood Martial Marquis asked gloomily. When the 5 of them followed the Protector, they had already destroyed the Sword Sect. Why was Fang Qin still alive? I am here. Where do you think Wu He can go? Fang Qin sneered. I don't believe it. Wu He is at the 2nd condensing reality realm. You are not his opponent. The Deadwood Martial Marquis said coldly. In the next moment, the Deadwood Martial Marquis released a powerful qi and launched a fierce attack, wanting to kill Fang Qin. While using the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture, Fang Qin's giant hand reached out and instantly suppressed Martial Marquis Kumu. No. Before he could even touch Fang Qin, he had been suppressed. The withered wood Marquis heart was filled with shock as he roared furiously. What about the other 3? Fang Qin asked coldly. No, impossible. How can you be so strong? A hint of panic appeared on Martial Marquis Kumu's face. As he roared, he secretly took out a communication jade pendant. He wanted to send back the news of this place. However, Fang Chen had already noticed him. The moment he took out his communication jade pendant, Fang Chen's hand pressed down again and directly snatched it away. "You're right in front of me, yet you still want to send a message back." Fang Chen's face was full of ridicule. He was not even afraid of the soaring dragon marquis, let alone a mere withered wood marquis. Was the illusory Martial Marquis also killed by you? Only at this moment did Martial Marquis Kumu know that Fang Chen's strength had already reached such a level. He furiously asked, "That's right. The illusory Martial Marquis is only the beginning." Fang Chen said, "Crack." Fang Chen's hand continuously pressed down. The suppressed Martial Marquis Kumu let out a miserable cry. At the same time, Fang Chen activated his sword body. A wild sword intent mixed with an illusory aura instantly enveloped Martial Marquis Kumu. Martial Marquis Kumu's strength was not strong, so he was unable to resist Fang Chen's illusory aura. He instantly fell into an illusion. After falling into the illusion, Martial Marquis Kumu's face was filled with confusion. His eyes were filled with an aura of death. His entire person stood there in a wooden manner. Fang Chen withdrew his hand and looked at Martial Marquis Kumu. He said, "Send a message to the other three. Tell them to come here." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Martial Marquis Kumu nodded his head. He took out a communication jade pendant and sent a message to the other 3 marquises. After Martial Marquis Kumu sent the message, Fang Chen withdrew his illusory aura. Martial Marquis Kumu instantly woke up. "Fang Chen, please let me go. When the Sword Reverence sect was destroyed, it was the Protector who brought us there. It had nothing to do with me." Martial Marquis Kumu knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Who is the Protector you speak of?" Fang Chen asked. "Others call him the Netherworld Protector. His strength is extremely tyrannical. He forcefully controlled us. We had no choice." Martial Marquis Kumu said in horror. "Netherworld Protector, where is he?" Fang Chen asked. Martial Marquis Kumu constantly shook his head. Normally, he would not be able to see the Netherworld Protector, so he naturally did not know where he was. After that, Fang Chen asked a few more questions, but he was unable to find out anything. In the end, killing intent appeared in his eyes. "Fang Chen, you can't kill me." Seeing this, Martial Marquis Kumu constantly retreated. Puchi the Hidden Star sword in Fang Chen's hand fiercely slashed out, carrying a tyrannical illusory aura. It directly pierced through Martial Marquis Kumu's head. Martial Marquis Kumu instantly died. "Back when you destroyed the Sword Reverence sect, you should have been prepared to die." Fang Chen icily said to Martial Marquis Kumu. After that, Fang Chen put away Martial Marquis Kumu's spatial ring. Then he called over several bandit members and said he pretended to be Martial Marquis Kumu and was killed by me. Deal with his corpse. "Yes, boss." The bandit members had no idea that the person in front of them was no longer their boss. "I'll be right here waiting for you." Fang Chen thought to himself, the 5 martial marquises that had destroyed the Sword Reverence sect were the absolute Heaven Marquis. Wind-destroying Marquis, Dragonar Marquis, Martial Marquis Kumu, and Martial Marquis Mirage. Among them, the Martial Marquis Kumu and Martial Marquis Mirage had already been killed by Fang Chen. The remaining 3 were also on their way. For the time being, Fang Chen didn't want to clash with the Netherworld Protector. That was because from Martial Marquis Kumu's words and actions, Fang Chen guessed that this Netherworld Protector was definitely extremely powerful. Before he was completely certain, he definitely couldn't let the Netherworld Protector know about him. "I wonder what they're secretly planning." Fang Chen pondered, but no matter how he thought about it, he was unable to figure it out. In the end, Fang Qin decided not to think about it anymore. He just waited within his territory. In the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. On this day, outside of the Spirit Heart City, there were 3 silhouettes. They were quickly heading towards Fang Chen's territory. Marshal Marquis Kumu sent us a message and asked us to come here. He said that there were too many Qi high bodies, and he couldn't take them all by himself. The Dragon Arm Marquis said in a low voice, "It's good to have more. The earlier we finish the mission, the more free we will be." The Wind-Destroying Marquis said, "According to Marshal Marquis Kumu, there are a lot more Qi high bodies this time compared to the previous times. I hope we can finish the mission." The Absolute Heaven Marquis said, "I wonder where that Marshal Marquis Mirage Yin went." Hearing the Absolute Heaven Marquis mention the Marshal Marquis Mirage Yin, the Dragon Arm Marquis said, "Could something have happened to him?" "I don't think so. With the Marshal Marquis Mirage skills, even if he met a condensing reality realm warrior, he would still be able to escape," the Absolute Heaven Marquis said. As they were talking, the 3 of them arrived at the territory. Wu He, with the Absolute Heaven Marquis as the leader, he yelled and went straight to the palace where Wu He was. After entering the palace, they found that Wu He was standing there alone. The palace was empty. "Wu He, where is Marshal Marquis Kumu?" The Absolute Heaven Marquis saw Wu He and asked in a low voice. "Dead," Fang Qin said calmly. "What dead?" The Dragon Arm Marquis heard and asked in confusion. "How did he die?" The Wind-Destroying Marquis said in a low voice. "He was killed by me." "Why did you kill Marshal Marquis Kumu? Are you not afraid of the Hell Law Protector?" The Absolute Heaven Marquis roared in anger. If Wu He was not a second stage condensing reality realm warrior, they would have killed him already. Just when they were angry, Fang Qin opened his mouth and said, "After Marshal Marquis Kumu, it will be the 3 of you." Hearing Fang Qin's words, the Absolute Heaven Marquis frowned and said coldly, "Who are you?" Fang Qin's face wriggled. In the next moment, he returned to his original appearance and said, "The person who will kill you." As soon as Fang Qin finished speaking, he suddenly used the wind and cloud sky extinguishing scripture. His big hand stretched out and directly suppressed the 3 of them. "You're courting death." Seeing that Fang Qin was not a condensing reality realm warrior, the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other 2 sneered and attacked together. "You want to kill the 3 of us? You're dreaming." The Dragon Arm Marquis roared in anger. When they saw Fang Qin's big hand pressing down on them, the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other 2 felt a trace of pressure. Suddenly, the 3 of them used their own unique skills. Absolute Heaven Sword Art, Wind Destroying Kick, Dragon Arm Fist. The 3 of them used their own unique skills. The tyrannical attacks instantly collided with Fang Qin's big hand. Crash! After the 3 of them collided with Fang Qin, an illusion suddenly appeared in front of their eyes. In an instant, they fell into an illusion. Crack! Fang Qin's big hand continued to press down. The 3 of their attacks were instantly shattered by Fang Qin's big hand and then directly suppressed the 3 of them. The current Fang Qin was invincible in the Qi High realm. He did not care about the 3 of them at all. Crash! The Absolute Heaven Marshal Marquis and the other 2 suddenly sobered up. Their eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? His illusion is even stronger than the illusory Yin Marshal Marquis. His attack is too strong. The 3 of us can't block it at all. Damn it! Are the 3 of us going to die here? The 3 Marshal Marquis roared in anger. Presumably, when you destroyed the worshipping sword sect, you were already prepared to die. Fang Qin's big hand suppressed the 3 of them and lightly laughed. What? You're from the worshipping sword sect? Hearing this, the Absolute Heaven Marquis was shocked. In the worshipping sword sect, other than Tianjinzi, there was not a single condensing reality realm warrior. This person's cultivation was obviously not at the condensing reality realm, but his true strength was comparable to a condensing reality realm warrior. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Let's attack together. The absolute Heaven Marquis roared. The three of them simultaneously exploded with their most dazzling power. Suppress! Fong Qin roared in a low voice. The big hand once again pressed down. Under the suppression of Fong Qin, the three of them could not do anything. Die! Fong Qin looked at the three of them struggling and said softly. Then his big hand directly crushed the three of them. With a flick of his wrist, the three spatial rings were collected by Fong Qin. Looking at the three corpses, Fong Qin's face revealed a trace of a smile. Chapter 414. So far, the 5 martial marquis that attacked the sword sect were all killed, leaving only the culprit Protector Yuming. However, the current Fong Qin was not strong enough to deal with Protector Yuming, so he had to be patient. Fong Qin glanced at the 3 corpses, then left the hall and went to the prison. He had already figured out the reason why the souls of these Qi-Hai realm warriors were imprisoned. At this moment, Fong Qin was using a heaven-defying method to break the imprisonment of these warriors' souls. After an hour, the dozens of Qi-Hai realm warriors in the prison all woke up. When they saw Fong Qin, their faces were filled with fear. Wu, he is dead. From now on, you are free. Fong Qin said with a smile. Benefactor, did you save us? A warrior asked. Hurry up and leave. Fong Qin said. Soon after, these Qi-Hai realm warriors scattered in confusion. Of course, when these Qi-Hai realm warriors were escaping, they were stopped by the bandits in the territory. They were not weak, so they fought with the bandits directly. The whole territory was in a tragic situation. As for Fong Qin, he quietly left his territory and headed for Louis Hui City. After some warriors escaped to the Spirit Heart City, they spread the news of Wu He's death. Suddenly, countless warriors who had a grudge against Wu He went to the bandit territory to kill the bandits. In less than a day, Wu He's bandit group was completely disbanded. The territory was in a mess. Fong Qin, on the other hand, was walking in a desert. The Spirit Heart City was very far from the Water City. If he wanted to walk there, it would take at least a month. However, Qi-Hai realm warriors could not fly. Only when they reached the condensing reality realm could they use the spirit Qi in their body to fly. Of course, condensing reality realm warriors could only fly for a short period of time. If they wanted to fly for a long period of time, they had to be stronger than the condensing reality realm. While Fong Qin was heading towards Lishui City, 2 rays of golden light suddenly shot out from a remote area not too far away. Then, 2 wild auras filled the air. Ha ha ha, soaring dragon marquis, we have finally broken through to the condensing reality realm. The black armor marquis laughed wildly. The aura around his body was incomparably strong. Now that I've reached the condensing reality realm, it will be much easier to head to the water-leaning city. The soaring dragon marquis laughed. After they separated from the Marquis of Zhenwu, Fong Qin, they carefully headed towards Luoshui City. During this period of time, they encountered many bandits. But with the 2 of them working together, they were able to overcome the difficulties. At the edge of life and death, the 2 of them finally broke through to the condensing reality realm and formed the Dharma Idol. Since we have reached the condensing reality realm, let's hurry to Water-leaning City. The black armor marquis grinned. After reaching the condensing reality realm, a warrior's body would experience a qualitative leap, and he or she would be able to form a Dharma Idol, which would increase their power by countless times. The black armor marquis and the soaring dragon marquis quickly disappeared into the desert. Condensing reality, realm warriors could fly in the air. After the black armor marquis and the soaring dragon marquis reached the condensing reality realm, their speed was much faster. In a mere 10 days, they arrived at Water-leaning City. After they entered water-leaning city, they finally let out a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived safely. Black Armor Marquis, which power do you plan to join? The Soaring Dragon Marquis asked. The Black Armor Marquis pondered for a moment, then said, I want to join the sect that Li Jinghong is in. Although they did not know what kind of sect Li Jinghong was in, they could guess that it was most likely the Divine Statue sect. Then I'll congratulate you, Black Armor Marquis. The Soaring Dragon Marquis laughed. At that time, Li Jinghong only noticed the Black Armor Marquis and did not look directly at the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Jinwu Marquis, so only the Black Armor Marquis had a token. Soaring Dragon Marquis, you and I must train well and take revenge for the Jinwu Marquis. Before the Black Armor Marquis left, he said, Definitely. After the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Black Armor Marquis parted ways, they made some inquiries and headed towards the desolate sect. At this moment, Fong Chen was in a hidden place, checking the spatial rings of the Absolute Heaven Marquis and the other three. After checking, Fong Chen obtained a total of 5 things. The first was spirit stones. The 4 Marquis spirit stones added together was a total of 30 million high-grade spirit stones. Adding the 19 million from Fong Chen and the 2 million from the illusory Yin Marquis, his total amount of high-grade spirit stones reached a terrifying 51 million. 51 million high-grade spirit stones. Even the Soaring Dragon Marquis, who was ranked first on the Martial Marquis list, did not have that much wealth. The current Fong Chen's total wealth had already surpassed some ordinary condensing reality realm warriors. The second was pills. In the spatial rings of the 4 Marquis, Fong Chen obtained some top-quality spirit-level pills. Of course, the most important one for Fong Chen was the Accumulating Sword Pill. The Accumulating Sword Pill was one of the top-quality spirit-level pills. For sword cultivators, it was extremely precious. If one could consume the Accumulating Sword Pill, one's strength would definitely increase. This Accumulating Sword Pill was found in the spatial ring of the Absolute Heaven Marquis. Fong Chen placed it in his own spatial ring, preparing to directly consume it in a while. The third was martial skills. The Absolute Heaven Sword Technique of the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis. The Wind-Destroying Martial Marquis Wind-Destroying Kick. The Dragon Arm Martial Marquis Dragon Arm Fist. And the Deadwood Martial Marquis Deadwood Sutra. All of them were top-grade 4 martial skills, slightly stronger than the Wind and Cloud Heaven Extinguishing Scripture. After going through Fong Chen's selection, he felt that the Absolute Heaven Sword Technique was more useful to him. The other martial skills were not suitable for him. However, they were still grade 4 martial skills, so he still put them away. The fourth was weapons. However, for Fong Chen, who possessed a top-quality spirit weapon, the weapons of the 4 Marquis were nothing. The best weapon was the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis' top-quality spirit weapon. The others' weapons were all top-quality spirit weapons. The fifth was a map. This map caused Fong Chen to be extremely shocked. This was because the map was found in the spatial ring of the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis. This map was incomplete, as if it had been torn apart by someone. This was only a part of the map. On this small map, there were complicated routes marked. Fong Chen could not understand them at all. What is this map? Fong Chen was extremely puzzled. He looked at it for a while, but still could not understand. In the end, he directly put away the map. After plundering the spatial rings of the 4 martial marquises, Fong Chen's wealth suddenly became enormous. Wait until we reach Water City. I'll sell all the useless martial skills, medicinal pills, and weapons for spirit stones, said Fong Chen. In any case, they were useless. It was better to exchange them for spirit stones for Fong Chen's cultivation. After checking the 4 spatial rings, Fong Chen took out the Accumulating Sword Pills. Even the Absolute Heaven Martial Marquis did not have that many Accumulating Sword Pills. 3. A total of 3 Accumulating Sword Pills. Their value was extremely high. Fang Qin swallowed one accumulating sword pill. He found that his sword intent was rising, and his sword body was also growing. Not long after, the medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was completely absorbed by Fang Qin. He found that his sword body had become much stronger, as expected of the accumulating sword pill. Fang Qin couldn't help sighing. The medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was too powerful. It could even strengthen the sword body. Fang Qin could not wait to swallow the remaining 2 accumulating sword pills. After that, his sword body improved again. When the medicinal effect of the accumulating sword pill was completely digested, Fang Qin's sword body had reached an extremely powerful stage. It was also at this time that Fang Qin found that his golden heart was rapidly beating. In the next moment, a light flashed in his mind. He had successfully cultivated the 12th level of the water fire sword technique. The 12th level of the water fire sword technique. Even Fang Qin was extremely excited. The 12th level of the water fire sword technique must be extraordinary. Whoosh! The hidden star sword in Fang Qin's hand suddenly shot out. In an instant, it bombarded a mountain peak in the distance. Crack! A crack appeared in the middle of the mountain peak. It was enough to show how powerful the 12th level of the water fire sword technique was. The water fire sword technique has reached the 12th level. My strength has increased again. Now, I can easily kill a warrior who just entered the condensing reality realm. I can even fight against a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Qin said confidently. After killing the 4 martial marquis, Fang Qin's harvest was huge. Not only did he obtain a large amount of spirit stones, he also cultivated the water fire sword technique to the 12th level. The strength of his sword body had increased, and his overall strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Water Leaning City, I'm coming. Chapter 415. After reaching the 12th level of the water and fire sword art, Fang Qin's strength had increased. Now he could protect himself in the wilderness of the southern mountain land. Fang Qin left and headed in the direction of Water Leaning City. At this moment, on a plain not far from Fang Qin, there were 2 men. Their faces were full of smiles. Above the head of one of the men, there was a flute. This flute was his Dharma idol. Big brother, ha ha, I have finally reached the condensing reality realm. The chubby warrior laughed loudly. Second brother, congratulations on successfully condensing the Dharma idol. The man who was called Big Brother had a smile on his face. Big brother, I've been training in the sound wave attack. The Dharma idol I condensed is a flute. This can increase my sound wave attack in all aspects. The second brother smiled honestly. The big brother nodded. He was happy for his little brother. If there was someone here, they would be shocked. The big brother the chubby warrior was talking about was a very famous assassin in the Water City. His code name was Lion Tiger. In the Water City, as long as the name Lion Tiger was mentioned, there would be no one who did not know him. Although Lion Tiger's cultivation was only at the 3rd condensing reality realm, his true strength could easily kill a 4th condensing reality realm warrior. Lion Tiger's Dharma idol was the Shadow Lion Tiger. Assassins moved in the dark. With the Shadow Lion Tiger's characteristics, Lion Tiger could completely hide in the dark. There were many 4th condensing reality realm warriors who had died in Lion Tiger's hands. Even 5th condensing reality realm warriors were a little scared when Lion Tiger was mentioned. In everyone's impression, Lion Tiger was a cold-blooded assassin. He would never smile, let alone talk to people like that. Of course, they did not know that Lion Tiger had a younger brother. When they were very young, their parents died in an accident. In the years after, Lion Tiger had always taken care of his younger brother. However, because Lion Tiger was an assassin, he had offended many strong warriors. He was never willing to let others know about his younger brother. This time, his younger brother was going to break through to the condensing reality realm. Therefore, Lion Tiger was willing to give up an assassin mission to protect his younger brother. Now his younger brother had finally broken through and condensed a perfect Dharma idol. The lion and tiger were happy for him. Just as Sherhu was speaking to his younger brother, a warrior suddenly appeared in the distant plains. When Sherhu saw this person, his expression changed slightly. How could a warrior appear in such a desolate forest? Sherhu sensed that something was amiss and looked at the man warily. Fang Chin also noticed the two people on the plain. However, he continued to move forward without batting an eyelid. When he reached the two of them, Sherhu's younger brother's eyes brightened. "Little fellow, I just broke through. Why don't you exchange a few moves with me?" Hearing his brother's words, Lion Tiger frowned slightly but didn't say anything. With his cultivation, he could tell that this person had not reached the condensing reality realm yet. He hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How could he be your opponent? Lion Tiger said, "I want to practice." The chubby warrior grinned. "Sorry, I have something to do. It's not convenient," Fang Chin said. However, the chubby warrior ignored Fang Chen's words. He took a step forward and blocked Fang Chin. In the next moment, he released his Dharma idol flute. Then, a strange sound wave came out of his mouth. Yes, sound wave attack. Hearing the sound wave attack from the chubby warrior, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. In the next moment, he activated his sword body and performed the 12th level of the fire and water sword arts. Whoosh! The combination of the illusory sword arts and the 12th level of the fire and water sword arts was extraordinary. Even though the chubby warrior was in the condensing reality realm, he couldn't block it. Crack! The chubby warrior's sound wave attack was instantly shattered by Fang Chen's sword light. Then, the sword light carried an illusory aura and instantly appeared in front of the chubby warrior. The chubby warrior's expression suddenly became dazed. At the critical moment, Lion Tiger attacked and shattered Fang Chen's attack. The sword technique contains an illusory aura. Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen and muttered to himself. In his heart, there was a trace of shock. Fang Chen's cultivation had not reached the condensing reality realm, but his strength completely crushed his younger brother. "Who are you?" Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen and asked, "This is my first time in the southern mountain land. I want to go to the water-leaning city." Facing Lion Tiger, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, the chubby warrior woke up. His face was full of shock. He couldn't remember what had just happened. Lion Tiger stared at Fang Chen for a while. In the end, he realized that Fang Chen wasn't lying. Therefore, he let Fang Chen go. Although he was an assassin, he wouldn't kill the innocent. After hearing Lion Tiger's words, Fang Chen quickly disappeared from the plains. Second brother, that person's strength is extraordinary. Although he didn't condense a Dharma idol, his strength isn't something you can compare to. You have to work hard on your cultivation. Lion Tiger said slowly, "I will." The chubby warrior smiled. "Now that your cultivation has reached the condensing reality realm, you can go to the water-leaning city and join a large force. If that's the case, I can rest assured." Lion Tiger said. After going through a series of hardships, Fang Chen finally arrived at the water-leaning city. The water-leaning city was much bigger than the Spirit Heart City. Inside the city, people came and went, and it was bustling. Fang Chen walked on the streets of the water-leaning city with a smile on his face. A token appeared in his hand. This token was given to him by the king of the Golden Crown country. As long as he had this token, he could join the Baron's sect. On this day, Fang Chen asked around and found the location of the Baron's sect. Then he went to the Baron's sect. The Baron's sect was one of the large forces in the water-leaning city. Although it couldn't be compared to the Divine Statue sect, it was still a top force. The Baron's sect was located on a mountain peak in the depths of the water-leaning city. Before Fang Chen arrived at the Baron's sect, he was stopped by a guard. "This is the Baron's sect's forbidden area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter." The guard said coldly, I come from the Golden Crown country. I have a token here. I want to join the Baron's sect. Fong Qin took out the token and said. The guard took the token and went to find the deacon elder. Soon, the deacon elder appeared. He looked at Fong Qin and asked, Are you a disciple of the Golden Crown country? Yes, I am. Fong Qin said respectfully. Good. Since you have the token of the Golden Crown country's royal family, from today onwards, you are a disciple of the Baron sect. The deacon elder said with a smile. After that, the deacon elder brought Fong Qin into the Baron sect. The sect in the southern mountainland had a strict hierarchy. There were many warriors. Therefore, warriors who had just entered the sect were not considered true disciples of the Baron sect. Fong Qin, since you have the token of the Golden Crown country's royal family, you do not need to take part in the assessment. You can directly enter the Baron sect. However, since your cultivation has not reached the condensing reality realm, you can only start as a servant of the Baron sect. The deacon elder said after learning about Fong Qin's cultivation along the way. Fong Qin nodded his head and did not say anything. The servants of the Baron sect are responsible for all the big and small matters within the sect. The servant area is located halfway up the mountain. The entire servant area is divided into 4 districts: east, south, west, and north. You can go to the east district first. The deacon elder said. Fong Qin nodded his head. Then he asked casually, May I ask the deacon elder if there were 2 warriors from the Golden Crown country that joined the Baron sect? Hearing this, the deacon elder shook his head slightly and said, A while ago there was a guy called Long Tongue who joined the Baron sect. His cultivation has reached the condensing reality realm. He is now a registered disciple of the Baron sect. After saying this, the deacon elder brought Fong Qin to the East District servant area. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man walked out and greeted the deacon elder respectfully. Deacon elder! Chun Tian, this disciple is a new servant. I will leave him to you. After the deacon elder finished his arrangements, he left. Chun Tian looked at Fong Qin and grinned. Kid, I, Chun Tian, am the boss of the East District servant area. From today onwards, you will follow me. Senior Chun Tian, as a servant, what do I need to do every day? Fong Qin asked. Do you see that? There's a herb field over there. From today onwards, you will be in charge of this field. You will have to water the plants and weed them every day. If you fail, there will be serious consequences. Chun Tian said as he pointed at a herb field that was overgrown with weeds. The Baron sect was much stronger than any other sect in the Golden Crown country. Although the Baron sect was only a 2-star sect, it was still very powerful. A warrior at the 9th level of the Qi High Realm who joined the Baron sect would have to start as a servant. He would have to reach the condensing reality realm and condense his Dharma idol before he could become a registered disciple. Although he was assigned to the servant area, Fong Qin did not mind at all. With his strength, he would be able to leave the servant area in no time. The next day, Fong Qin arrived at the herb field that belonged to him. Just as he was looking at the plants growing in the field, a loud voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you new here? Hearing this voice, Fong Qin turned around and saw a tall warrior standing in front of him. That's right, I am new here. Fong Qin said, Good, very good. Since you are new here, you have to follow the new rules. You, go and help me carry 100 dan of water, and then help me weed out the weeds in my herb field. The tall warrior said coldly, Why should I help you? Fong Qin asked back, Little brat, you dare to talk to me like that? Do you believe that I will kill you? The tall warrior said coldly, Since you don't know what is good for you, then from today onwards, you will be in charge of all my servants. If you fail to complete them, you will pay the price. Many servants walked past them one after another. When they saw the tall warrior scolding the new servant, they all started whispering to each other. Chun, who is bullying the new servant again. There is no other way. Every new servant is bullied by Chun Hu. Not only do they have to work for him, they also have to give him half of the spirit stones they earn every month. This Chen Hu is just relying on his big brother Chin Tian, who is the boss of the Eastern Servant area. Otherwise, he would have already been beaten up. Chapter 416. The Baron Sek's Odd Job District was the lowest class district. To put it nicely, they were the Baron Sek's warriors. To put it bluntly, they were the people who did the hard work for the Baron Sect. When Fong Qin first came in, he was assigned to the Odd Job District. Furthermore, when he arrived, he was bullied by the old people there. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Fong Chen's mind. Since others could ask him to do things for them, why couldn't he let them do it for him? Thinking of this, Fong Chen stood up and looked at Chun Hu. He grinned and said, "You want me to help you guard your herb field? Brat, do you have any other choice? Let me tell you, Chun Hu's big brother, Chin Tian, is the boss of the Eastern Odd Job District. If you don't do it, you won't be able to stay in the Odd Job District in the future," Chin Hu said fiercely. Hearing Chin Hu's words, Fong Qin asked back, "In the Baron Sek's Odd Job District, as long as you are strong, you can get anyone to do things for you, right?" "Of course. You newcomers are destined to help the old people when you just came in," Chin Hu said. Fong Qin nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Soon after, he walked towards Chin Hu. The latter thought that he was going to guard his herb field and was overjoyed. However, just as the smile on his face blossomed, Fong Chen's fist suddenly landed on his face. A miserable cry came from Chen Hu's mouth. The surrounding odd jobs were all shocked. Was this newcomer crazy? He dared to hit Chin Hu? Was he courting death? Countless odd jobs looked at the newcomer who hit Chin Hu. Although Chin Hu's strength wasn't too strong, he had a strong brother. "Brat, are you courting death?" Chin Hu covered his nose and roared furiously. "From today onwards, you will help me do all the odd jobs. If you can't complete them, you will know the consequences," Fong Qin said in an incomparably domineering manner. "What, you want me to do odd jobs for you?" Chin, who thought that he had misheard. This newcomer actually wanted him to do odd jobs for him? What a joke. "Brat, you're dead. You won't be able to survive in the servant district in the future." Chin, who roared furiously. As Fong Qin roared, he attacked as well, wanting to teach this newcomer a lesson. However, Fong Qin didn't care about his attack at all. Bang, another punch. It looked like a simple punch, but it directly smashed onto Chun Hu's head. Immediately, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Tiger Chen's body was sent flying. He fell to the ground and let out a miserable cry. His nose was broken. "Damn it!" Chin, who couldn't help but curse out loud. Pain came from his nose. At this moment, he even had thoughts of killing someone. Fong Chan walked towards Chin, who step by step. He narrowed his eyes and said, "My servant! You dare hit me, Chin Hu!" Before Tiger Chin could finish his words, he was punched by Fong Chin again. This time, Fong Chen's fist landed on Tiger Chen's head, causing a big bump to appear. "My big bro is Chin Tian." Tiger Chin wanted to use his big bro status to threaten Fong Chin, but it didn't work. Each time he spoke, he would receive a punch from Fong Chin. After a few punches, Tiger Chen's head swelled. At this time, Tiger Chin finally realized how terrifying Fong Chin was. "Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll help you do odd jobs." Tiger Chin begged for mercy. "If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have hit you." Fong Chin clapped his hands and smiled. He turned and left, returning to his own residence. The surrounding servants were all shocked. This newcomer had actually beaten Tiger Chin to the point of begging for mercy. That was too fierce. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? This newcomer is too fierce. He actually beat Tiger Chin into a pig's head. Ha ha ha! Tiger Chin begging for mercy from a newcomer? What a novel thing. This brat injured Tiger Chin. He definitely won't let this matter rest. That's right. Tiger Chin will definitely think of ways to torture him. At this moment, Tiger Chan was trying his best to get up from the ground. He was already extremely angry. When he saw the surrounding servants, he roared, "What are you looking at? Go and work." When the surrounding servants heard him, they dispersed in an uproar. However, at this moment, Tiger Chun pointed at the last servant and said loudly, "You help me guard this herb field." Hearing Tiger Chen's words, the servant's face was filled with grievance. However, he had no choice. He didn't dare to disobey Tiger Chen's words. Tiger Chen glanced at Fong Chen's residence and said coldly, "Brat, I'll make you regret this." After that, Tiger Chen left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had already passed since they arrived at the desolate sex servant district. From the first day, Fong Chen didn't go to work in the herb field. That was because his herb field had already been contracted by Tiger Chen. Fong Chen wasn't worried about Tiger Chen's revenge. Within the 4 great servant districts, the strongest person was only a half step into the condensing reality realm. They posed no threat to Fong Chen. On the other hand, he was happy to be free. He could even cultivate in peace. Just as Fong Chen finished cultivating, a warrior appeared in Fong Chen's residence. Seeing this person, Fong Chen was a little puzzled. "Brother Fong, you offended Tiger Chen before. I heard that he has already found a few strong servants to settle the score with you." The warrior said in a low voice, "You have to be careful. Although Tiger Chen isn't strong, he has his big brother Chin Tian backing him up. No one in the eastern servant district would dare to touch him." Hearing this warrior's words, Fong Chen nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder." On the second day after this warrior warned Fong Chen, Tiger Chen finally brought a few servants to Fong Chen's residence. "Fong Chen, get the hell out here." Because he was confident, Tiger Chen was arrogant and domineering as he roared furiously. After a while, Fong Chen opened the door and walked out. "Tiger Chen, didn't I beat you up enough last time?" Fong Chen said directly. Hearing Fong Chen's words, Tiger Chen was furious. He turned his head to look at the servants behind him and said, "You guys teach him a lesson. If anyone can break his dog legs, I will go to my big brother and put in a good word for you. You will follow my big brother in the future." Hearing Tiger Chen's words, the servants were eager to give it a try. Their faces were full of playful smiles. "Kid, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending Tiger Brother." One of the servants flashed and appeared in front of Fong Chen. He launched a fierce attack on Fong Chen. Bang! With another punch, Fong Chen easily sent this odd job worker flying with a single punch. "What a piece of trash. All of you come at me together." Tiger Chen was a little angry when he saw the servant, who was stronger than him, being sent flying by Fong Chen. In the next moment, the remaining 3 servants joined forces and surrounded Fong Chen. A minute later, 3 miserable cries rang out. Tiger Chen saw that the 3 servants couldn't even withstand a single punch from Fong Chen. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? Tiger Chen's scalp went numb. The servants he had brought with him had all been defeated by Fong Chen. Tiger Chen's worries were justified. In the next second, Fong Chen's fist landed on his face. 3 seconds later, Tiger Chen's head turned into a pig's head. His heart was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. Scram! Fong Chen looked at Tiger Chen and said, "All right, don't forget to guard the medicinal field." Hearing Fong Chen's words, Tiger Chen quickly disappeared. After Tiger Chen was beaten up by Fong Chen, Fong Chen's place once again became quiet. On this day, after Fong Chen finished his cultivation, he prepared to go out for a walk. Just as he was walking in a certain area of the servant district, he suddenly saw a familiar face. Actually, it couldn't be considered a familiar face. Wasn't this chubby warrior the one who had come to the Plains of Water Leaning City to fight with him? At the same time that Fong Chen saw the chubby warrior, the latter also noticed him. Why are you here?" The chubby warrior looked at Fong Chin and asked. Beside him stood the deacon elder. Why are you here? Fong Chin asked back. I have reached the condensing reality realm and was preparing to join a sect. After a round of selection, I decided to join the Baron's sect. The chubby warrior laughed. However, when he saw Fong Chen's clothes, he immediately understood. You became a disciple of the Baron's sect's servant district? The chubby warrior asked. Fong Chen nodded. The chubby warrior continued. It's not easy to meet a familiar face. You should quickly leave the servant district and come find me. After the chubby warrior finished speaking, he followed the deacon elder and left. In the eyes of the deacon elder, he didn't believe that Fong Chin could leave the servant district in such a short time. Of course, if he knew that the chubby warrior was defeated by Fong Chin after reaching the condensing reality realm, he wouldn't think that way. It seems that I need to increase my cultivation speed as well. Fong Chin looked at the chubby warrior's back as he left and grinned. Fong Chen's cultivation was only at the 8th level of the Qi High realm. There was still a long way to go before he could reach the condensing reality realm. He needed to work hard. Day after day passed in the servant district. During this time, Fong Chin had been cultivating. He had a lot of spirit stones, enough to support his cultivation. Normally, he would stay in his room and cultivate. Occasionally, he would go out for a walk. As for the herb field, he didn't need to worry about it. Chun Hu, who had been beaten twice, had become much more obedient. He sent people to guard the herb field every day, so there was no need for Fong Chin to worry about it. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the servant district, there was a special elder who came every month to check on the success of the servant's work. At the same time, he was also there to distribute spirit stones. This was the benefit of joining a big sect. Even if you were a servant, you could still receive a certain amount of spirit stones. Today was the day that the elder of the servant district finished checking and distributing the spirit stones. At this moment, in a room somewhere, Chun Hu's eyes were filled with a sinister expression. He said eerily, "Little brat, let's see how you die this time." Chin, who had been beaten twice by Fong Chin, he had been waiting for a chance to take revenge on Fong Chin. He didn't want to tell his big brother about small things. On the surface, he looked like he was obediently watching over the herb field for Fong Chin, but secretly he had done something. In the herb field, he had put a lot of insects that were hard to detect. These insects had already eaten up most of the seedlings in the herb field. Chapter 417. The Handyman Elder was the elder with the highest authority in the Handyman district. Every month, the Handyman Elder would come to inspect the work of the handymen in the 4 Handyman district and issue spirit stones instantly. On this day, after the servant elder finished inspecting the other 3 servant districts, he was accompanied by a group of people to the Eastern Servant District. Servant Elder. The Eastern Servant District supervisor, Chin Tian, smiled and cupped his hands towards the servant elder. "Let's start inspecting the Eastern Servant District," said the servant elder. Then, accompanied by Chin Tian, the servant elder began his inspection. 2 hours later, the servant elder had basically finished his inspection. He was very satisfied with the Eastern Servant District situation and was full of smiles. "Not bad. Your Eastern Servant District's performance this month has been pretty good. I can make the decision to give you an extra 10,000 high-grade spirit stones." The servant elder nodded. He was very satisfied with the Eastern Servant District's situation. "Then I'll have to thank the servant elder." Hearing the servant elder's words, Chin Tian's face was full of smiles. He was ecstatic. The servant elder was very satisfied with the Eastern District's situation and was willing to give them an extra 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. And these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones were completely distributed by Chin Tian. In other words, he could distribute them as he pleased. Another sum of spirit stones. Chin Tian was very excited. He had already thought it through. Of these 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, He would take 3,000, and the remaining 7,000 would be rewarded to the diligent servants. In the Eastern Servant District, he was the strongest. He was the boss, so no one would dare to say anything. Chen Tian's face was full of smiles as he quickly followed the servant elder. There was only one last medicinal field left. As long as they finished inspecting this medicinal field, they would pass this month's inspection. Servant elder, this is the last medicinal field. Please take a look. Chen Tian saw this medicinal field from a distance and softly said. The servant elder nodded and walked in front of the medicinal field. Just as the servant elder looked at the herb field, the smile on his face froze and was replaced by anger. Chen Tian, take a look for yourself. What is this? The servant elder's voice was filled with anger. When Chen Tian heard this, he cursed in his heart. Immediately after, he carefully sized up the medicinal field. If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but when he did, he was shocked. There were many insects in the herb field. Due to poor management, all the spirit grass sprouts in the herb field were eaten up by the insects. In other words, this medicinal field had already been destroyed. The medicinal herb field was one of the more important industries in the odd job district. Under normal circumstances, the odd job workers in the odd job district would work hard to take care of the medicinal herb field. Once the seedlings of the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field had matured, the sect would transfer the spiritual herbs in the medicinal herb field to the sect's spiritual fields. But at this moment, Chen Tian's face darkened when he saw the tattered leaves of the spirit grass seedlings. How could this be? Chen Tian's heart was filled with fury. He could imagine just how furious the servant elder was right now. Damn it! Not only did I lose 10,000 upper spiritual stones, but I also have to be punished by the servant elder. Chen Tian thought to himself, it's obvious that no one took care of this medicinal herb field. Chen Tian, you have always been in charge of the Eastern Odd Job District. You have to give me an explanation for this matter. The servant elder coldly said. Otherwise, I will have to reconsider whether you, Chen Tian, are suitable to manage the Eastern Odd Job District. Hearing the servant elder's angry voice, Chen Tian hurriedly said, Servant elder, please wait a moment. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. While the servant elder was waiting, Chen Tian hurriedly went to look for Fang Chen. He clearly remembered that this medicinal herb field was under the charge of Fang Chen. Damned newbie, he actually dared to make fun of me. Chen Tian's heart was filled with anger. Just as Chen Tian went to look for Fang Chen, the latter just happened to leave. Seeing Fang Chen, Chen Tian was burning with anger. Fang Chen, Chen Tian roared loudly. What's the matter? Fang Chen asked. Did you manage your medicinal herb field properly? Chen Tian angrily roared. Fang Chen frowned and said, You're managing it. Humph. Come with me to take a look at your medicinal herb field. If you don't give me an explanation today, you will be punished. Chen Tian finished speaking and brought Fang Chen to the medicinal herb field. After arriving at the medicinal herb field, Chen Tian angrily said, Take a look for yourself. Fang Chen looked at the medicinal herb field and was shocked to discover that there were large amounts of insects inside. The spirit grass sprouts had long since been eaten up. He instantly understood that Chen who had set him up. You, give me an explanation. Chen who said in a low voice. The servant elder had been watching from the side, waiting for Chen Tian's explanation. I asked Chen who to help me look after it, and he also agreed. Who knew that he would manage the medicinal herb field like this? Fang Chen said. You asked Chen who to look after it, but he agreed. Who can testify? Chen Tian questioned. Why don't you call Chen Hu over, and you'll know? Fang Chen said. A moment later, Chen Hu was called over by Chen Tian. He already knew what had happened, and a trace of schadenfreude appeared in his eyes. This scene was seen by Fang Chen. Chen Hu, Fang Chen, said he wanted you to help look after his medicinal herb field. Did you agree? Chen Tian angrily glared at Chen Hu. Chen Hu hastily shook his head. Big brother, how could I agree to help him look after his medicinal herb field? This Fang Chen is too scheming. He can't look after his own medicinal herb field, so he wants to push the blame onto me. Hearing Chen Hu's words, Chen Tian looked at Fang Chen and asked, Do you have anything else to say? Fang Chen didn't say anything. He didn't bother to explain. Chen Tian looked at the servant elder and said, Servant elder, ever since this kid entered the Eastern District Servant District, he has refused to accept any management. Now that he has made a mistake and damaged the herb farm, everything will be decided by the servant elder. The servant elder glanced at Fang Chen, his face filled with anger. Humph, a mere servant actually dares to do such a thing. If I don't punish you, how will I manage the servants of the servant district in the future? The servant elder coldly said. After pondering for a moment, the servant elder coldly said, However, since this is your first offense, I will let you stay in the Baron sect. If you make such a mistake again, I will personally cripple your cultivation and expel you from the Baron sect. Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He raised his head and glanced at Chen Hu. When the latter saw Fang Chen looking at him, he involuntarily took a step back. His eyes flashed with a trace of fear. You have committed a mistake, so you must bear the consequences. From now on, for 2 years, all of your spirit stones will be cancelled. Furthermore, you will be in charge of 10 medicinal fields. You must take care of each one with great care. There will be a monthly inspection. If even one medicinal field fails to pass, I will enforce the rules of the sect. With that, the servant elder impatiently left the Eastern Servant District. Seeing the servant elder's disappointment in the Eastern Servant District, Chen Tian's face was filled with a complicated expression. At the same time, his heart was filled with hatred for Fang Chen. Kid, you're on your own now. After Chen Tian finished speaking, he glared at Fang Chen before turning around and leaving. Seeing this, Chen Hu hurriedly followed behind Chen Tian. A trace of killing intent flashed in Fang Chen's eyes before he returned to his own residence. The Eastern Servant District was supposed to receive an extra 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones. However, because of Fang Chen, not only did they lose the 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones as a reward, but even the spirit stones that they were supposed to receive were reduced by a lot. This made many servants hate Fang Chen even more. Some of them even wanted to teach Fang Chen a lesson. Hearing this news, Chen Hu was secretly happy. Although he was no match for Fang Chen, there were still many strong servants in the servant district. If they went to find trouble with Fang Chen would definitely be in a lot of trouble. On a certain day, outside Fang Chen's residence, an errand boy shouted loudly, Fang Chen, get the hell out here. Creak the door opened and Fang Chen walked out calmly. Fang Chen, it's all because of you that our spirit stones have decreased by a lot. You'll have to make up for this loss. The servant said, coldly, It just so happens that I have some helpers. Fang Chen sneered. Then he threw out a punch that landed directly on the servant's body. With a bang, the servant was caught off guard and was sent flying by Fang Chen. Fang Chen took a step forward and stepped on the servant's body. He said condescendingly, Now, do you still want me to make up for your loss? The servant's face was filled with horror as he was stepped on by Fang Chen. He had not expected Fang Chen to be so strong. Brother Fang, please spare my life. From now on, you will be in charge of managing my herb farm #1. If there are any mistakes during the inspection at the end of the month, you will be held responsible, Fang Chen said solemnly. The servant was intimidated by Fang Chen and nodded repeatedly. The next day, the servant called Zhan Yu miserably helped Fang Chen manage his herb farm #1. He's too strong. I'm not his match. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked him. Zhan Yu felt incomparably regretful. Many servants were unhappy with Fang Chen, but he had taken the lead. Not only did he not get his spirit stones back, he even had to help Fong Chin manage his herb farm number 1. He was incomparably depressed. Just as Zhan Yu was feeling depressed, a voice rang out. Zhan Yu, what are you doing here? The person who spoke was Chun Hu. Seeing Chun Hu, Zhan Yu helplessly shook his head, not saying anything. Zhan Yu, why are you helping Fong Chin manage his herb farm number 1? Asked Chun Hu. Me. Zhan Yu wanted to cry. When Chun Hu heard Zhan Yu's words, he was infuriated. Zhan Yu had a good relationship with him, and it was Chun Hu's idea to have Zhan Yu cause trouble for Fong Chin. But now seeing Zhan Yu help Fong Chin manage his herb farm number 1, Chun Hu was shocked. Even you aren't his match? Asked Chun Hu. He's very strong, said Zhan Yu. Chapter 418. Sang Bo's strength ranked in the top 10 of the Eastern Region's worker district. Not long ago, he seemed to have gained some enlightenment and entered seclusion to cultivate. In 3 days he would exit seclusion. After being beaten up by Fong Chin, Chen, who was a bit afraid of Fong Chin. Even Zhan Yu had been defeated by Fong Chin. Fong Chin was definitely extremely powerful. So Chen, who decided to have Sang Bo teach Fong Chin a lesson. 3 days later, Sang Bo exited seclusion. His strength had once more advanced. As soon as he exited seclusion, Chin, who immediately rushed over. Brother Sang Bo, Chin, who looked at Sang Bo and smiled. Brother Chun Hu. Because of Chun Tian, Sang Bo and Chin, who called each other brothers. Brother Sang Bo, your strength has improved? Asked Chin Hu. Sang Bo nodded. A brilliant smile appeared on Chen Hu's face as he said, Brother Sang Bo, to tell you the truth, while you were in seclusion, a new worker came to our eastern region. However, this worker relied on his strength to beat me up a few times. Now, even Zhan Yu was forced by him to guard the medicinal field for him. You have to avenge me. Yes, a new worker? Sang Bo's expression didn't change. Correct, it's a new worker. But he's a bit strong, said Chin Hu. Humph. How strong can a new worker be? Brother Chun Hu, lead the way. I just came out of seclusion and just so happened to need someone to practice with. Chin, who was overjoyed when he heard Sang Bo's words. He immediately brought Sang Bo to Fong Chen's residence. The two of them soon arrived in front of Fong Chen's residence. Sang Bo took a step forward and roared, Fong Chen, scram out here. Creak. The door opened and Fong Chen walked out. When he saw Chun Hu, Fong Chen knew that this worker was most likely Chin Hu's reinforcements. However, he just so happened to be lacking a few workers to guard his medicinal field. You're Fong Chin? Sang Bo icily asked Fong Chin. Fong Chin nodded. Sang Bo said angrily, Chun Hu is my brother. You dare to make a move on him? How audacious! Are you done? Fong Chin looked at Sang Bo and asked. Yes. Sang Bo was a little puzzled. If you're done, go and guard the herb field for me, Fong Chin said with a smile. Hearing Fong Chin's words, Sang Bo became even angrier. He roared angrily, Kid, I'll let you know how powerful I am today. As soon as his voice fell, Sang Bo launched a fierce attack. A minute later, Sang Bo fell to the ground. His heart was filled with horror. His strength had improved so much that he could at least rank in the top 5 in the Eastern Shores district. He didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand one punch from Fong Chin. From now on, the two of you will be in charge of my medicinal field. If you dare harm me, you should know the consequences. Fong Chin icily said to Chin Hu. Chin Hu had long since been scared silly. He also hadn't expected Fong Chin to be so powerful. Even Sang Bo wasn't his match. Sang Bo struggled to get up from the ground. He fearfully glanced at Fong Chin and then turned to leave. When the two of them appeared in the medicinal field, Zhan Yu's face was filled with shock. He asked, Sang Bo, Chin Hu, what are you doing here? Are you here to save me? Black lines appeared on Sang Bo and Chen Hu's foreheads. They were a bit speechless. In the end, Under Zhan Yu's dumbfounded gaze, the two of them began to manage the remaining 9 medicinal fields. Brother Chen Hu, you've made me suffer. This Fang Chen's strength isn't just powerful, it's extremely powerful. I can rank in the top 5 in the Eastern Shores district, but I can't even withstand one punch from him. Sang Bo cried as he weeded. I also didn't expect him to be so strong. Qin, who was a bit unwilling. He was thinking about how to deal with Fang Qin. The news of Tsing Bo's defeat to Fang Qin instantly spread throughout the Eastern Shores district. Countless workers were shocked. Sang Bo's strength was obvious to all in the Eastern Shores district, but he couldn't even beat a new worker. The more it was like this, the more curious everyone was about this new worker. When they saw Tsang Bo, Zhan Yu, and Chen, who helping Fang Qin guard the 10 medicinal fields, they were all shocked. Some of the workers who had been bullied by Chen, who had smiles on their faces. Chen, who also had such a day. The news of Chen, who helping Fang Qin guard the medicinal fields, finally reached Chen Tian's ears. Chen Tian was the absolute boss of the Eastern Shores district, and he was the strongest. His current cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Even if he faced a warrior who was half a step into the condensing reality realm, he would not be afraid. He was working hard on his cultivation. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the condensing reality realm and leave the Chores district to become a registered disciple of the Baron sect. One day, while Chen Tian was cultivating, a worker suddenly ran over and told Chen Tian about Chen Hu. You're saying that Fang Qin didn't manage the medicinal fields himself, but forced Chen Hu and the others to help him? Chen Tian's face showed a hint of displeasure. That's right, boss Chen Tian. This Fang Chan relied on his strength to do whatever he wanted in the Chores district. The worker said, even Zhang Bo was no match for him. Looks like I underestimated him. But he dared to bully my little brother. He is looking for death. Chen Tian said coldly. After that, Chen Tian rushed to Fang Chen's residence. On the way, Chen Tian saw Chen Hu and the other 2 carefully managing the medicinal fields. He yelled, Chen Hu, what are you 3 doing? Don't you care about your own medicinal fields? Why are you helping others? Hearing Chen Tian's yell, Chen Hu's face was filled with joy. He hurried out of the medicinal fields and cried, Big brother, you have to help me. This Fang Chen relied on his strength to bully me when he heard that I was your little brother. He beat me up a few times. I wanted revenge, so I went to find Zhang Bo, but he was still no match for him. He actually forced us to help him guard the medicinal fields. Hearing Chen Hu's tearful complaints, Chen Tian was enraged and shouted, Don't worry, I'll get justice for you. A puny new servant actually dares to bully me, Chen Tian. Seeing Chen Tian appear, more and more odd job workers gathered around. These odd job workers were all watching. Chen Hu and Chen Tian soon arrived in front of Fang Chen's residence. Before Chen Tian could say anything, Fang Chen's door opened and he walked out. Seeing Chen Tian, Fang Chen smiled faintly. You finally couldn't hold back anymore? Fang Chen, you've gone too far. You don't even manage your own medicinal fields, and you actually forced my little brother to help you. Raged Chen Tian. Chen, who often bullies the other workers. Why don't you say anything when he's forced to help? Retorted Fang Chen. Chen Tian paused for a moment before continuing. Don't try to quibble. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how will I be able to continue living in the Eastern Worker District? Chen Tian was the absolute boss of the Eastern Servant District. All the servants in the Eastern Servant District were very afraid of Chen Tian. Chen Tian's prestige in the Eastern Worker District was getting higher and higher. He was very happy and enjoyed this kind of life. Fang Chen was the first worker who dared to openly defy him. He wanted to teach this reckless guy a lesson in front of all the other workers. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Chen Tian roared and activated all the power in his body, launching a fierce attack. Shoo! A ferocious fist radiance instantly appeared in front of Fang Chen. Chen Tian roared furiously as he increased the strength of his fists. Once again, the powerful fist force directly enveloped Fang Chen's entire body. Chen Tian is so strong, the surrounding workers were all discussing. Fang Chen looked at Chen Tian's attack with a relaxed expression. He could tell Chen Tian's strength with just a glance. Chen Tian's strength was at most comparable to a half-step condensing reality realm warrior. I even dare to fight against a condensing reality realm warrior. A mere Chi-Si warrior is nothing, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the next moment, he activated his sword body. A wild sword intent, along with a strong hallucinatory aura, instantly enveloped Chen Tian. In the next moment, Fang Chen stabbed out with the hidden star sword in his hand. Suddenly, a wild sword light directly pierced towards Chen Tian. When the hallucinatory aura appeared, the countless workers in the surroundings immediately felt a wave of confusion. When they came to their senses, they were shocked to discover that the long sword in Fang Chen's hand was pressed against Chen Tian's neck. Crash! The hallucinatory aura dissipated and Chen Tian instantly woke up. He was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that Fang Chen's long sword was pressed against his neck. This, Chen Tian was greatly alarmed. He had never imagined that Fang Chen's strength would be so strong. Is this a hallucination? Chen Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Chan Hu, who was standing behind Chen Tian, was already shocked. His face was filled with shock. His big brother was the boss of the Eastern Worker District. How could he lose to this new worker? Countless thoughts flashed through Chen Tian's mind. In the end, he gave up. The aura emitted by Fang Chen's body was enough to make him feel pressured. This person's strength is already close to the condensing reality realm. Chen Tian revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. I lost. Too weak. I don't want to kill you. Fang Chen looked at Chen Tian and said, however, your brother Chen, who has been causing trouble for me time and time again. If I don't teach him a lesson. Before Fang Chen could finish, Chen Tian spoke first. My brother caused trouble for you. It is his fault. As his brother, I will teach him a lesson. As soon as Chen Tian finished speaking, he turned around and threw a punch at Chen Hu. With a cracking sound, Chen Hu found that one of his arms was broken. Ah! A miserable cry rang out. Chen, who was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen nodded and said, Do I still have to work as a worker? Hearing Fang Chen's question, Chen Tian quickly said, No need. I'll help you with your matter. Fang Chen turned around and returned to his residence, leaving behind countless shocked workers. Big brother, why are you doing this to me? Chen, who endured the pain, and asked loudly, if I didn't do anything and he did, then it wouldn't be something that could be dealt with just one arm. Chen Tian coldly said, Big brother, even you aren't his match. Chen, who asked, In the future, he will be the boss of the Eastern Worker District. Chen Tian left behind these words and left. Chapter 419. Fang Chen did not care about being the boss of the Eastern Servant District. After all, his goal was to increase his strength. He did not care about these meaningless titles at all. However, ever since he became the boss of the Eastern Servant District, no one dared to disturb him. He did not even need to manage his herb farm anymore. He just cultivated leisurely. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Fang Chen had been cultivating. His cultivation had increased from the early stage of the 8th Chi-Hai realm to the mid-stage of the 8th Chi-Hai realm. Fang Chen was confident that he would be able to reach the peak of the 8th Chi-Hai realm soon, or even the 9th Chi-Hai realm. After increasing his cultivation, Fang Chen's strength had increased again. Right now, he was not any weaker than a normal first stage, condensing reality, realm warrior. Fang Chen had a lot of pills and spirit plants in his space ring. Therefore, he did not lack any resources for his cultivation. One day, When Fong Chen stopped cultivating, Qin Tian suddenly came to look for Fong Chen. "Boss Fong, today is the monthly inspection. The servant elder will be here soon." Qin Tian said to Fong Chen. Fong Chen nodded and said, "You are in charge of bringing the servant elder to the inspection. I will not be going." Qin Tian nodded and left. Not long after, the servant elder arrived. Last month, the herb farm was destroyed. The servant elder was not happy about it. Therefore, when he came to the Eastern Servant District, he went to check on the 10 herb farms that were given to Fong Chen. When he saw the 10 herb farms, his face was full of smiles. He kept nodding and said, "Not bad, 10 herb farms. Very good management." Looking at the healthy growth of the seedlings in the herb farm, the servant elder was very happy. Finally, the servant elder finished the inspection and left the Eastern Servant District. Qin Tian gave some soul stones to Fong Chen. These belonged to Fong Chen, but Fong Chen rejected them. He did not dare to do anything this month. Plus, he had a lot of soul stones. These soul stones were nothing. "Distribute them to the others," Fong Chen said. Fong Chen was training in the servant district. As for the soaring dragon Marquis, it had been 2 months since he became a disciple of the Baron sect. The soaring dragon Marquis had made great progress. Right now, he was already at the late stage of the first stage of the condensing reality realm. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the second stage of the condensing reality realm. "Brother Fong, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you," the soaring dragon Marquis said in a low voice. What he did not know was that Fong Chen, whom he thought was dead, had actually come to the Baron sect. Furthermore, he had already stayed in the servant district for more than a month. In another large sect in Leaning Water City, the Black Armor Marquis was also diligently cultivating within the Divine Statue School. Ever since he joined the Divine Statue School, he had been working hard on his cultivation. Furthermore, with Li Jinghong's help, the Black Armor Marquis's improvement was even greater. "Xianjia, you've improved a lot. Work hard." Just as Xianjia was cultivating on the square, Li Jinghong suddenly walked over and smiled. "Senior brother Li." Seeing this, the Black Armor Marquis grinned. The reason why he was able to have his current achievements was all because of Li Jinghong. Right now, the Black Armor Marquis was still too weak within the Divine Statue School. Therefore, even if he wanted to leave the sect, he had no choice. He could only wait until his strength was a bit stronger before he went to look for the soaring dragon Marquis. Work hard on your cultivation. Once your cultivation reaches the 3rd condensing reality realm, I'll go and avenge the sword Marquis. The Black Armor Marquis secretly said in his heart. Within the 5 Elements province, the southern mountain land was only one of the mountains. However, even so, the southern mountain land was still vast and boundless, within a certain danger zone in the southern mountain land. This danger zone was the most dangerous danger zone in the entire southern mountain land. Even almighty condensing reality realm experts would not dare to rashly enter this danger zone. However, at this moment, within this danger zone, there was a white-clothed girl on top of a blue stone. She quietly stood there. In front of her, there was a warrior whose entire body was covered in a gray mist. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Star and Moon, who he had fallen in love with back then. After leaving the Divine Wind Nation, Star and Moon traveled all the way and cultivated. Unintentionally, they came to the southern mountain land. Because Star and Moon's strength was too weak and she was very beautiful, she was targeted as soon as she entered the southern mountain land. One day, while Star and Moon was cultivating, she was suddenly ambushed by a powerful warrior. She was severely injured and escaped into this danger zone. She originally thought that she was going to die here. However, she did not expect to meet the person in front of her in this danger zone. This old man took her in as his disciple the moment he saw her. Moreover, he accompanied her to cultivate for more than 3 years. Today, they were finally going to leave this place. She didn't know exactly how strong her master was, but she knew very well that this danger zone was a piece of cake for her master. I've killed your enemy. It's time for us to leave, the old man, shrouded in gray mist, said in a low voice. Master. Star and Moon cupped her hands and greeted the old man. As the profounding body, your name will definitely shake the entire continent in the future. Come back with me. The next time you are born, you will definitely shock the world, the old man said slowly. Star and Moon's beautiful eyes glanced at the endless blue sky. A figure that she yearned for day and night appeared in her mind. Fang Qin, where are you? Star and Moon thought to herself. After a long time, Star and Moon followed her master and left the southern mountain land. Crash! Star and Moon's master flicked his wrist and the void tore open. A wild aura came out from the crack in the void. Even a condensing reality realm expert would be injured in the face of such a wild aura. However, Star and Moon's master led Star and Moon into the crack in the void with ease. If this scene was seen by the experts of the southern mountain land, they would definitely be shocked. This was because this was not something that a condensing reality realm expert could do. Water Leaning City, Barren Sect, Eastern Servant District. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, suddenly sneezed. Immediately after, Star and Moon's gentle and beautiful face appeared in his mind. Star and Moon. Fang Chen muttered. In the next moment, Fang Chen realized that he had forgotten himself. He immediately shook his head and sobered up. What's going on? Why did I think of Star and Moon? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. However, at the same time, he also missed Star and Moon. I wonder where Star and Moon are. Fang Chen thought to himself. Just wait. One day I will find you. Fang Chen swore to himself. Fang Chen stopped cultivating and left his residence. He strolled around the Eastern Servant District. Seeing this, Qin Tian hurried over and led the way for Fang Chen. Boss Fang, I am very familiar with the Eastern Servant District. Let me show you around. Qin Tian smiled. Fang Chen nodded and did not refuse. At first, Chen Tian brought him around the herb fields. There were many herb fields in the entire Eastern Servant District. The most important one in the Servant District was the herb fields. After walking around the herb fields, Qin Tian brought Fang Chen to a building complex. Boss Fang, this is the Eastern Servant District's Alchemy Hall. Over there is the Weapon Hall, Cultivation Method Hall, and Exchange Hall. Qin Tian introduced to Fang Chen. This was the first time Fang Chen had seen these halls in the Servant District. Fang Chen then went to the Alchemy Hall. However, Fang Chen was disappointed. The Servant District was indeed the Servant District. The Alchemy Hall here only had low-grade pills. They couldn't even enter Fang Chen's eyes. Fang Chen then looked at the Weapon Hall and Cultivation Method Hall and shook his head helplessly. After coming out of the other halls, Fang Chen pointed at the Exchange Hall and asked, "What's this Exchange Hall for?" Boss Fang, the Exchange Hall is specifically designed to provide convenience for handyman landlords. When handyman disciples need spirit stones, they'll give their precious treasures to the Exchange Hall. Qin Tian explained, "Of course, if you have enough spiritual stones, you can also buy the treasures in the Exchange Hall." Hearing Qin Tian's explanation, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Weren't the treasures he obtained from the 4 martial marquises, spatial rings, able to be exchanged for spiritual stones? Come, let's go take a look. Fang Chen smiled. When they arrived at the Exchange Hall, Fang Chen found that the treasures that could be exchanged for were all low grade. "Boss Fang, do you want exchange for spiritual stones or treasures?" asked Qin Tian. "I just happen to have some treasures that I want exchange for spiritual stones." Fang Chen smiled. At this moment, a staff member walked over and expressionlessly said, "The Exchange Hall has rules. If you want exchange for spiritual stones, the lowest price is 100,000 high-grade spiritual stones. If your treasures aren't worth that price, please leave." Chapter 420. Fang Chen had obtained a large amount of wealth from the interspatial rings of the 4 martial marquises. What was a mere 100,000 high-grade spirit stones? Fong Qin glanced at Qin Tian beside him and said, "You go back first. I'll just take a look around." Hearing Fong Chen's words, Qin Tian naturally understood that Fong Qin did not want him to see his wealth. After all, one should not show off one's wealth. He nodded and turned to leave. After Qin Tian left, Fong Qin looked at the staff member and handed over an interspatial ring. "I want to exchange all of these things for high-grade spirit stones." The staff member took the interspatial ring disapprovingly. After all, this was the servant district. How much wealth could a servant have? However, when the staff member saw the wealth in the interspatial ring, his heart was filled with shock. His eyes flickered as he looked at Fong Qin in shock. He licked his dry lips and said, "You want to exchange all of these?" Fong Qin nodded. The staff member looked at Fong Qin with respect and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll appraise them for you." After saying that, the staff member quickly entered the backstage and began the appraisal. This time, Fong Qin sold spirit rank elixirs that were useless to him, as well as spirit weapons and a few cultivation techniques. Other than the absolute heaven sword technique, he sold all of the other cultivation techniques. Not long after, the staff member ran out. At this time, there was an old man following behind the staff member. "This is the elder of our exchange hall," the staff member introduced. "Brother, we have finished calculating all of your items. They were all exchanged according to the market price. Among them, the cultivation techniques are more expensive than there are the spirit weapons. In total, we'll charge you 20 million high-grade spirit stones. How about it?" Hearing the elder's words, Fong Qin nodded. 20 million high-grade spirit stones was within his expectations. Not long after, the elder handed the 20 million high-grade spirit stones to Fong Qin. His face was filled with excitement. Ever since he had become an elder in the servant district, this was the biggest business he had ever done. After all, the servants in the servant district were not rich. Otherwise, they would not have joined the Baron sect. The elder's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Fong Qin. "Is there anything else I can do for you, brother?" the elder asked with a chuckle. Fong Qin thought for a moment, then took out more than 7 billion medium spirit stones and said, "I want to exchange all these medium spirit stones for upper spirit stones." Seeing so many mid-grade spiritual stones, the elder was shocked. It seemed that this kid's background was not simple. However, as the elder of the exchange hall, he had to fulfill his duty. He would not ask about the origin of the servants' wealth, nor would he reveal the wealth of the servants. The elder picked up one of the mid-grade spirit stones and appraised it. He said, "Your mid-grade spirit stones aren't too pure. How about 500 mid-grade spirit stones for one high-grade spirit stone?" Hearing the elder's words, Fong Qin nodded. After coming to the southern mountain land, Fong Qin realized that the currency here was mostly high-grade spirit stones. Almost no one used mid-grade spirit stones. Therefore, he wanted to exchange all these mid-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones. Fong Qin had a total of 7,775,000,000 mid-grade spirit stones. According to the exchange rate of 500 to 1, he could exchange for a total of 15,550,000 high-grade spirit stones. Because Fong Qin's transaction amount was very large, the elder of the exchange hall made the decision to give Fong Qin 16 million high-grade spirit stones. In addition to the 20 million from before and the 51 million high-grade spirit stones that Fong Qin originally had, Fong Qin now had 87 million high-grade spirit stones. This was definitely a huge sum. Even some of the rich disciples of the Baron sect did not have such wealth. Finally, under the burning gaze of the elder of the exchange hall, Fong Qin left the exchange hall. After the exchange, Fong Qin returned to his residence in the western servant district in a courtyard. This courtyard was an independent one. The boss of the Western Servant District, Dong Han, lived here. Dong Han was the boss of the Western Servant District. Not long ago, his strength had reached the half-step condensing reality realm. Among the bosses of the 4 big servant districts, Dong Han's strength was not at the top, but he was not at the bottom either. On this day, Dong Han was resting. Suddenly, a servant rushed into Dong Han's independent courtyard. "Boss Dong Han." The servant called out, "What's the matter?" Dong Han did not open his eyes and asked directly, "Boss Dong Han, I just saw the boss of the Eastern Servant District, Chin Tian." He listened to the words of a new servant and bowed to him. It seemed like he was very afraid of this servant. The servant said, "Oh, is that so?" Dong Han was slightly moved and asked. After asking around, it seems like this new servant is even stronger than Chin Tian. Now he is still the boss of the Eastern Servant District. The servant said in a low voice. After hearing this, Dong Han narrowed his eyes and pondered in his mind. After a long time, Dong Han said, "Chin Tian is a piece of trash. He can't even keep his position as the boss of the servant district." Although Dong Han did not have much contact with Chin Tian, the 4 of them were in charge of the 4 big servant districts. They had already formed a tacit understanding that no one would interfere with each other's affairs. But suddenly, an outsider came in and became the boss of the servant district. Moreover, it was a new servant. This made Dong Han very unhappy. "I'd like to see how strong this new servant is." After saying this, Dong Han turned and left, heading towards the Eastern Servant District. At this time, Fong Qin was walking in the servant district. Everywhere he passed, there were servants greeting him. Seeing Fong Qin come out of the exchange hall, Chin Tian ran up with a smile and led the way for Fong Qin. "Boss Fong, our Eastern Servant District is very peaceful right now. Work is progressing very smoothly," Chin Tian said with a smile. Fong Qin nodded. He did not care about these things. He was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating. He wanted to reach the condensing reality realm as soon as possible and then become a true disciple of the Baron sect. Just as Fong Chen was talking to Chin Tian, a group of servants suddenly came from afar. Looking at their clothes, they were from the Western Servant District. The leader was naturally the boss of the Western Servant District, Dong Han. "Boss Fong, it's the servants of the Western Servant District. The leader is their boss, Dong Han." Seeing Dong Han arrive, Chin Tian said in a low voice. In the blink of an eye, Dong Han arrived in front of Fong Qin. He sneered and mocked. "Chin Tian, you really are a piece of trash. You can't even keep your position as the boss of the Eastern Servant District. You actually let a new servant take it away. Dong Han, why did you bring people to my Eastern Servant District?" Hearing this, Chin Tian roared angrily. "Humph! Since you, Chin Tian, don't have the ability, then let me, Dong Han, help you take charge of the Eastern Servant District." Dong Han grinned. His meaning was very clear. From today onwards, he would take charge of the Eastern Servant District. Hearing Dong Han's words, Chin Tian was furious. "Dong Han, this is my Eastern Servant District. Don't be so impudent," Chin Tian roared. Seeing Chin Tian's angry appearance, Dong Han felt very relieved. His eyes then looked towards Fong Qin and asked, "You're the boss of the Eastern Servant District?" Fong Qin nodded and said, "You can say that." "Humph, a guy who hasn't even grown out his hair dares to call himself the boss of the Eastern Servant District? Is there no one else in the Eastern Servant District?" Dong Han laughed wildly. Seeing Dong Han's appearance, Fong Qin was very unhappy. He turned his head to look at Chin Tian and asked, "A servant from the Western Servant District was beaten up in our Eastern Servant District. Is there a problem?" Hearing this, Chin Tian was a little stunned, but he instantly understood Fong Qin's meaning. He nodded and said, "No problem." After receiving Chin Tian's answer, Fong Qin's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile as he looked at Dong Han. For some reason, Seeing Fong Chen's smile, Dong Han's heart actually had a trace of an indescribable fear. "Damn it." Dong Han cursed, then looked towards Fong Chen and said angrily, "Kid, you're courting death." Just as Dong Han's voice fell, the aura of a half-step condensing reality realm instantly exploded out. The wild aura caused countless servants in the surroundings to be shocked. However, before Dong Han could make a move, his body flew out like a cannonball. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'll leave the rest to you." Fong Chen didn't even look at Dong Han as he turned and left. Chen Tian recovered from his shock and nodded at Fong Chen. He then walked towards Dong Han, who was lying on the ground with a sinister smile. The crowd didn't see clearly how Fong Chen dealt with Dong Han. They only saw a flash of black light and Dong Han's body flew out. At this moment, Dong Han was also scared silly. He fell to the ground and stared blankly at Fong Chen in the distance. Bang at this moment, Chen Tian kicked Dong Han's body and directly woke him up. "Damn it, Chen Tian, you dare to hit me?" Dong Han saw Chen Tian kick him and roared angrily. "So what if I kicked you? Who told you to come to my eastern district and behave so atrociously?" Chen Tian sneered, then started punching and kicking Dong Han. Because he was seriously injured by Fong Chen, Dong Han couldn't resist Chen Tian's attacks. After a quarter of an hour, Dong Han was carried away by the servants of the Western District. Chen Tian felt very good. Ever since he came to the servant district, he had never felt as good as today. The boss of the Western District had been beaten to such a state. The servants of the Eastern District cheered endlessly. In a certain courtyard of the Southern Odd Job District, Dong Han was sitting on a stone bench in a sorry state. Beside him were two cultivators. "How did you end up like this?" The boss of the Southern District, Nan Meng, asked curiously. "Who beat you up like this? Could it be that you've offended a desolate sect disciple again?" The boss of the Northern District, Beihai, asked. Dong Han shook his head. His head had already turned into a pig's head. His nose was bruised and his entire body was in pain. His heart was filled with anger. "Big brothers, you must avenge me. I was beaten up like this by the boss of the Eastern District," Dong Han cried. After a while, Dong Han told the two of them the whole story. After the two of them heard the story, their faces became serious. "The new boss of the Eastern District actually beat you up like this." "He's too arrogant," Nan Meng said coldly. "Doesn't he know that the servant district is our territory? He dares to mess with us. He's really courting death," Beihai said gloomily. The two of them instantly made a decision. They would avenge Dong Han and teach the new boss of the Eastern District a lesson. Chapter 421. Nan Meng and Beihai immediately decided to teach the new boss of the Eastern Servant District a lesson. Let's go now. In the entire Servant District, Nan Meng and Beihai's strength was considered the top. With the two of them working together, they would not even be afraid of a condensing reality realm warrior. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Eastern Servant District. Seeing the two of them, the servants immediately understood that they were here to cause trouble for Fong Chen. Chen Tian, who had received the news in advance, quickly arrived at Fong Chen's residence. He warned Fong Chen, Boss Fong, the boss of the Southern Servant District, Nan Meng, and the boss of the Northern Servant District, Beihai, have arrived in a threatening manner. They seem to have come to avenge Dong Han. Hearing Chen Tian's words, Fong Chen did not care at all. He said, "It doesn't matter. Boss Fong, the two of them are very strong. I heard that when they work together, they would not even be afraid of a condensing reality realm warrior." Chen Tian reminded him again. However, Fong Chen did not care at all, which made Chen Tian feel a little helpless. Just as Chen Tian was about to say something, he suddenly heard a deep voice. Chen Tian knew that the two of them had arrived. "Fong Chen, get out here." Nan Meng's voice was very loud. It shook the entire Eastern Servant District. Fong Chen's door opened with a creak, and he walked out from inside. "You are Fong Chen?" Nan Meng saw Fong Qin. His face showed a trace of surprise. He did not expect Fong Qin to be so young. Yes, Fong Qin said. Kid, you have only been in the servant district for a short time. How dare you injure Dong Han? Are you looking for death? Bei Hai's temper was more violent. He roared angrily. Fong Qin shook his head slightly. The people of the servant district had come to cause trouble for him again and again. It seemed that he needed to show his true strength. If I were you too, I would go back now. Fong Qin sneered. Humph, let me, Bei Hai, fight you. As soon as Bei Hai's voice fell, he suddenly burst out with a powerful strength. A wild aura instantly swept across the entire land. However, just as Bei Hai was about to attack, an even more powerful aura burst out from Fong Qin's body. A wild sword intent emerged, carrying a strong hallucinatory aura. It instantly enveloped Bei Hai. In an instant, the North Sea fell into an illusion. Countless servants in the surroundings were shocked. When they sensed this wild aura, they retreated one after another. However, even though they retreated, they were still enveloped by the hallucinatory aura. Their eyes were dull as if they were zombies. Bei Hai. Seeing that Bei Hai had fallen into an illusion, Nan Meng roared. Suddenly, Bei Hai woke up from the illusion. His eyes flickered as he stared at Fong Qin. He said in a low voice, There's something strange about this kid. He knows illusions. Let's go together. At this moment, Nan Meng also realized how powerful Fong Qin was. Therefore, he was prepared to join forces with Bei Hai to encircle Fong Qin. Seeing the two of them working together, Fong Qin laughed coldly and said, It's useless. As soon as Fong Qin's voice fell, he performed the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. A wild sword intent instantly shot out from the hidden star sword. Whoosh! Bei Hai and Nan Meng's bodies were sent flying at the same time. How is this possible? Countless servants in the surroundings were shocked when they saw this scene. The sword intent around Fong Qin had actually caused their souls to tremble. He's too powerful. He defeated Bei Hai and Nan Meng with one sword. His strength is comparable to a condensing reality realm expert. He's really powerful. No one in the servant area is his match. It seems that he's the boss of the servant area from now on. Many servants were shocked. Fong Qin's strength was too strong. Even some of the nominal disciples were not as strong as Fong Qin. Fong Qin put away the hidden star sword and stood quietly on the ground. He looked at Bei Hai and Nan Meng, who were slowly getting up from the ground. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with fear. If he wanted to kill us, we would have been dead. Bei Hai was shocked. There was a storm in Nan Meng's heart. Fong Qin's strength had exceeded his imagination. It was not something that he could compare with. After a mental struggle, Nan Meng and Bei Hai revealed a bitter smile on their faces. Immediately, they cupped their hands together towards Fong Qin and said, Brother Fong, we were in the wrong previously. I hope that you will forgive us and let us off. My ambition is not here. You can continue to be the boss of the servant area. I will continue to cultivate. Fong Qin said softly, Thank you, Brother Fong. Hearing this, the two hurriedly left the eastern servant area. The news of Fong Qin taking on two experts by himself instantly spread throughout the odd job worker district. Countless odd job workers from the 4 odd job worker districts regarded Fong Qin as their boss. His strength was extremely powerful. Even if the bosses of the 4 odd job worker districts joined forces, they might not be his match. From then on, Fong Qin became the uncrowned king of the 4 servant areas. No one dared to disrespect Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin said that his ambition was not here. Normally, the 4 of them would be responsible for the affairs in the servant area. He would just cultivate quietly. Another 3 days passed. On this day, Fong Qin was walking in the eastern servant district. Suddenly, a few figures came from afar. Soaring Dragon, your current cultivation has already reached the late first level of the condensing reality realm. I hope you can cultivate well. This time, you came to the servant area to choose a few servants. When you return, try to break through to the second level of the condensing reality realm in one go. An elder said with a chuckle. This elder was the elder of the honorary disciple area. Ever since the soaring dragon Marquis joined the Baron sect and became an honorary disciple, he gradually revealed his frightening talent. In just a few months, the soaring dragon Marquis cultivation had already reached the late first level of the condensing reality realm. The elder had already regarded the soaring dragon Marquis as the honorary disciple with the greatest hope of breaking through to the second level of the condensing reality realm. On this day, the elder accompanied the soaring dragon Marquis and specially came to the servant area to choose a few servants to take care of the soaring dragon Marquis, food and lodging. I will work hard. Hearing this, the soaring dragon Marquis nodded heavily. Unknowingly, the soaring dragon Marquis and the elder had already arrived at the eastern servant area. This is the eastern servant area. You can choose a few servants here, the elder said with a smile. The soaring dragon Marquis nodded and the two continued forward. Suddenly, the elder saw Fong Chen walking forward. Immediately, he cried out, "That labor in front, come over here for a moment." Hearing the voice, Fong Chen was a little puzzled. He turned his head to look and shockingly discovered the soaring dragon Marquis. The latter had also discovered Fong Chen. After seeing Fong Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. The soaring dragon Marquis stopped in his tracks, his eyes burning as he looked at Fong Chen. And Fong Chen also walked step by step until he was in front of the soaring dragon Marquis. "Kid, what's your name?" the elder asked. "Fong Chen." Fong Chen replied. "Looks like you're not bad. From today onwards, you will follow the soaring dragon Marquis and be responsible for his food and lodging," the elder said with a smile. Without waiting for the elder to finish speaking, the soaring dragon Marquis opened his mouth to speak. "Fong Chen, you didn't die." The soaring dragon Marquis' heart was in a perilous situation. Fong Chen was actually able to survive the pursuit of a third-level condensing reality realm martial artist. Moreover, he came to the water-leaning city alone and joined the Baron sect. "I was lucky to escape," Fong Chen said with a smile. Seeing this, the soaring dragon Marquis' face also revealed a trace of a smile. He, the sword Marquis, Fong Chen, and the black armor Marquis had come out together from the Golden Crown Nation. They had spent a long time together, and their relationship was naturally very good. Originally, when he thought that Fong Chen had died, the soaring dragon Marquis was rather unhappy in his heart. But now, seeing Fong Chen standing in front of him alive and well, he was extremely excited. "Fong Chen, why are you in the servant area?" The soaring dragon Marquis was extremely puzzled and asked. Logically speaking, with Fong Chen's strength, he could absolutely directly become an honorary disciple of the Baron sect, or even an official disciple. Why was he in the servant area? "You two know each other." The elder at the side looked at Fong Chen in astonishment and asked. "Elder, Fong Chen came out with me from the Golden Crown Nation, but on the way to Water-leaning City, we got separated." The soaring dragon Marquis said with a smile. "That's good. Since you two already know each other, then let him be in charge of your daily life," the elder said. The soaring dragon Marquis slightly shook his head and said, "Elder, I don't have the qualifications to let Fong Chen be in charge of my daily life." "Why?" the elder asked, puzzled. The soaring dragon Marquis glanced at Fong Chen and then said, "Back then, before I had advanced to the condensing reality realm, Brother Fong's strength was already stronger than mine. The current him will only be stronger." "Oh, there's such a thing." Hearing this, the elder did not dare to believe it. Soon after, he looked at Fong Chen and asked, "How strong is your true strength?" Hearing this, Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, "I don't know exactly how strong I am, but it should be comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm." Elder, my talent is not even worth mentioning in front of Brother Fong. The soaring dragon Marquis said. The soaring dragon Marquis's strength naturally did not need to be mentioned. For the soaring dragon Marquis to hold this kid in such high regard, it seemed that he was not simple either. The elder had the thought of testing Fong Chen. Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around the elder's body. In the next moment, his large hand directly reached towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen sensed danger and instinctively dodged. At the same time, he threw out a punch. Bang! Fong Chen's fist collided with the elder's opponent, letting out a deafening sound. Fong Chen's body continuously retreated and finally stabilized himself. At this moment, the elder looked at Fong Chen with a burning gaze. To be able to block my attack, your true strength must be at least at the first level of the condensing reality realm, and your cultivation is only at the 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm. The elder's heart was filled with shock. What was a genius? This was a true genius. At the 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm, his strength was comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. This was definitely a genius among geniuses. This kind of genius is actually assigned to the servant area. What a joke! At this moment, the elder thought of this problem and said in a deep voice. After a while, the elder called the servant elder. Elder, why are you looking for me? The servant elder looked at the elder in the disciple area and said, respectfully, I want to ask for someone from you. Is that possible? The elder said directly, Of course. The servant elder said, Elder, you can choose whoever you like. I want him. The elder pointed at Fong Chen and said, Fong Chen. Looking at Fong Chen, the servant elder laughed and said, This kid is not bad. During the time he was in the servant area, he managed the medicine field in an orderly manner. He is a very good servant. Although he made mistakes before, it is better for him to learn from his mistakes and learn from them. Hearing the servant elder's words, the elder in the disciple area had the urge to explode. Such a genius, and you let him manage the medicine field? The elder did not say anything else, and directly left the servant area with Fong Chen and the soaring dragon Marquis. Of course, the elder also asked for Fong Chen's opinion. After getting Fong Chen's approval, he then left with Fong Chen. Genius. He is definitely a genius. This is the most powerful genius I have ever seen. At the 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm, he is already comparable to the first level of the condensing reality realm. If he reaches the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm, he will definitely be promoted to an official disciple. The elder thought to himself with a smile. Chapter 4:22. The purpose of coming to the southern mountain land was to increase his strength. The servant area was naturally not Fong Chen's choice. Therefore, when the elder suggested bringing him to the honorary disciple area, Fong Chen gladly agreed. Brother Fong, with your strength, it won't be long before you become an official disciple of the Baron sect. The soaring dragon Marquis said with a laugh. He was very happy that Fong Chen did not die. He also discovered that Fong Chen's strength had increased a lot compared to before. Fong Chen laughed and did not say anything. Soon, the elder brought Fong Chen to the honorary disciple area and found Elder Han, who was in charge of the honorary disciple area. Elder Han. The elder came to Elder Han's courtyard and smiled. Elderly, how come you have time to come here? Elder Han smiled. Elder Han, I just went to the servant area and found a genius disciple. I brought him here to show you. Elderly said, Him. Behind Elderly, besides Fong Chen, there was also the soaring dragon Marquis. Elder Han knew the soaring dragon Marquis, so he naturally knew that the genius disciple that Elderly mentioned was Fong Chen. That's right, it's him. I don't know which bastard elder it is to actually assign such an outstanding genius disciple to the service area. Luckily, I met him today, or else such a genius disciple would have been buried. Elder Li quickly said, Oh. Elder Han heard Elder Li's words and was a little curious about Fong Chen. After a minute, Elder Han found out that Fong Chen's real cultivation was at the 8th Chi-Hai realm, and his strength was comparable to the first condensing reality realm. He was shocked. Within the Chi-Hai realm, crossing realms was not a big deal, but crossing realms from the Chi-Hai realm to the condensing reality realm was definitely a genius among geniuses. There was a fundamental difference between the Chi-Hai realm and the condensing reality realm. A warrior without a Dharma idol, no matter how strong he was, would not be able to defeat a warrior with a Dharma idol. However, Fong Chen's appearance made Elder Han's jaw drop. 8th Chi-Hai realm. When Elder Han thought of this, he was extremely excited. Such a monstrous genius at such a young age. He felt as if he had picked up a treasure. Haha, Oldly, you did well in this matter. Elder Han laughed loudly. It's been a long time since a disciple from our nominal disciple area has been promoted to an official disciple. The higher-ups of the sect are dissatisfied with our nominal disciple area. This kid's appearance is absolutely timely. Elder Han laughed. At the 8th Chi-Hai realm, he already has the power of a late-stage condensing reality realm warrior. If he reaches the 9th Chi-Hai realm, or even higher, he will definitely be qualified to become an official disciple. Elder Han continued. The two elders laughed heartily. Fong Chen and the soaring dragon Marquis stood to the side, not saying a word. After a long while, Elder Han calmed down the excitement in his heart. Then he looked at Fong Chen and said, Fong Chen, from today onwards, you are a registered disciple of the Baron sect. You must train well. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. Thank you, Elder. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Not long after, the news of Fong Chen becoming a nominal disciple spread throughout the entire nominal disciple area. Even the 4 servant areas knew about it. No wonder, he is the boss of our servant area. He became a nominal disciple so quickly. His cultivation hasn't reached the condensing reality realm yet. This is an exception. In the history of our servant area, this hasn't happened for a long time. So powerful. When I first saw him, I felt that he was very powerful. In the 4 servant areas, many of the servants were discussing and praising Fong Chen's power. At the same time, the bosses of the 4 servant areas were also scared. Luckily, they all recognized Fong Chen and didn't find trouble with Fong Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Any one of the nominal disciples would be able to crush them like ants. The strength of a nominal disciple wasn't something that servants like them could compare to. However, while they were discussing Fong Chen, the disciples of the 4 servant areas were also working hard on their cultivation. After being stimulated by Fong Chen, they also wanted to be promoted to nominal disciple. The nominal disciple area. This was Fong Chen's 3rd month in the Baron sect. During the first 2 months, Fong Chen had been cultivating. Now he finally arrived at the nominal disciple area. However, Fong Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. First-level condensing reality realm disciples were all nominal disciples and weren't considered official disciples. In order to become an official disciple of the Baron sect, one's cultivation had to reach the 2nd-level condensing reality realm. There were a total of 50 nominal disciples in the nominal disciple area. Most of these nominal disciples were at the mid-condensing reality realm. There were very few late condensing reality realm warriors. In the nominal disciple area, the soaring dragon Marquis was considered an influential figure. After only being in the Baron sect for a few months, he had already become one of the top warriors in the nominal disciple area. This made countless nominal disciples look up to him. Many of the nominal disciples were usually working hard on their cultivation. However, one day they suddenly heard that a new disciple had arrived in the nominal disciple area. If it was a normal day, a new disciple wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone was already used to it. However, when everyone found out that this new disciple was only at the 8th level of Chi-Hai realm, they were all shocked. How could an 8th level Chi-Hai realm warrior become a nominal disciple? Most of the nominal disciples even thought that there was an inside story. There were even some disciples who shamelessly boasted that they would teach this nominal disciple who came in through the back door a lesson. In short, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the nominal disciple area. In the nominal disciple area, in the courtyard of the soaring dragon marquee. After all, the Baron sect was a big sect in the water-leaning city. Even in the southern mountain region, it could be considered one of the top sects. As a nominal disciple of the Baron sect, the treatment was pretty good. Every disciple had their own courtyard. At this moment, in the courtyard of the soaring dragon marquee, Fang Chen and the soaring dragon marquee were sitting quietly and chatting. Brother Fang, ever since we parted that day, the two of us went through untold hardships to come to the water-leaning city. After that, the Black Armor Marquis chose Li Jinghong's sect, while I came to the Baron sect. The two of us made a decision. As long as our cultivation reached the third condensing reality realm, we would take revenge for you. The soaring dragon marquis said, "Who would have thought that you actually didn't die? That's great." Hearing this, Fang Chen grinned and said, "Many thanks." "Brother Fang, why are you telling me this? We are both from the Golden Guan country. Naturally, we have to take care of each other," the soaring dragon marquis said straightforwardly. After that, the soaring dragon marquis gave Fang Chen a general introduction of the Baron sect. The Baron sect was a peak 2-star sect. It was only one step away from becoming a 3-star sect. In the entire southern mountain range, there were a total of 3 3-star sects. The Divine Statue sect in the water-leaning city was one of them. The other 2 3-star sects were in other places. The Baron sect was extremely huge. The hierarchy between the disciples was very strict. If one wanted to join the Baron sect, they had to go through a strict test. If one's cultivation was below the condensing reality realm, one could only become an errand boy. One would start from an errand boy step by step. When one's cultivation reached the first condensing reality realm, one could be promoted to a registered disciple. Of course, registered disciples were not considered official disciples of the Baron sect. Registered disciples only had a certain amount of potential to become official disciples. When a registered disciple's cultivation reached the second condensing reality realm, they could be promoted to an official disciple. Of course, in the condensing reality realm, each level was harder than the last. Going from the first level to the second level was also extremely difficult. Moreover, registered disciples could not enjoy the resources of the sect. Therefore, in the registered disciple area, no one had been promoted to an official disciple for a year. This made the upper echelons of the Baron sect slightly dissatisfied. As expected of a big sect, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. When he was in the Golden Crown country, he thought that the 9 2-star sects were already very powerful. But now, it seemed that the 9 2-star sects could barely be considered as a 2-star sect in the Golden Crown country. If they were placed in the Baron sect, they would not even be considered a 2-star sect. Yes, a top 2-star sect. Their foundation is too strong. The soaring dragon marquis could not help but sigh. Then, are there any above the official disciples? Fang Chen asked. This kind of big sect definitely did not only have official disciples. There might even be some elite disciples. Those with a cultivation between the second condensing reality realm to the 5th condensing reality realm are all official disciples. Those with a cultivation of the 6th condensing reality realm can become core disciples. The soaring dragon marquis said faintly. Those who could reach the 6th condensing reality realm were already considered the top experts among the younger generation in the southern mountain range. How many core disciples are there in the Baron sect? Fang Chen asked. 9. The soaring dragon marquis said. Cultivating in the condensing reality realm, each level was harder than the last. Wanting to cultivate to the 6th condensing reality realm was extremely difficult. Even within the 3-star sect in the southern mountain range, there were probably not many disciples above the 6th condensing reality realm. Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded his head. The southern mountain range already had experts as common as clouds. He wondered what the Five Elements region, or even the entire ancient Sword continent, would be like. At this time, Fong Qin once again thought of the outer realms that the expert who died had mentioned. The ancient Sword continent was only a small place. The real stage was the outer realms. Actually, in the eyes of the experts, the southern mountain range is also a small place. Fong Qin thought to himself. At this moment, he was even more eager to increase his strength. From the portrait he saw in the Golden Guan Nation, Fong Qin guessed that his mother's family should be a big family in the outer realms. That kind of big family was not something that the ancient Sword continent could compare to. If he wanted to find his mother, he had to grow up. The road ahead is still long. Fong Qin sighed in his heart. At this time, the soaring dragon Marquis continued, "Us honorary disciples are basically unable to enjoy the resources of the sect. However, in the honorary disciple area, there are two places to cultivate. One is the body tempering pool." Body tempering pool? Fong Qin was puzzled. This was the first time he had heard of the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool was specially created by the Baron sect for the honorary disciples. Within the body tempering pool, there is a large amount of precious body tempering liquid. The honorary disciples are all at the first condensing reality realm and have just condensed their Dharma idol. Therefore, their physical bodies are relatively weak. The soaring dragon Marquis said, "What is the effect of this body tempering pool?" Fong Qin asked. When a martial artist enters the body tempering pool, they can soak in the body tempering liquid and let the body tempering liquid strengthen their physical bodies. For a first condensing reality realm martial artist, the effect is very good. But for a second condensing reality realm martial artist, the effect is not good. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Chapter 4:23. Competition. Yes, it's competition. It's very intense. In the entire honorary disciple area, all the disciples have their eyes on the body tempering pool. However, because the maintenance of the body tempering pool requires a large amount of spirit stones, the sect set it up that it can only hold 5 people at a time. In other words, as long as these 5 people stay in the body tempering pool, the others will not be able to enter. The soaring dragon Marquis said. Fong Qin nodded. For such a large sect, the amount of spirit stones spent every day must be a shocking number. Therefore, it was understandable for them to make such a decision. After all, this was the honorary disciple area. Being able to build a body tempering pool was already considered pretty good. In the past, in front of the body tempering pool, the disciples would often fight with each other. It was extremely chaotic. However, later on, the disciples reached a unanimous decision. That is, the time in the body tempering pool will be allocated according to strength. The soaring dragon Marquis continued. In the honorary disciple area, there were a total of 50 honorary disciples. They were ranked according to strength. The higher the ranking, the longer the time in the body tempering pool. Up until now, the soaring dragon martial Marquis was already ranked second among the honorary disciples. The first was a warrior at the peak of the condensing reality realm. He and the soaring dragon martial Marquis were the 2 warriors with the highest hopes of becoming an official disciple. After understanding the body tempering pool, the soaring dragon Marquis continued to talk about the other training ground. What is the other training ground? Fong Qin asked. The other training ground is also tailor-made by the sect for us honorary disciples. It's called the Sea of Souls. The soaring dragon Marquis laughed. Fong Qin was a little confused about the Sea of Souls. He asked, puzzled. The upper echelons of the sect once said that us honorary disciples must not only increase our strength, but also increase the strength of our physical body and soul. This is to prepare for becoming an official disciple in the future. The soaring dragon Marquis said, the Sea of Souls is a very mysterious place. The reason why it's called the Sea of Souls is because when a warrior enters it, it's like being in the sea. It can effectively increase the strength of a warrior's soul. Of course, it's only useful for us honorary disciples. Is the Sea of Souls also ranked? Feng Chen asked. He didn't need the soaring dragon marquis to know what kind of existence the Sea of Souls was. It was truly unexpected that the Baron sect would nurture their disciples in such a comprehensive manner. There's no need for the Soul Sea, because not every disciple can enter the Soul Sea. Some disciples whose souls are too weak can only stand at the edge of the Soul Sea. As for the stronger disciples, they can enter the depths of the Soul Sea. This will depend on how strong they are, the soaring dragon marquis said. Feng Chen nodded when he heard this. Brother Feng, you are currently an honorary disciple. However, with your potential, becoming an official disciple will not be a problem. However, you need to make preparations in advance. Just what do you want to major in? The soaring dragon marquis suddenly said. Oh, Feng Chen asked, puzzled. Among the official disciples of the Baron sect, there are a total of 3 schools. The first school is the School of Physical Bodies. They specialize in the cultivation of their physical bodies. They believe that the physical body is the foundation of a martial artist, and that all enemies can be destroyed with strength. The second school is the School of Martial Arts. They do not have many requirements for the physical body. They specialize in the martial Tao and are proficient in various exquisite cultivation methods. Their attack power is very strong, but their defense is average. The third school is the School of Soul Souls. Martial artists of the School of Soul Souls specialize in the cultivation of their souls. Their souls are extremely powerful, and when facing an enemy, they can often heavily injure their opponent's soul. Although there are very few disciples of the School of Soul Souls, the disciples of this school are very frightening. After the soaring dragon marquis finished his introduction, Feng Chen was also extremely shocked. He never thought that the small Baron sect would actually be divided into 3 schools. What should I choose? Feng Chen shook his head slightly and did not think too much about it. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since he arrived at the honorary disciple area. In these 3 days, Feng Chen had basically familiarized himself with the honorary disciple area. When he was more or less familiar with it, Feng Chen prepared to begin his cultivation. His first destination was naturally the Soul Sea. His soul had been at the peak of the red rank for a long time, but it had been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to advance any further. The Soul Sea in the honorary disciple area might be an opportunity. On this day, Feng Chen arrived at the mountain peak where the Soul Sea was located early in the morning. Although it was called the Soul Sea, it was actually a very wide plaza. This plaza was very large, but the plaza was surrounded by an extremely dense soul force. When Feng Chen arrived at the Soul Sea, he had already sensed this soul force. At this moment, there were a few honorary disciples standing in front of the Soul Sea. They were all thinking about how to enter the Soul Sea. Some of the disciples had sharp eyes and saw Feng Chen. Isn't this the new honorary disciple? I heard that his cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. Humph. Didn't he just enter through the back door? What's so great about that? Many of the honorary disciples were very dissatisfied with Feng Chen, who entered through the back door. They even felt disgusted. Therefore, when they saw Feng Chen, they deliberately ridiculed him. Feng Chen didn't care about this. He directly ignored these people's ridicule and arrived in front of the Soul Sea. Feng Chen's disregard made these disciples even angrier. One of the short disciples took a step forward and walked in front of Feng Chen. He said coldly, Feng Chen, your cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How can you become an honorary disciple? I, Meng Ran, refuse to accept this. Then what do you want? Feng Chen asked. Fight with me. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, then I, Meng Ran, will never bother you again. Meng Ran said coldly. Meng Ran was ranked around 40 out of the 50 honorary disciples. He wasn't very strong, but he had a friend who was ranked in the top 10. Therefore, he was very arrogant. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to provoke him. Bang Mang Ran had just finished his words when he found that his body was uncontrollably sent flying. The surrounding honorary disciples were all shocked. As bystanders, they naturally saw what had happened. Fang Chen had sent Mang Ran flying with a simple punch. How is this possible? This kid's cultivation hasn't even reached the condensing reality realm. How could he send Mang Ran flying with a single punch? To be able to send Mang Ran flying with a single punch, it seems like this kid didn't become an honorary disciple through the back door. Mang Ran was sent flying. Immediately, countless honorary disciples started discussing. The way they looked at Fang Chen changed. Mang Ran, who had fallen on the ground, immediately stood up. He coldly looked at Fang Chen and said angrily, "Kid, you actually sneak attacked me. I'm going to kill you. You're so stupid that you can become an honorary disciple." Hearing this, Fang Chen sneered and said, "Look at yourself. Is there a dark blue bruise on your stomach? If I used a little more force, your qi would definitely be damaged." Hearing Fang Chen's words, Mang Ran's face slightly changed. He lifted his clothes and found a fist-sized, dark blue bruise on his stomach. Seeing this, Mang Ran was shocked. This bruise was aimed at the qi realm. If Fang Chen had used a little more force, his qi would have hit his dantian. Even if his qi was not destroyed, it would have been damaged. Thinking of this, Mang Ran took a deep breath. He looked at Fang Chen with a trace of fear in his eyes. He then turned around and quickly left. The remaining honorary disciples were not as strong as Mang Ran. Since Mang Ran was sent flying by Fang Chen, they naturally did not dare to attack Fang Chen. Just like this, Fang Chen took care of the fly and entered the Sea of Soul. Just as he entered the Sea of Soul, Fang Chen felt a wild soul power surrounding his body. So this is the Sea of Soul. Fang Chen looked around and found that his soul had actually begun to move. Threads of soul power appeared in his mind uncontrollably and happily walked through his Sea of Soul. What a wonderful feeling! Fang Chen instantly felt his soul become very comfortable. The Sea of Soul was very wonderful. As expected of the Sea of Soul, after a long time he couldn't help but sigh. The Sea of Soul was incomparably mysterious. Fang Chen's soul had actually been nourished in such a short time. It was incomparably comfortable. I wonder which almighty expert created this Sea of Soul. Fang Chen faintly said. Just as Fang Chen was speaking, the python sword suddenly began to tremble. In the next moment, the bronze ancestor's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. Chapter 4:24. Ancestor Bronze had not spoken for a long time. Who would have thought that he would speak up now? "This is the Baron sect," Fang Chen said simply. Ancestor Bronze chuckled and said, "Although this place is a bit rubbish, the soul power here can help my remnant consciousness recover a little." Hearing Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen was stunned. Then a smile appeared on his face. Ancestor Bronze had been dead for 10,000 years. It was good that he could leave behind a remnant consciousness. However, a remnant consciousness was still a remnant consciousness. After a long time it would weaken. However, Ancestor Bronze was very excited when he saw the Sea of Souls. Although this place was rubbish to him when he was at his peak, it was very helpful to his remnant consciousness. "Kid, try to go deeper," Ancestor Bronze said. Fang Chen nodded and continued to go deeper. As he went deeper, Fang Chen found that the resistance in the Sea of Souls was getting stronger and stronger. His soul also felt a wave of pain. After a while, Fang Chen stopped. His soul had reached its limit and could not go further. If he went further, his soul would not be able to withstand it. "The soul power here is still a bit thin," Ancestor Bronze complained. Fang Chen was also helpless. He could only raise his soul power to the orange level in the Sea of Souls as soon as possible. Then he could go deeper. Right after Fang Chen entered the Sea of Soul, a few warriors arrived. The leader was a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. His name was Hyang, and he was ranked 30th among the nominal disciples. He was originally cultivating, but Mang Ran called him over. "Who hurt you?" Hyang asked. "Even if it was him, brother He, you have to avenge me," Mang Ran said angrily. "Humph, a mere newcomer dares to bully you. You're really courting death." Hyang stared at Fang Qin, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. They waited there. After about 15 minutes, Fang Qin finally came out. Seeing Mang Ran, Fang Qin realized something. However, there was no fear on his face. "You hurt Mang Ran?" Hyang asked. "Otherwise." Fang Qin asked back. "Brat, you're quite stubborn, aren't you?" Hyang sneered. "My mouth matches my strength," Fang Qin said, not backing down at all. "Good, good, good. I shall see exactly how capable you are." As soon as Hyang's voice fell, a wild aura shot up into the sky. In the next moment, Hyang launched a fierce attack on Fang Qin. Just as Fang Qin was about to suppress Hyang, the little mouse suddenly appeared on Fang Qin's shoulder. It jumped in front of Hyang before Fang Qin. A faint purple halo appeared on its little paws as it pounced on Hyang. Crack! When Hyang saw a little mouse attacking him, he sneered and threw a punch at the little mouse. However, something amazing happened. The little mouse was not sent flying by Hyang's punch. Instead, Hyang let out a miserable cry. Bang, bang, bang. Hyang's body kept retreating. When he stabilized his body, he was shocked to find that his fist was covered in blood. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. Damn it! Hyang looked at his fist and was furious. He felt humiliated to be injured by a little mouse. At this moment, Fang Qin did not notice the furious Hyang at all. His eyes were focused on the little mouse. He realized that the little mouse had unknowingly advanced to the next level, condensing reality realm. Fang Qin thought in his heart. At this moment, the little mouse was emitting a terrifying aura. Fang Qin could clearly feel that the little mouse was different from before. Crash! When the little mouse saw Hyang attacking again, it opened its mouth and bit down on Hyang's fist. With a crack, Hyang's fist was bitten off by the little mouse. What a joke! It could even break a meteorite. What could a mere fist do? Ah! A miserable scream came out of Hyang's mouth. He looked at the little mouse in horror, as if he was looking at a monster. The few disciples who followed him were also completely stunned. Where did this little mouse come from? Why were its teeth so hard that it could even break Hyang's fist? A condensing reality, realm demonic beast. The few disciples' hearts trembled as they secretly said, "Get lost. You can't even beat my spirit pet, and you still want to challenge me?" Fang Qin sneered and said. Hyang, who was screaming miserably, looked at the little mouse with fear in his eyes when he heard Fang Qin's words. He quickly disappeared. In front of the Sea of Soul, many of the disciples were shocked. Fang Qin was not only powerful, but also had such a powerful spirit pet. After the little mouse defeated Hyang, it kept chattering nonstop. It seemed to be communicating with Fang Qin. "You mean you are now an adult?" Fang Qin asked. The little mouse quickly nodded. In its race after reaching adulthood, it would directly become a condensing reality, realm demonic beast. Fang Qin nodded and asked curiously, "Then why can't you speak human language?" Some demonic beasts, after reaching a certain level, could transform into human form and could even speak human language. The little mouse was a bit strange. It could not speak human language until now. The little mouse slightly shook its head, indicating that it did not know either. No matter what, the little mouse reaching the condensing reality realm was a good thing for Fang Qin. After reaching the condensing reality realm, the little mouse's combat power would not be much weaker than Fang Qin's. The news of Hyang's defeat instantly spread in the area of the disciples. Of course, the most shocking thing was not Fang Qin's strength, but Fang Qin's spirit pet. What did you say? A spirit pet actually bit off Hyang's fist. Fang Qin's spirit pet, a little mouse, easily defeated Hiong, and even bit off his fist. A newcomer actually has such a powerful spirit pet. This spirit pet must be a mutated spirit pet, damn it. I must find a way to get it. For a time, in the entire area of the disciples, many disciples secretly had their eyes on Fong Chen's spirit pet. When Fong Chen heard this news, he did not care at all because the disciples in the area of the disciples could not snatch his spirit pet. In the next few days, there were many disciples who came to challenge Fong Chen, but they were all beaten up by the little mouse. One day, the little mouse had just beaten up a disciple when it was taken away by Fong Chen and left the independent courtyard, and once again came to the Sea of Soul. Entering the Sea of Soul with ease, Fong Chen refined his soul while casting the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. At the same time, Fong Chen took out the python sword and placed it beside him. The python sword was constantly trembling, and traces of soul power were constantly drilling into the python sword. Old Ancestor Bronze laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, my remnant consciousness will definitely grow stronger. Old Ancestor Bronze was wildly absorbing the soul power in the Sea of Soul, and Fong Chen was also working hard to cultivate. Time passed bit by bit, and in the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At a certain moment, Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and he found that the Daluo Soul Killer Flame had been cultivated to the 3rd level. At the 3rd level, the power of the Daluo Soul Killer Flame was even more tyrannical. At this moment, Fong Chen's mind moved, and he cast the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. With a whoosh, a spirit flame appeared in the Sea of Soul. So strong! Fong Chen was very excited. However, at this moment, Fong Chen suddenly found that a little bit of orange had appeared in his soul. Am I going to break through? Fong Chen saw the little bit of orange and was very excited. The red class and the orange class were also a hurdle. Fortunately, Fong Chen had previous experience, so it was relatively easier for him than the average person. After discovering this, Fong Chen began to wildly absorb the soul power in the Sea of Soul. As time passed, Fong Chen found that the orange light in his soul became more and more intense. In the end, his entire soul turned orange. Buzz! Suddenly, Fong Chen heard a sound in his soul. Then, Fong Chen found that his soul had undergone a qualitative leap. Under Fong Chen's efforts, his soul, which was at the pinnacle of the red class, had finally reached the orange class. At this moment, Fong Chen felt a sense of emptiness in his soul. It was extremely comfortable. I've finally reached the orange class. Chapter 425 Early Orange Level Soul. Rank 2 Soul Cultivation. Soul cultivation had always been a very mysterious and powerful cultivation system. Fong Chen had accidentally become a soul cultivator, and now his soul cultivation had finally reached rank 2. Rank 2 soul cultivation corresponded to the 9th layer of the condensing reality realm. Fong Chen was only at the early stage of rank 2 soul cultivation. Therefore, with his current strength, defeating a first layer of the condensing reality realm martial artist was not a problem at all. Against a second layer of the condensing reality realm martial artist, he was powerless. Once my soul cultivation level has completely stabilized, it will be fine. Fong Chen thought to himself. Although right now, if he were to fight against a second-level condensing reality realm martial artist, his overall strength was still very strong. At least in the registered disciple area, there was no one who could be his opponent. Even the disciple who claimed to be number 1 among the nominal disciples was no match for Fong Chen. Crash! Fong Chen suddenly opened his eyes. After his soul had broken through, his cultivation had become extremely slow. He was ready to stop cultivating. At this time, the python sword had also returned to Fong Chen's space ring. Then, Fong Chen left the Sea of Soul. Not long after arriving at the registered disciple area, Fong Chen's strength had improved greatly. All of this made Fong Chen very happy. Although he was a registered disciple of the Baron sect and was not an official disciple, the Baron sect still had clear rules. That was, he had to complete missions assigned by the sect on a regular basis. These missions were issued by the sect to test the registered disciples. One day, Elder Li found Fang Qin and told Fang Qin that he had yet to complete a mission in the registered disciple area and needed to do so. Registered disciples were required to complete a mission every month in order to pass the test. Of course, they could also choose to complete a year's worth of missions in one go. After receiving the news, Fang Qin went straight to the mission hall. The mission hall was the place where the registered disciple area issued missions. After arriving, Fang Qin found that there were a lot of missions in the mission hall. Of course, the missions were also divided into different levels. There were normal missions, low-level missions, mid-level missions, high-level missions, dangerous missions, extremely dangerous missions, and even death missions. In short, the higher the level of the mission, the more dangerous it was. As for the legendary death mission, no one dared to accept it. Of course, the levels of these missions were relative to the nominal disciples. As for the official disciples, they also had their own levels. As a nominal disciple, they had to complete at least one low-level mission every month. Some nominal disciples deliberately chose low-level missions in order to not waste their cultivation time and quickly complete them before returning to cultivate. When Fang Qin arrived at the mission hall, he carefully observed for a moment. Normal and low-level missions had all been taken up by people. There weren't even many mid-tier missions left. Fang Qin glanced around and suddenly found a quest. The reason why Fang Qin was attracted to this quest was because of the reward. Condensing reality, Realm Warrior's grave was found in a mountain range 100 miles away from the water-leaning city. Let's explore the grave. This was the content of the quest. The quest only said that the warrior was to explore the grave. As for the items obtained from the grave, they would all belong to the warrior. Although a condensing reality, Realm Warrior's grave, wasn't that attractive to the official disciples of the Baron sect, it was still very attractive to the nominal disciples. Interesting. Fang Qin grinned and said. Fang Qin took a closer look. Since this mission to explore the tomb was a dangerous mission, Fang Qin knew that it would be dangerous. Dangerous mission? Fang Qin was extremely puzzled. At this moment, the soaring dragon, Marquis, appeared. He explained to Fang Qin, the reason why this tomb exploration quest is a dangerous mission is because other sects' disciples may also go. Hearing the soaring dragon Marquis words, Fang Qin instantly understood. This tomb wasn't only known to the Baron sect, but also to the other sects' disciples. They would also send their disciples in. However, after pondering for a moment, Fang Qin accepted the quest. To accept a dangerous mission, you need to pay 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. The staff member said softly when he heard that Fang Qin wanted to accept a dangerous mission. Fang Qin was startled. He was a little puzzled. Accepting a mission actually required spirit stones. Every mission issued by the sect will allow the disciple to obtain more or less inherited treasures. Therefore, there will naturally be a small fee. After all, the sect's expenditure is also very high. The staff member explained. Fang Qin was relieved. He then paid 100,000 high-grade spirit stones and successfully accepted the mission. Remember, only by bringing back an item from the grave can the mission be considered completed. Otherwise, even if you explore the grave, you will not be able to confirm whether you have completed the mission. The staff member reminded. Fang Qin, be careful. The soaring dragon, Marquis, reminded. Fang Qin nodded, then turned and left. It was the first time he had accepted a mission, and he had accepted a dangerous mission. This caused many of the nominal disciples in the mission hall to be extremely surprised. Fang Qin ignored the crowd and directly left the Baron sect, appearing on the streets of Leaning Water City. When accepting the mission, Fang Qin received a map. This map marked the route to the grave of the condensing reality realm expert. Soon, Fang Qin left Leaning Water City. He then followed the route on the map and headed towards the mountain range 100 miles away. When Fong Chen arrived at the mountain range, it was already noon. He plunged into the mountain range. According to the markings on the map, the grave of the condensing reality realm expert should be in the depths of the mountain range. Fong Chen looked at the map and said in a low voice. He then quickly headed towards the grave. At this moment, there were many cultivators in the mountain range, rushing towards the grave. Among them, there was a cultivator that Fong Chen was familiar with, the Black Armor Marquis of the Divine Statue Sect. After the Black Armor Marquis entered the Divine Statue Sect, he was naturally also a nominal disciple. However, the nominal disciples of the Divine Statue Sect were treated much better than the nominal disciples of the Baron Sect. Because he received Li Jinghong's comprehensive care, the Black Armor Marquis cultivation increased faster than the Soaring Dragon Marquis. Currently, the Black Armor Marquis had already reached the peak of the first condensing reality realm. He was only a step away from the second condensing reality realm. This time, the Black Armor Marquis accepted the mission to complete it and obtain the mission reward. Then he would break through the bottleneck and reach the second condensing reality realm. Beside the Black Armor Marquis, there were a few nominal disciples. They looked at the Black Armor Marquis with great respect. "Senior Brother Black Armor, we are almost at the grave." One of the disciples said in a low voice, "Continue forward." The Black Armor Marquis said. The disciples of the Divine Statue Sect continued forward. Of course, the Divine Statue Sect and the Baron Sect were not the only ones who wanted to explore the grave. There were also disciples from other sects. When Fong Chen arrived at the grave, he was shocked to find that the grave had already been opened by someone. It was obvious that someone had entered the grave. Someone beat us to it. Fong Chen was slightly startled. He immediately plunged into the grave. After entering the grave, Fong Chen discovered that he was in a very dark and narrow passage. The passage was pitch black and he could not see anything. Fong Chen quickly advanced through the passage. After a while, Fong Chen walked out of the passage. After leaving the passage, Fong Chen discovered that he was in an underground palace. However, Fong Chen was puzzled. Why did this underground palace look like a maze? Fong Chen stood in the underground palace and looked around. In the end, he chose a path and continued forward. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. During this day, many disciples entered the grave. Fong Chen walked around for a day and finally found some clues. He found some gaps in the maze. He used the gaps and finally walked out of the maze. After walking out of the maze, Fong Chen discovered 3 stone doors. At this moment, a few figures appeared in the maze. Yes, someone came here early. A trace of killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 3 cultivators. They looked at each other and said, "Senior Brother, what should we do?" A short cultivator asked in a low voice. At this moment, Senior Brother took a step forward. He looked at Fong Chen and asked, "Brother, the 3 of us are disciples of the Heavenly Crane Sect. May I know who you are?" "Baron Sect," Fong Chen said softly. His gaze was completely focused on the 3 stone doors. Hearing that Fong Chen was from the Baron Sect, Senior Brother, whose eyes revealed a trace of fear. Then the 3 of them exchanged glances and finally made a decision. "Brother, this grave is very strange. Why don't we work together?" Senior Brother, who said as he walked towards Fong Chen. Fong Chen ignored the 3 of them. Just as Senior Brother who approached Fong Chen, a wild aura suddenly rushed towards him. In the next moment, Senior Brother who roared and a long saber appeared in his hand. He directly stabbed it towards Fong Chen. Humph! After the 3 of them appeared, Fong Chen had been on guard. At this moment, seeing Senior Brother whose long saber stabbing towards him, Fong Chen coldly snorted and instantly unleashed the Daluo soul-killing flame. A soul flame suddenly appeared above his head. Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and glared at Senior Brother Hu. The latter instantly fell into an illusion. His eyes were dull like a walking corpse. He even forgot to attack Fong Qin. It was also at this moment that the soul flame drilled into Senior Brother Hu's head. In the next moment, Senior Brother Hu let out a miserable cry. Then his body went limp and fell to the ground, lifeless. This sudden scene also caused the other two people to be extremely shocked. His strength! One of the cultivators shouted in horror. Run! Senior Brother, who was the strongest among the three of them. If even Senior Brother, who wasn't a match for this person, they would only be courting death if they stayed. As they spoke, the two of them directly drilled into the maze and disappeared in an instant. You guys ran fast enough. Fong Qin sneered as he watched the two disappear into the distance. Chapter 4:26. Not long after Fong Qin entered the stone door, many figures appeared in front of the maze. There's a stone door! Someone exclaimed. Then, everyone chose a stone door and entered it. Of course, there were also some disciples who were trapped in the maze and could not come out. After Fong Qin entered the middle stone door, he found that there was a stone room behind it. The stone room was empty. At this moment, there was a figure at the front of the stone room. When the figure saw Fong Qin enter, he was surprised and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "And who are you?" Fong Qin asked back. "I am Hu Quan, a disciple of the Crane Sky sect." Hu Quan's eyes were cold as he looked at Fong Qin. Fong Qin noticed Hu Quan's hand. When Fong Qin entered, his hand was behind him. If Fong Qin was not wrong, there was something in his hand. When Fong Qin approached Hu Quan, the latter subconsciously retreated. This further proved Fong Qin's guess. Then Fong Qin said, "Hand over the thing in your hand, and I can spare your life." Hearing Fong Qin's words, Hu Quan sneered and said, "Kid, who do you think you are? You dare to speak like this in front of me? You are courting death." As soon as Hu Quan finished speaking, he suddenly exploded with a wild aura. He clenched his fist and punched out. Hu Quan's cultivation was at the late stage of the condensing reality realm, which was the same as the soaring dragon marquis. If Fong Qin had not broken through, it might be a little difficult for him to deal with Hu Quan. But now he did not care about Hu Quan at all. The 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. Fong Qin took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. Suddenly, a wild sword intent came out of his sword. The next moment, a sword light with an illusory aura pierced towards Hu Quan. Hu Quan was about to attack when he suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had fallen into an illusion. The next moment, he suddenly woke up. He shook his head hard and looked at Fong Qin with fear. "The sword light carries an illusion," Hu Quan said coldly. Bang Fong Qin's sword light collided with Hu Quan's fist, instantly forcing Hu Quan to retreat. At this moment, Fong Qin unleashed the 3rd level of the great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame. The wild spiritual flame drilled into Hu Quan's head. Hu Quan subconsciously tried to block it, but he suddenly realized that he had once again fallen into an illusion. "Damn it!" Hu Quan roared and woke up from the illusion. However, he was shocked to discover that his soul had been severely injured. Hu Quan screamed miserably. His soul was quickly dissipating. He looked coldly at Fong Qin and roared angrily, "Kid, I'm going to kill you." Hu Quan knew that he was in a critical situation, but he wanted to drag someone down with him. Crack before Hu Quan could get close to Fong Qin, he was pierced by the latter's sword. In the end, Hu Quan's body fell limply to the ground. At the same time, a crystal ball fell to the ground. Fong Qin took Hu Quan's spatial ring, picked up the crystal ball, and opened it on the spot. Then Fong Qin discovered that Hu Quan's spatial ring was completely empty. There was nothing inside. In the end, Fong Qin's gaze locked onto the crystal ball. The crystal ball was incomparably cold. What an icy aura! Fong Qin was puzzled. He carefully examined the crystal ball. At this moment, the stone door opened once more. A large number of martial artists entered the stone room. As soon as they entered, they discovered a corpse lying on the ground. It's the crane celestial sex Hu Quan. He actually died here, someone exclaimed. There were also some martial artists who discovered Fong Chen. They stared at Fong Chen with dread. It must be him. He killed Hu Quan. He's too dangerous. He's definitely holding a supreme treasure from the tomb. Let's join hands and capture him. Then we can take the supreme treasure. That's right. Although he's powerful, he's definitely not our match if we join hands. There were about 10 martial artists who entered the stone room. They were all at the first level of the condensing reality realm. Hearing their words, Fong Chen frowned. Then he put away the crystal ball and took out the hidden star sword. His body was surrounded by an extremely dense sword intent. His eyes flashed with killing intent. You want to follow in Hu Quan's footsteps? Fong Chen's voice was extremely cold. Humph, who do you think you are? There are so many of us. Let's see what you can do. Suddenly, a martial artist erupted with a fierce aura and directly attacked Fong Chen. Seeing this, the other martial artists also launched fierce attacks. Seeing this scene, Fong Chen's wrist shook. The hidden star sword swung out a wild sword light. The next moment, the illusory aura directly enveloped the martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack. This martial artist instantly fell into an illusion. Then, a sword light appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced his head. His body fell limply to the ground and lost all signs of life. If you take another step closer, you'll end up like him. Fong Chen's cold voice entered everyone's ears. Suddenly, the other martial artists stopped in their tracks. His sword technique contains an illusion technique. It's too terrifying. Some of the martial artists continuously retreated in fear. Martial artists with illusions were the most terrifying. Just now, Fong Chen's exquisite sword had successfully intimidated the other martial artists. In front of illusions, numbers are useless. It's more important to stay alive, a disciple said. Then, some of the disciples left the stone room. Seeing this, the other disciples could only helplessly leave the stone room. As they exited the stone chamber, they suddenly encountered a green-robed warrior. This green-robed warrior had a long sword on his back, and his entire body exuded a frightening sword intent. Azure-robed sword marquis. It's the azure-robed sword marquis. Why is he here? A martial artist saw the azure-robed sword marquis and involuntarily cried out. The azure-robed sword marquis also noticed the martial artists who left the stone room. Their faces were filled with helplessness. What's in this stone room? The azure-robed sword marquis asked. Azure-robed sword marquis, there is an extremely powerful martial artist in this stone room. He specializes in illusions. We are not his match. A martial artist said. Oh. After hearing this, the azure-robed sword marquis directly entered the stone room. At this moment, Fong Chen was preparing to study the crystal ball. But at this moment, the stone room's door opened once again. Fong Chen discovered that an azure-robed sword marquis had appeared in his line of sight. Azure-robed sword marquis. Fong Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and said in a low voice. After coming to the southern mountain range, Fong Chen had read many unofficial histories. Naturally, he knew the name of the azure-robed sword marquis. The azure-robed sword marquis was a genius of Water-Leaning City. The reason he was called a genius was because, when he was at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, he had already condensed a half-step Dharma idol. After this news spread, countless sects wanted to recruit the azure-robed sword marquis. But in the end, the azure-robed sword marquis chose Jian Zhongtian. Jian Zhongtian was a top 2-star sect, just like the Baron sect. But Jian Zhongtian was a sword sect, and there were many sword practitioners in the sect. After the azure-robed sword marquis joined Jian Zhongtian, he used less than a month to reach the 9th level of the Qi High Realm. After reaching the 9th level of the Qi High Realm, The Dharma idol in the azure-robed sword marquis, Chi-Si, had an unlimited amount of materialization. Although it was not the most perfect Dharma idol to be able to do so in the Chi-Hai realm, he was definitely a monstrous genius. 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm, condensing a half-step Dharma idol. Fang Qin looked at the azure-robed sword marquis and could not help but exclaim. At this moment, Fang Qin carefully observed the azure-robed sword marquis. He discovered that there was a wild sword aura on the azure-robed sword marquis, but the azure-robed sword marquis could easily control it. Moreover, there was a long sword on his back. I can feel the sword aura on your body. If my guess is correct, you are also a sword practitioner, the azure-robed sword marquis said. When he saw Fang Qin, he felt a sense of danger. The azure-robed sword marquis name is like thunder to my ears. Now that I have seen you today, you really live up to your name. Fang Qin laughed. The azure-robed sword marquis was currently at the 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm, but even a first-level condensing reality realm warrior would not dare to underestimate him. There were even rumors that said that the azure-robed sword marquis strength was comparable to a second-level condensing reality realm warrior. Hand over the things you got from the stone room, the azure-robed sword marquis said softly. You and I are both sword practitioners, so we should use the sword practitioner's way to decide who gets the things. Fang Qin laughed. The sword practitioner's way was to fight sword with sword. It has been a long time since someone challenged me to a sword fight. I hope you will not disappoint me, the azure-robed sword marquis said with a smile. In the next moment, the azure-robed sword marquis activated all the power in his body. The wild sword aura around him exploded in an instant. 9th level of the Chi-Hai realm. Fang Qin saw through the azure-robed sword marquis's cultivation level. At this moment, the azure-robed sword marquis held the long sword on his back and held it horizontally in front of his chest. Invincible clear cloud sword art, the azure-robed sword marquis said in a low voice. He immediately performed the invincible clear cloud sword art. With a wave of his wrist, a sharp sword light appeared in an instant. At this moment, Fang Qin also released his own sword aura. Within the sword aura, there was a strong hallucinatory chi. Yes. After seeing Fang Qin's cultivation level, the azure-robed sword marquis's pupils shrank. His heart was filled with shock. 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm, killed Hu Quan. At this moment, the azure-robed sword marquis finally realized the source of the danger he felt. This kid was monstrous. The 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm was comparable to the 1st level of the condensing reality realm. With this kind of talent, even if compared to him, the azure-robed sword marquis would not be able to compete with him. He did not expect to meet such a monstrous genius in this tomb. Hiss, hiss, hissed the hallucinatory chi merged with the sword aura and instantly covered the entire stone room. The azure-robed sword marquis immediately felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, he discovered the hallucinatory chi. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. This was the first time that he met a monstrous genius in Luoshui City. The 8th level of the Chi-Hai realm was comparable to the 1st level of the condensing reality realm. Most importantly, this kid actually trained in the illusory sword art. Chapter 4:27. If the green-robed sword marquis had treated Fang Qin as an ordinary warrior at the start, then now he had completely treated Fang Qin as his enemy. The genius sword cultivator of the illusory sword principle was fully qualified to be his opponent. Spots of light appeared around the green-robed sword marquis body. These spots of light contained an extremely majestic sword intent. The green-robed sword marquis sword intent was very pure, but Fang Qin's sword intent was not. It was mixed with a powerful illusory aura. Displaying the invincible azure cloud sword art, the green-robed sword marquis long sword stabbed out. On the tip of the sword, ripples appeared. Bang Fong Chen's 12th level of the fire and water sword art was fully activated. The sword light of the same origin as fire and water collided with the long sword of the green-robed sword Marquis. Crack! With a loud crack, the two collided and a bright light exploded. Seeing this, the green-robed sword Marquis' face changed. He could clearly feel the illusory aura enveloping him. He tried his best to activate his soul to prevent himself from being affected by the illusory aura. However, just as he was resisting the illusory aura, Fong Chen's hidden star sword stabbed out again. The fire and water sword light pierced towards the green-robed sword Marquis. Bang! The green-robed sword Marquis hurriedly placed his long sword in front of his chest and blocked Fong Chen's attack. The green-robed sword Marquis body was forced back a few steps. After he stabilized himself, he squinted his eyes and looked at Fong Chen. His heart was filled with shock. He was only at the 8th level of the Qi High Realm, and he was already so strong. At this moment, the green-robed sword Marquis gave up on continuing the battle with Fong Chen. Even if he could defeat or even kill Fong Chen, he would still be injured, and it would be a serious injury. At this moment, Fong Chen looked at the green-robed sword Marquis cautiously. The latter's strength had also exceeded his expectations. Moreover, the latter had not even released his Dharma idol. "I'm very happy to meet a sword genius like you." The Marquis put away his sword and looked at Fong Chen. In front of the azure-robed sword Marquis, "No one dares to call themselves a sword genius," Fong Chen said. What he said was the truth. The green-robed sword Marquis' talent in swordsmanship was too heaven-defying. Furthermore, it was said that the green-robed sword Marquis Dharma was a giant sword. To be able to condense a Dharma idol giant sword, it was enough to see how deep the green-robed sword Marquis' understanding of the sword Tao was. Ha ha ha. The green-robed sword Marquis laughed and left the stone room. Looking at the departing figure of the sword Marquis, Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and remained silent for a long time. After the azure-robed sword Marquis left, no other martial artist entered the stone chamber. They all knew their limits. If the azure-robed sword Marquis left, then there was no need to mention them. For a moment, the stone chamber became much quieter. Fong Chen took out the crystal ball and began to study it. The crystal ball was the size of a palm. Within the crystal ball, there was an extremely cold aura. This made Fong Chen feel as if he was in a land of ice. Just what is this crystal ball? Fong Chen was puzzled. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth. "Kid, the crystal ball in your hand is just an ordinary crystal ball," said Ancestor Bronze. Hearing old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fong Chen frowned in disbelief. However, although the crystal ball is an ordinary crystal ball, the icy aura contained within the crystal ball is extremely powerful. Ancestor Bronze continued, "Ancestor, you're saying that this crystal ball contains an extremely dense cold aura?" Fong Chen asked in surprise. "Correct. If you can absorb the cold aura within this crystal ball, it will be able to raise your ice concept," said Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chen was startled. He was immediately overjoyed. He had never thought that he would be able to obtain such a thing in this tomb. Fong Chen immediately asked Ancestor Bronze how to absorb the cold aura within the crystal ball. Because the crystal ball was an ordinary crystal ball, it would definitely shatter under pressure. Once it shattered, the cold aura within would definitely dissipate. This wasn't something Fong Chen wanted to see, so he asked the Ancestor. According to the Ancestor, Fong Chen quickly began to absorb the cold aura within the crystal ball. Time slowly passed. Fong Chen's body was filled with an extremely cold aura. It was as if he was in a land of ice in the Golden Crown country. At this time, Fong Chen's ice concept covered his entire body. From a distance, Fong Chen looked like an ice man as he sat quietly in the stone chamber. The entire stone chamber became incomparably cold because of the ice concept coming from Fong Chen's body. It was like an ice house. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 6 hours later, Fong Chen successfully absorbed the cold aura within the crystal ball. At this time, the ice around him actually started to melt. This aura, Fong Chen noticed that the cold aura was quickly entering his body. At this moment, his mind was filled with the aura of ice concept. Buzz a roar was heard. Fong Chen discovered that his ice concept had improved a lot. Previously, my ice concept had been in the initial stage of comprehension. After absorbing the cold aura within the crystal ball, my ice concept has finally stabilized at the first minor realm. Fong Chen's face was full of smiles. Fong Chen was very happy to have such a harvest just after entering the tomb. Then, Fong Chen got up and checked the stone chamber. He discovered that there was nothing else in the stone chamber except for the crystal ball. It seems that I still need to go somewhere else, Fong Chen thought to himself. Then, Fong Chen got ready to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a small hole in the wall from the corner of his eye. Upon closer inspection, the size of this small hole was actually very similar to that of the crystal ball just now. Fong Chen was a little puzzled. He then picked up the crystal ball. At this time, the crystal ball had become an ordinary crystal ball. He held it in his hand, but he did not feel anything. Then, Fong Chen placed the crystal ball into the small hole and found that it fit perfectly. Hu Quan must have taken the crystal ball from this wall, Fong Chen thought to himself. Just as Fong Chen was speaking, the crystal ball on the wall suddenly spun rapidly. After a while, the speed of the crystal ball's rotation was so fast that even Fong Chen could not see it. This, Fong Chen looked at the crystal ball with a look of surprise on his face. After a minute, the crystal ball stopped spinning. With a kacha sound, cracks appeared on the seamless wall. Finally, these cracks converged to form the appearance of a stone door. There's a universe inside, Fong Chen thought to himself. Then, Fong Chen gently pushed open the stone door and went in. Behind the stone door was a large hall. This hall was extremely spacious. At the front of the hall was a coffin. It seemed that this was the core of the tomb. At this moment, there were 5 figures in the hall. When they saw Fong Chen appear, a trace of vigilance appeared on their faces. When the 5 of them saw Fong Chen, they looked at each other. Then one of them looked at Fong Chen and asked, "Kid, which sect are you from?" "The Baron sect." When they heard the 2 words Baron sect, a trace of fear flashed across the eyes of the 5 people. "So you're a disciple of the Baron sect?" The person who spoke just now said with a smile. Fong Chen ignored the 5 people and walked straight to the center of the hall. At this moment, Fong Chen discovered that the temperature of the air had dropped a lot after he entered the hall. The temperature here is so low. Fong Chen was puzzled. The closer he got to the coffin, the lower the temperature was. Could it be? Fong Chen guessed inwardly. He quickly approached the coffin. When the 5 people saw this, their faces were filled with gloating expressions. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen approached the coffin. At this moment, Fong Chen instantly felt an extremely cold aura. As expected, at this moment, Fong Chen finally knew that this condensing reality realm expert must have been a warrior who had comprehended the concept of ice. Although he had died many years ago, there was still an extremely cold aura surrounding his coffin. He can actually get close to the coffin. How strange! Could it be that he comprehended the concept of ice? That must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get close to the coffin. Damn it. The 5 people were originally gloating, but when they saw Fong Chen approaching the coffin, their faces were filled with anger. At this moment, another figure entered the hall. When the 5 people looked over, their expressions changed again. They discovered that the azure-robed Sword Marquis had appeared. It's the azure-robed Sword Marquis. Why is he here? The 5 people whispered. After the azure-robed Sword Marquis arrived in the hall, he looked around and instantly discovered Fong Chen. He immediately revealed a smile and said, "You're quite fast. The azure-robed sword marquis figure flashed and directly approached the coffin. Sensing someone approaching, Fong Qin turned around and discovered the azure-robed sword marquis. The azure-robed sword marquis lightly nodded towards Fong Qin. Fong Qin didn't stop him. When the two appeared in front of the coffin, it was as if their hearts were connected. They both stretched out their hands at the same time and fiercely grabbed the coffin lid, lifting it up in an instant. Immediately, a wild, cold aura enveloped the entire hall. The 5 people who had arrived earlier felt as if their souls were about to be frozen. "Let's go!" Someone shouted. The other 4 people quickly left the hall. At the same time, Fong Qin and the azure-robed sword marquis ice concept was pushed to the extreme. The 2 of them were crazily absorbing the ice concept from the coffin. The azure-robed sword marquis was absorbing the cold aura while looking at Fong Qin. He was getting more and more curious about Fong Qin. They were both sword geniuses, both Qi High Realm experts, both condensing reality realm experts, and both had the same concept. Was this a coincidence? Chapter 428. At this moment, Fong Qin was wholeheartedly absorbing the cold aura coming from the coffin. This cold aura could greatly improve Fong Qin's ice intent. After about an hour, the ice intent within the coffin finally dissipated completely. At this moment, Fong Qin suddenly opened his eyes. Beside him, the green-robed sword marquis also opened his eyes. This time he had absorbed a lot of cold aura, and his ice intent had improved a lot. The green-robed sword marquis glanced at Fong Qin before turning to leave. "See you later." The green-robed sword marquis' eyes were full of smiles as he turned to leave. After the green-robed sword marquis left, only Fong Qin was left in the hall. He looked around and said, "I guess there's nothing left in this hall." In other words, this mission had been completed. It might have been a dangerous mission for others, but it was nothing for Fong Qin. As Fong Qin was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand, and the coffin lid that he had flipped over entered his interspatial ring. After completing the mission, he had to bring back the mission item. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. After doing all this, Fong Qin left the hall and returned the way he had come. After a while, Fong Qin came out of the tomb. At this moment, there were many martialists standing outside the tomb. Most of these martialists were disciples of other sects. "He's out," someone said in a low voice. Someone said in a low voice. The person who spoke was one of the 5 people in the palace earlier. The treasures in the tomb had been obtained by Fong Qin and the green-robed sword marquis. They didn't dare to attack the green-robed sword marquis, so they were naturally here to stop Fong Qin. When Fong Qin saw the crowd gathered here, he knew what had happened. His eyes were cold as he looked around. "Kid, hand over the things you obtained in the tomb, and I can spare your life," someone shouted. "Humph! Brat, how dare you kill Huquan of our Crane celestial sect? You are courting death." A disciple of the Crane celestial sect roared furiously. Countless martialists surrounded Fong Qin. Some of them even wanted to attack him. "Get out of the way," Fong Qin said coldly, not wanting to waste any more time. "Brat, you're courting death." The one who spoke was the most powerful warrior among them. He was at the peak of the first condensing reality realm and was only 1 step away from the second condensing reality realm. Originally, he thought that he would be able to get the opportunity to break through to the second stage of the condensing reality realm. But who would have thought that his opportunity would be ruined by this brat? "I can guarantee that you won't even have the chance to release your Dharma power before I kill you," Fong Qin said coldly as he looked at the warrior. "Humph! A piece of trash dares to threaten me, Tao Ran. You are courting death." As soon as Tao Ran's voice fell, a sudden surge of qi shot up into the sky. The next moment, Tao Ran's qi instantly gathered on his fist. Then, Tao Ran punched towards Fong Qin. Poochie! As soon as Tao Ran punched out, he heard a poochie sound. Then he felt a slight pain in his chest. He looked down subconsciously and was shocked to find that there was a long sword in his chest. Tao Ran's heart was filled with shock. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the first condensing reality realm. How could this brat attack before he even saw it? The surrounding martialists were even more shocked. Fang Chen's attack was so fast that no one saw how Fang Chen attacked. They only saw a long sword stabbed into Tao Ran's chest. "Who the hell is this brat?" someone exclaimed. Puchi Fang Chen's hidden star sword was pulled out. Tao Ran's chest was constantly spurting blood. He looked up to the sky and roared, wanting to take revenge. However, in the next moment, he found that Fang Chen's pupils had changed. Then, an illusory chi appeared. Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced Tao Ran's body again. This time, Tao Ran was not spared. He was directly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Ah! Tao Ran didn't even have time to let out a roar of unwillingness before he was killed by Fang Chen. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword. Tao Ran's body fell to the ground, lifeless. The surrounding martialists, who were incomparably strong a moment ago, were now constantly retreating. Their hearts were filled with fear. This brat is too powerful. He killed Tao Ran with one sword. Many martialists thought to themselves. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked around. All the martialists were retreating. He snorted coldly and disappeared into the mountain range. After Fang Chen left, he left behind a group of shocked martialists. These martialists rejoiced that they did not make a move just now. Otherwise, the one who died would not be Tao Ran, but themselves. Fang Chen, whose ice mentality had been improved, had increased his strength once again. Now he was invincible in the area of martialists. Even if he faced an early stage, second condensing reality realm martialist, he would not be afraid. When he returned to the Baron's sect, it was afternoon. At this time, there were many people in the mission palace. Fang Chen arrived at the mission palace to hand in his mission. "I am here to hand in my mission." Fang Chen briefly explained his mission and said to the staff, "Where's the mission item?" The staff asked. Fang Chen shook his wrist. A coffin lid appeared in his interspatial ring. As soon as the coffin lid appeared, it shocked countless martialists in the mission palace. After the staff checked carefully, they confirmed that Fang Chen had completed his mission. Then, the staff asked if Fang Chen wanted to accept a new mission. Fang Chen shook his head and refused. He then turned and left. After completing this mission, he would not need to do any missions for at least a month. The most important thing now was to increase his cultivation. He did not want to waste time on low-level missions. After knowing that Fang Chen had returned, a tall and thin young man in the area of martialists had a ferocious expression on his face. Beside him was the injured He Yang and Meng Ran, who had been taught a lesson by Fang Chen. "Fang Chen has returned," the tall and thin young man asked. "I received news that he has completed his mission and returned." He Yang said coldly, "Big brother, you must avenge us. This kid is too arrogant. He doesn't even put the martialists in his eyes." Meng Ran said viciously, "Humph! A mere new martialist dares to be so arrogant. If it weren't for the soaring dragon marquis behind him, I would have crippled him." Meng Yu said coldly. However, even though he said that, Meng Yu still acted. Seeing Meng Yu leave the courtyard, Meng Ran and He Yang's faces were full of smiles. Meng Ran's big brother, Meng Yu, had reached the late condensing reality realm. Although he was not ranked as high as the soaring dragon marquis in the martialist area, his strength was not much different from the soaring dragon marquis. His brother and good friend were injured. He naturally had to stand up for them. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of Fang Chen's residence. "Fang Chen, you son of a bitch, get out here." Meng Ran stepped forward and roared loudly. Fang Chen was about to rest when he suddenly heard someone shouting outside. His expression changed slightly. Soon after, A cold light shot out from his eyes. The door opened, and Fong Qin walked out. After seeing Meng Ran and Hiang, Fong Qin sneered and said, "Are you here to die?" Hearing Fong Chen's words, Meng Yu's expression changed. He looked at Fong Qin and said, "Brat, the martialist area has its own rules. Newcomers cannot be arrogant here." "Or else?" Fong Qin asked back. "Or else you will die miserably," Meng Yu said. "Don't you just want to avenge the two of them? Why do you have to find such a lousy excuse?" Fong Qin sneered. "However, you no longer have the chance." As soon as Fong Qin finished speaking, his big hand suddenly stretched out. The wind and cloud, heaven, extinguishing scripture was used. A wild aura soared into the sky. In the next moment, Fong Chen's big hand directly pressed down on Meng Yu, courting death. Meng Yu saw this and sneered. He was about to counterattack, but at this moment, Meng Yu discovered that his body was unable to move. Then, Meng Yu discovered that he was suppressed by a pair of big hands. How is this possible? Meng Yu couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He roared furiously. Crack! Fong Chen's hand mercilessly pressed down on Meng Yu. The sound of bones cracking came from the latter's body. "Big brother!" Meng Ran cried out involuntarily. He had thought that his big brother would be able to teach Fong Qin a lesson, but he hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, his big brother would be suppressed by Fong Qin. "No!" Meng Yu miserably screamed. However, Fong Qin didn't show any mercy. He sneered and continued to press down. With a crack, Meng Yu's arm broke. As long as Fong Chen's hand pressed down, Meng Yu would definitely lose his life. At this moment, Elder Li appeared, followed by Elder Han. When they saw this scene, they were incomparably shocked. "Fong Qin, stop," said Elder Li. Hearing Elder Li's words, Fong Qin withdrew his hand. Meng Yu's body collapsed to the ground, his aura weak. "Fong Qin, what's going on?" Elder Li hurriedly asked. "He came to find trouble with me, so I taught him a lesson," said Fong Qin. Elder Li nodded and said, "Fong Qin, you are all honorary disciples of the Baron sect. Disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Fortunately, you stopped just now. Otherwise, you would have been punished by the sect." While Elder Li was speaking, Elder Han's heart was in turmoil as he looked at Fong Qin. The latter hadn't been in the honorary disciple area for long. In less than a month, he was able to easily suppress Meng Yu, who was ranked third. Moreover, if they hadn't appeared in time, Meng Yu would have died at his hands. How valiant was this? Could it be that his strength has already reached such a level? Elder Han thought to himself. Chapter 4:29. If it weren't for Elder Han and Elder Li's timely appearance, Meng Yu might have already been killed by Fong Qin. It was easy to imagine just how strong Fong Qin was. Meng Yu was terrified as he lay on the ground. He didn't dare to imagine how a newly promoted honorary disciple could be so strong. "Hurry up and carry him away." Elder Han spoke and waved his hand, indicating for the other honorary disciples to quickly carry Meng Yu away. Not long after, the only people left in front of Fong Chen's residence were Elder Li, Elder Han, and Fong Qin. "Fong Qin, you little brat really hid your strength well. You were actually able to suppress Meng Yu with a flip of your hand. I'm afraid your true strength has already surpassed that brat soaring dragon." Elder Han looked at Fong Qin and laughed heartily. Fong Qin grinned, but didn't say anything. After all, Elder Han hadn't asked him that question at the time. For someone in the Qi High Realm to possess such strength, that's not bad. Elder Han lightly patted Fong Chen's shoulder and laughed. Afterwards, Elder Han and Elder Li chatted with Fong Qin for a while before the two of them left. In the next few days, Fong Qin was in seclusion cultivating. But no matter how much he cultivated, he was unable to raise his cultivation base. One day, Fong Qin stopped cultivating and prepared to go to the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool was located in a wide plaza in the honorary disciple region. There was a body tempering pool in that large plaza. There were many disciples in front of the body tempering pool. At this time, there were 5 disciples tempering their bodies within the body tempering pool. The body tempering liquid within the body tempering pool made a splashing sound. When Fangchen arrived, he saw Soaring Dragon Marquis tempering his body within the body tempering pool. The body tempering pool could only hold 5 people at a time, so Fangchen had to wait. After waiting for about an hour, a disciple finally couldn't endure the body tempering liquid and walked out of the body tempering pool. Upon seeing this martialist walk out, many of the martialists who were already prepared wanted to dive into the body tempering pool. However, just as they were fighting, Fangchen took the lead and entered the body tempering pool. Seeing this, everyone was furious. Someone actually dared to steal their opportunity. However, when they found out that this person was Fangchen, they quietly shut their mouths. The news of Fangchen suppressing Mengyu with a flip of his hand had already spread throughout the entire nominal disciple area. Many martial artists were extremely surprised. Even Meng Yu had been suppressed with a flip of his hand. They did not believe that they could withstand Meng Yu's attack. As Fangchen entered the body tempering pool, he instantly discovered that the wild body tempering liquid continuously revolved around his body as it slowly entered his body. "This is the body tempering liquid," Fangchen said as he observed the body tempering liquid. After the body tempering liquid entered his body, it actually allowed Fangchen to feel a powerful energy. The body tempering liquid finally merged with his limbs and bones. "If I cultivate in the body tempering pool for a long time, the strength of my physical body will definitely increase," Fangchen secretly said in his heart. Time slowly passed. Fangchen had been tempering his body in the body tempering liquid. Unknowingly, 6 hours had passed. During these 6 hours, Fangchen had been tempering his body in the body tempering pool. As for the other 4 disciples, they had already come out. "He can actually endure for so long in one go?" a disciple asked doubtfully. On the shore of the body tempering pool, the Soaring Dragon Marquis narrowed his eyes as he looked at the body tempering pool. Fangchen's figure was quietly floating there, not moving at all. As expected of the Sword Marquis, the Soaring Dragon Marquis sighed in his heart. The Sword Marquis potential was the strongest he had ever seen. When he was in the Golden Crown Nation, he was already extremely outstanding. After coming to the Southern Mountain Range, he was still outstanding. Not long after becoming an honorary disciple, his strength had already surpassed his own. Hearing the disciples discussing the matter of Fangchen suppressing Mengyu, the Soaring Dragon Marquis knew that the current Sword Marquis strength had already surpassed his own. Meng Yu's cultivation was similar to his own. Relying on the advantage of his cultivation method, he had a slight advantage. However, Fangchen was actually able to easily suppress Meng Yu. Even the Soaring Dragon Marquis would not be able to do so. The body tempering liquid in the body tempering pool had a very overbearing medicinal effect. Therefore, when a registered disciple used this pool to temper their body, under normal circumstances, they could only last for half an hour at most. Those who could last for more than 2 hours were already considered superior disciples. Those who could endure for 4 hours were already considered top disciples. So far, in the area of nominal disciples, the record for body tempering in the body tempering pool was only 6 hours and 10 minutes. Of course, this record was set by an honorary disciple a long time ago. He had already become an official disciple of the Baron sect. It was said that not long ago, this official disciple had already been promoted to a core disciple of the Baron sect. Even in the honorary disciple area, Han He, who was ranked first, only lasted for 4 hours. "Is this kid going to break the record?" many disciples exclaimed. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Fangchen broke the record. However, he still did not come out, which shocked many disciples. At this moment, Fangchen was surrounded by the body tempering liquid. As his body had already transformed into a sword body, which was even more tyrannical than a Dao body, He did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort being surrounded by the body-tempering liquid. So comfortable, Fong Qin thought to himself. During this period of time, the sword body was constantly absorbing the medicinal effects of the body-tempering liquid, quietly becoming stronger. Relying on the body-tempering liquid above, the medicinal effects are still not tyrannical enough, nor is it rich enough. After enduring for 8 hours, Fong Chen realized that the body-tempering liquid here could no longer satisfy his needs. He was prepared to go deeper. Crash! After remaining motionless for 8 hours, Fong Chen finally began to move. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Fong Chen's body quickly dived down. What? He's diving down. Some of the warriors could not help but cry out. Even the soaring dragon marquis face revealed a trace of shock. Within the body-tempering pool, the deeper one went, the denser the body-tempering liquid. Everyone knew this. However, everyone also knew that the denser the body-tempering liquid was, the stronger the water pressure. If one went too deep, even the body of a condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to withstand the powerful water pressure. What a mysterious guy. The first-ranked Han, he said, faintly. Unknowingly, Fong Qin had already dived 1,000 meters. At this moment, he finally felt a little pressure. Let's do it here. Fong Qin grinned and continued to temper his body. While Fong Chen was tempering his body, the little mouse suddenly appeared. As if it had discovered something, it immediately left Fong Qin and dived into the depths of the body-tempering pool. Not long after, a series of tremors came from the depths of the body-tempering pool. The warriors on the shore also discovered this scene. What's going on? Why is the body-tempering pool moving? A warrior cried out. Could it be that Fong Qin has entered the depths of the body-tempering pool and is unable to come out? At this moment, the soaring dragon marquis face was filled with worry. He looked at the body-tempering pool, his heart burning with anxiety. At this moment, in the depths of the body-tempering pool, the little mouse was opening its mouth and biting a black thing. Every time it bit, the black thing would turn. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Not long after, the little mouse had bitten the black thing until there was nothing left. However, it was also at this moment that the last bit of black thing that was left emitted a loud boom. Immediately after, the entire body-tempering pool shook. Fong Qin, who was tempering his body, suddenly discovered this situation. His expression changed greatly, and he quickly dove back up. When the little mouse saw this scene, a trace of a smile appeared on its face. It opened its mouth wide and continuously absorbed the energy of the explosion. Not long after, the energy of the explosion was completely absorbed by the little mouse. At the same time, the little mouse instantly dived back into Fong Chen's interspatial ring. Crash! Fong Chen was directly pushed into the air above the body-tempering pool by the strong pressure and then landed on the shore. Seeing Fong Chen completely drenched and battered, the crowd cried out in alarm. The soaring dragon marquis quickly walked in front of Fong Chen and asked, "Brother Fong, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Although Fong Chen didn't know what had just happened, he knew that there was nothing wrong with his body. When the crowd saw this scene, they inwardly guessed that Fong Chen must have dived into the depths of the body-tempering pool and was unable to withstand the water pressure and was forcefully sent flying. "Brother Fong, the water pressure in the depths of the body-tempering pool is too strong. You should be careful," the soaring dragon marquis said. At this moment, he opened his mouth. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. You dare to enter the depths of the body-tempering pool with just this bit of strength?" He sneered. "Count yourself lucky this time. Your body is fine, but I'm afraid you won't be so lucky next time." After he finished speaking, he sneered and turned to leave. Not long after, the body-tempering pool returned to its original state. Many disciples entered the body-tempering pool one after another to temper their bodies. Fong Qin had been thinking about what had happened, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he still couldn't figure out what had happened. However, When he returned to his residence, the little mouse came out of the interspatial ring and jumped in front of him. The little old man was chirping and gesticulating. "What did you say?" Fong Chen looked at the little mouse's gesticulations and asked in shock, "You're saying that the strong pressure from before was caused by you?" Chapter 430. After talking to Little Mouse, Fong Chen was shocked. According to Little Mouse, there seemed to be something at the bottom of the body tempering pool. However, Little Mouse did not know what it was. When Fong Chen heard the news, he was puzzled. The body tempering pool had been built a long time ago. Why was there something at the bottom of the pool that the Baron's sect did not know? Could it be because of Little Mouse's keen sense of smell? His intuition told him that this was not an ordinary matter. It's a pity that the water pressure at the bottom of the body tempering pool is too strong. I can't go in. Fong Chen thought to himself. Then he shook his head and said, I'll go in and take a look when I have the strength. With Fong Chen's current strength, he could definitely become an official disciple of the Baron sect. However, his cultivation level was too low. Moreover, it was not yet time for the Baron sect to choose an official disciple. During this period, he had to double his efforts and raise his cultivation level as soon as possible. In the following period of time, Fong Chen would go into the Sea of Soul to temper his soul whenever he had nothing to do. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month of tempering in the Sea of Soul, his soul had completely stabilized at the early orange level. His soul cultivation level had also completely stabilized. The current Fong Chen, with the power of the great Luo soul killing flame, was enough to kill a peak first level condensing reality realm warrior. Facing an early second level condensing reality realm warrior, he was not afraid at all. Of course, during this period of time, Fong Chen would also go into the body tempering pool to temper his body. Although Fong Chen's body had become a sword body, its essence was not much different from a Dao body. Of course, sword bodies were also divided into different grades. Fong Chen's sword body was only the lowest grade. Elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak grade. These were the 4 grades of sword bodies. Of course, these were only the grades in the ancient sword continent. On the ancient sword continent, there were very few martial artists who had a sword body. Those who had a sword body were definitely super geniuses who practiced the way of the sword. Fong Chen's current sword body could only be considered a primary sword body. Even so, his cultivation of the sword principle was much faster than the average martialist. This was the strength of the sword body. It was said that when one's sword physique was cultivated to the highest level, one would be able to cultivate swordsmanship with just a glance. Furthermore, it could increase the power of one's swordsmanship. As for the realm above peak sword physique, no one in the entire ancient sword continent had ever seen one. Indestructible sword body, however, it was still the indestructible sword body. It was said that if one could cultivate the sword physique to the indestructible sword physique, then even if one did not use swordsmanship, just the sword essence emitted from the sword physique would be able to easily kill an enemy. The ancient sword continent had existed for countless years, but there had never been an indestructible sword body. This indestructible sword body only existed in legends. Fong Chen wasn't someone who would bite off more than he could chew. His main goal now was to improve his strength. Therefore, he didn't think too much about the top-notch sword body and the undying sword body. After half a month, Fong Chen's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Qi High realm. The reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of his solid foundation. After reaching the peak of the 8th Qi High realm, Fong Chen's overall strength had increased. Now he would not be afraid of a mid-condensing reality realm warrior. He could even challenge a late condensing reality realm warrior. In this half a month, the bronze ancestor had gained the most. His remnant spirit had existed for countless years and was already very weak. However, after absorbing a large amount of soul power in the Sea of Soul, his remnant spirit had also grown a little stronger. This made the bronze ancestor smile from ear to ear. One day, Fong Qin stopped his cultivation because some of the elders in the official disciple area had come to the novice disciple area to pick a disciple. On this day, the whole novice disciple area was very lively. With Elder Han and Elder Li as the leaders, many of the novice disciple area elders were in the square, welcoming the other elders of the official disciples. When Fong Qin arrived at the square, the whole square was already filled with 50 novice disciples. Their eyes were shining with excitement. The opportunity to become an official disciple was right in front of them. If they could become an official disciple, their future would be limitless. Just as everyone was waiting, a few elders appeared. On their faces, there was a trace of a wild smile. Elder Jean. Elder Han led the other elders to greet the other elders. Elder Wu, Elder Amo, the 3 elders in the front were the 3 leaders of the 3 big sects in the official disciple area. They were in charge of the selection this time. After greeting Elder Han and the others, the 3 elders sat on the rostrum. 3 elders this time. There are a few good seedlings in our novice disciple area. Maybe they can become official disciples. Elder Han said with a smile, "Yeah, there will definitely be disciples in our novice disciple area who become official disciples this time." Elder Li said. Hearing the words of the 2 elders, before Elder Jean could say anything, Elder Wu spoke first. His words were filled with displeasure. "Humph, it has been a long time since your novice disciple area had a disciple who became an official disciple. The novice disciples nowadays are getting more and more useless," Elder Wu said. Hearing Elder Wu's words, Elder Han and Elder Li's faces changed slightly. However, they returned to normal in an instant. Although Elder Wu's words were a little unpleasant, he was still an elder in the official disciple area. His position in the Baron sect was much higher than Elder Han and Elder Li. At this moment in the crowd, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and Fong Qin stood together. The Soaring Dragon Marquis introduced the 3 elders to Fong Qin. "Brother Fong, the one who spoke is Elder Wu. He is the leader of one of the 3 big sects, the martial way. He has a bad temper and often speaks like this," the Soaring Dragon Marquis said. Fong Qin glanced at Elder Wu. This person did not emit any aura. From afar, he looked like an ordinary person. If Fong Qin did not know this person's identity in advance, he would definitely think that this person was an ordinary person. "The elders of the Baron sect are really scary," Fong Qin said inwardly. Even Wu He, who was at the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm, could sense Wu He's aura when he was chasing after him. However, these 3 elders actually looked like ordinary people. There was only one possibility for such a situation, and that was that the 3 of them had extraordinary strength. The one beside Elder Wu is Elder Jean. He is the leader of the physical body sect. It is said that the strength of his physical body has already reached the 7-star Tao body. It is extremely powerful. The last one is Elder Amo. He is the leader of the soul sect. Looking at his face, he is a little gloomy. In the official disciple area, not a single elder dares to offend him. This is because his soul attack is everywhere. It is too terrifying. The Soaring Dragon Marquis introduced. Fong Qin nodded and looked at Elder Amo. Just as he was observing Elder Amo, the latter seemed to have noticed that someone was looking at him. His eyes turned and looked directly at Fong Qin. At that moment, Fong Qin felt that his soul was trembling. His body swayed a little. Elder Amo only glanced at Fong Qin once before turning away. "What a terrifying soul," Fong Qin said with lingering fear. Elder Amo only glanced at him once, and it was enough to make his soul tremble. With this kind of strength, it would be too easy for him to kill him. The Baron sect is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, Fong Qin thought inwardly. Just as Fong Qin was pondering, Elder Han began to speak on the rostrum. "In our nominal disciple area, there are a total of 51 nominal disciples. Every one of you has the opportunity to become an official disciple. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to pass the test. Elder Han said. The test this time is very simple. There are 3 main sects, 3 different tests. As long as you pass one of them, you can become an official disciple of one of the 3 main sections. Hearing Elder Han's words, some of the warriors who were confident in themselves were extremely excited. After Elder Han finished speaking, Elder Jean stood up. He looked around at the crowd and said with a smile, the test for our physical body style is to have your physical body reach a 3-star Tao body. Hearing Elder Jin's words, many of the nominal disciples' faces were filled with helplessness. This test was too difficult. Fong Qin grinned. As expected of the Baron's sect, even the test was so difficult. When he was in the Golden Guan country, there were only a handful of warriors who had a 3-star Tao body. However, after coming to the southern mountain land, the 3-star Tao body was only the most basic test. All right, there is a physical body strength testing stone tablet here. Every one of you, come here and test it. After Elder Jean finished speaking, he returned to the rostrum. In the middle of the square, there was a stone tablet. This stone tablet was used to test one's physical body strength. There were numbers carved on it, and within the stone tablet, there was liquefied spiritual energy. As long as one's fist landed on the stone tablet, the liquefied spiritual energy would rise. The stronger the fist, the higher the liquefied spiritual energy would rise. In the end, when the liquefied spiritual energy stopped above the number, it would mean that the warrior's physical body strength had reached a certain level. Who will go first? Elder Han laughed. At this moment, a figure arrived in front of the stone tablet. I, Han He, will give it a try. Han He's cultivation had reached the peak of the first layer of the condensing reality realm. His true strength had already reached the second layer of the condensing reality realm. This time, Han He was very confident that he could pass the test. Boom! Han He stood in front of the stone tablet and gathered all the strength in his body. Finally, he threw out a punch. Immediately, the stone tablet was surrounded by an incomparably dense spiritual energy. The liquefied spiritual energy within the stone tablet instantly rose under the immense pressure. Under everyone's gaze, the liquefied spiritual energy finally stopped at the number 3. Seeing this, Han He withdrew his fist with satisfaction. Han He's physical body strength has reached the 3-star Tao body. He has passed our physical body test. Elder Jean said with a grin. This time, there was finally a disciple who passed the physical body test. This also meant that the physical body school would not return empty-handed in this election. Next, Elder Han said with a smile. Han He was very satisfied with his result. While enjoying everyone's envious gazes, he returned to his original position. In the following tests, a few of the nominal disciples failed. Their physical strength was basically at the 2-star Tao body level. Of course, there were also some disciples whose physical strength was almost at the 3-star Tao body level. Unfortunately, they were just a little bit away. Chapter 431. In the entire plaza, all of the honorary disciples were discussing Han He. His physical body had reached the 3-star Tao body. He could be considered the strongest physical body in the entire honorary disciple region. Senior apprentice Brother Han, his physical body is very strong. I don't think anyone can surpass him. That's right. It looks like Senior apprentice Brother Han, he'll become an official disciple this time. I wonder if Senior apprentice Brother Long Tongue can surpass Senior apprentice Brother Han He. The disciples in the plaza were discussing spiritedly. At this moment, Fong Chen arrived at the stone tablet. Seeing Fong Chen take the test, many of the disciples' eyes were filled with curiosity. Since Fong Chen could easily suppress Mengyu, he must be very strong. They wondered just how strong his physical body was. Fong Chen stood in front of the stone tablet and looked at it with narrowed eyes. As a large sect, the Baron sect had many disciples and limited resources. Therefore, the Baron sect would definitely give more resources to the stronger disciples. This time, Fang Chen wanted to display his best condition to attract the barren sect's attention. That way, he would be able to receive more resources. Seeing Fang Chen carefully sizing up the stone tablet, Han he sneered and said disdainfully, "Humph, just putting on an act." Han he believed that Fang Chen's physical body couldn't possibly surpass his own. He thought that Fang Chen was just putting on an act. At this moment, Elder Han was introducing Fang Chen to the 3 elders on the platform. This child has only become an honorary disciple for a short period of time, but he was able to easily suppress Mengyu. His strength is very strong, and he has a chance of becoming an official disciple. Elder Han smiled. Oh, to be able to grow to such a level after only being an honorary disciple for 2 months. Elder Jean smiled with interest. In front of the stone tablet, Fang Chen finally punched out. There weren't any energy fluctuations on his fist. All of the martial artists widened their eyes and looked curiously at Fang Chen. Boom! Fang Chen's fist easily struck the stone tablet. Immediately, the liquefied spiritual energy within the stone tablet began to rise. The liquefied spiritual qi is rising so quickly, exclaimed a disciple. Fang Chen's punch just now clearly did not have any strength. Why did the liquefied spirit energy rise so quickly? Everyone was puzzled. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The liquefied spirit energy continued to rise. When the liquefied spirit energy reached 3, Elder Jin's eyes lit up. He looked at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. However, after the liquefied spiritual energy rose to 3, it did not stop rising as everyone had guessed. Instead, it continued to rise. However, the speed of his ascent began to slow down. Just like that, the liquefied spirit energy slowly rose and finally reached 4. When the liquefied spiritual energy reached 4%, the entire square was filled with exclamations. Countless disciples were shocked. A 4-star Tao body? How is this possible? Why is his physical body so powerful? Gosh, Fang Chen's physical body has reached the 4-star Tao body. No wonder he could easily suppress Mengyu. I thought that, Senior Brother Han, he was the strongest in this assessment. I didn't expect Fang Chen's physical body to be so much stronger than Senior Brother Han he's. Yeah, the difference between a 4-star Tao body and a 3-star Tao body is too great. Many disciples exclaimed. Even Han he's face was filled with gloom. He did not understand how Fang Chen's physical body could be so strong. A 4-star Tao body, Han, he thought to himself. When the liquefied spiritual energy reached 4, the speed of his liquefied spiritual energy decreased again. Finally, the liquefied spiritual energy stopped moving between 4 and 5. When Fang Chen withdrew his fist, everyone in the square focused their attention on him. On the platform, Elder Jean and the others were even more excited. I didn't expect that there would be a 4-star Tao body among the nominal disciples this time. Ha ha ha. Elder Jean laughed heartily. Elder Jean, congratulations. The other 2 elders also congratulated him. A 4-star Tao body had already exceeded the requirements of the assessment. This person would definitely be accepted by Elder Jean into the physical body stream. This kid is so young, but his physical body is already so strong. He's a piece of good material. Elder Jean laughed heartily. Although Fang Chen's physical body had reached the 4-star Tao body, which was very shocking, the assessment still proceeded as usual. Due to Fang Chen's shocking results, no one paid any more attention to the disciples taking the test. Soon, the physical body assessment was over. The soaring dragon Marquis physical body had reached the peak of a 2-star Tao body. He was only 1 step away from a 3-star Tao body. The soaring dragon Marquis still specialized in martial arts. In terms of physical body, he was still a little weak. Therefore, he did not pass the assessment. After the physical body assessment was over, the martial arts assessment was next. However, before that, Elder Jean stood up and glanced at Fong Chen and Han He. He smiled and said, "The physical body examination this time has exceeded this old man's expectations. The two of you have reached the standard. Once the examination is over, the two of you can become official disciples." Elder Jin's words made everyone envious of Fong Chen and Han He. Immediately after, the martial arts assessment began. The martial arts assessment is to test one's true strength. I will set up an illusion. You only need to last 1 minute in this illusion to pass the assessment. Martial arts Elder Wu said with a smile. Then Elder Wu shook his wrist and instantly set up a simple illusion. This illusion was not big, but it was enough for the assessment. "You all come one by one," Elder Wu said. The first one to appear was still Han He. His deep eyes glanced at Fong Chen before he took the final step into the illusionary realm. When Han He entered the illusion, he was shocked to discover that there was a level 2 condensing reality realm shadow in the illusion. This shadow saw him enter and immediately launched a fierce attack on him. "Can you last 1 minute?" Perhaps he was provoked by Fong Chen, but this time Han He exploded with all his strength. His attack covered the entire illusion, making it impossible for the shadow to escape. In the outside world, everyone was waiting patiently. After 1 minute, Han He came out of the illusion. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the assessment." Elder Wu looked at Han He and grinned. Elder Mo, who was standing at the side, also chuckled and said, "Elder Jean, it seems like you'll have to put in a lot of effort to recruit him into the physical body school." Han He successfully passed the assessment, which surprised the 3 elders. Of course, it was only a surprise because in the previous assessments, there were disciples who passed 2 assessments at the same time. Of course, until now, there had never been a disciple who passed 3 assessments at the same time. Han He not bad. Elder Jean evaluated Han He. Han He walked out of the illusion with a smile on his face. He passed 2 assessments at the same time and had the attention of the 3 elders. This feeling was very satisfying. "Humph, what do you have to fight me?" Seeing Fong Chen's face, Han He sneered and said disdainfully. After Han He was the Soaring Dragon Marquis. During this period of cultivation, the Soaring Dragon Marquis' strength had increased once again. Although he wasn't as strong as Han He was confident that passing the assessment wouldn't be too much of a problem. The Soaring Dragon Marquis entered the illusion. Outside, many cultivators were waiting. They curiously stared at the illusion, wondering if the Soaring Dragon Marquis would pass the assessment. After a minute, the Soaring Dragon Marquis staggered out of the illusion. Although he was battered and exhausted, he had still passed the assessment. "The Soaring Dragon Marquis has passed the assessment." Elder Han smiled. Following that, one disciple after another entered the illusion. Some disciples were blasted out of the illusion in less than a second. Of course, there were also some disciples who were able to endure for half a minute. However, not a single disciple was able to endure for a minute. In the blink of an eye, the martial path assessment was about to end. This time, Fong Chen was ranked last. When he appeared on the stage, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Even the 3 elders on the platform were staring at Fong Chen. Under everyone's gazes, Fong Chen entered the illusory realm. Crash! After entering the illusion, Fong Chen discovered that an early stage, second condensing reality, realm illusory figure was attacking him. Sky Extinguishing Wind and Cloud Scripture. Fong Chen used the Sky Extinguishing Wind and Cloud Scripture. His large hand stretched out and directly suppressed the illusory figure. In front of his powerful strength, the illusory figure was instantly suppressed. However, just as Fong Chen grinned and laughed, the illusory figure suddenly came out from under his palm. It's unable to suppress the soul. Fong Chen was stunned and immediately said. In the next moment, the illusory figure once again attacked Fong Chen. This time, Fong Chen used the 12th level of the water and fire sword arts. The powerful water and fire sword light carried a majestic sword intent and directly pierced towards the illusory figure. Pucci! One after another, the sword light pierced towards the illusory figure. At first, the illusory figure was still able to dodge, but later on it could not dodge at all. Pucci! The illusory figure was pierced by Fang Chen's sword light. At this moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword in his hand suddenly pierced towards the illusory figure. Crash! The illusory figure actually collapsed in front of Fang Chen. In the next moment, Fang Chen came out of the illusion. Seeing Fang Chen's sudden appearance, many warriors were shocked. Fang Chen only went in for 10 seconds, and he already came out. Fang Chen's strength is too weak. He only lasted for 10 seconds. How is that possible? Isn't he able to suppress Meng Yu with a flip of his hand? How could he only last for 10 seconds? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? I already said that his strength is not as terrifying as we imagined. Many warriors saw Fang Chen and started discussing. Among the crowd, Han, his face was full of mockery. He sneered, this guy overestimated himself. He only lasted for 10 seconds. What a joke. At this moment, Han, he felt that it was an insult to his intelligence to treat this guy as an opponent. What kind of standard was it to be able to last for 10 seconds in the illusion? Even without Han He's explanation, everyone should know. Fang Chen's face was full of relief as he quickly walked back to his original position. At this moment, all the warriors' gazes were focused on the rostrum. They were waiting for the soul stream assessment to begin. On the rostrum, the moment Fang Chen came out of the illusion, Elder Wu's body trembled violently. Then his eyes were filled with disbelief. Chapter 432. Elder Jean and Elder Mo could clearly feel Elder Wu's body trembling. The two of them turned to look at Elder Wu. Elder Wu, what happened? Why did this kid only last for 10 seconds? Elder Jean asked. Fang Chen's body had reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Just by relying on this powerful body, he should be able to last for a while in the illusion. But now, Fang Chen only lasted for 10 seconds and came out. This was too unbelievable. Could it be that his strength was too low? Yeah, Elder Wu. You know best what happened to Fang Chen in the illusion. Elder Mo also asked hurriedly. Looking at Fang Chen, who had a calm expression on his face, Elder Wu's heart was filled with astonishment. On the square, many of the nominal disciples were mocking Fang Chen, thinking that Fang Chen was too weak. But Elder Wu's eyes were filled with shock. He destroyed the shadow within 10 seconds, Elder Wu said slowly as he tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart. Upon hearing Elder Wu's words, the few elders on the rostrum were completely dumbfounded. Their hearts were in a state of shock. Elder Wu, 10 seconds? You didn't see wrongly, did you? Elder Jean asked again. He couldn't believe Elder Wu's words. Elder Wu nodded heavily and said, I felt it very clearly. When he left the illusion had already been destroyed. Hearing Elder Wu's affirmation, Elder Jean and Elder Mo's eyes were burning with passion. They stared at Fang Chen, who was below. Ha ha ha, this kid is mine. After a long while, Elder Jean laughed wildly and said, No, this kid is very suitable for us martial arts. He is our disciple. Elder Wu refuted directly. What a joke! Where can we find such an excellent disciple? Defeating an early stage, condensing reality, realm illusion within 10 seconds. This kind of strength was comparable to a mid-stage, condensing reality, realm warrior. Most importantly, Fang Chen was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi-Hai realm. Old Wu, you snatched away one of my disciples last time. You should let me have it this time. Black lines appeared on Elder Jin's forehead as he spoke with some displeasure. The two of you, the assessment isn't over yet. What's the hurry? Let's talk about it after my spirit flow assessment is over, Elder Mo said slowly. Elder Jean and Elder Wu looked at each other. then nodded and said, "That's right, he can't run away anyway. Let's wait until the soul stream test is over before we decide." At the moment, the plaza was still filled with noise. Han He, who was leading the group, was constantly mocking Fong Chen. He believed that Fong Chen's strength was very weak and that everything he had said before was just a bluff. However, just at that moment, Elder Han waved his hand and indicated for everyone to be quiet. Immediately, the noisy plaza quieted down. Immediately after, Elder Han said, "The martial path assessment is over. Next is the last assessment, the spirit flow assessment. You must seize this opportunity." Fong Chen, who was standing in the plaza, was a little confused when he heard Elder Han's words. He had clearly defeated the illusion. Could it be that this didn't count as passing? However, Fong Chen only thought for a moment. Even if he couldn't enter the martial path, he could still enter the physical path. After all, it was the same no matter where he went. It was all about training and increasing his strength. After a while, the spirit flow assessment began. The spirit flow assessment was slightly more difficult compared to the martial path assessment. The standard for the spirit flow assessment was that one soul had to reach the orange level. As soon as this standard was announced, countless in-name disciples were disheartened. On the martial path, the soul was the hardest to train. Although the in-name disciples area had the Sea of Soul and could allow them to train their souls, they didn't have a proper training system. Thus, their souls couldn't be improved. The first to take the assessment was still Han He. He seemed to want to show that he was strong in all aspects, so he pushed his soul to the extreme right from the start. But he was helpless. Although his soul was strong, it was still some distance away from reaching the orange level. He was miserably eliminated. Han, his soul has reached the peak of the red level. What a pity. Elder Mo shook his head slightly. It seemed that their spirit flow would once again be unable to find new disciples. Originally, there were very few spirit flow disciples. If this continued, there wouldn't be any new blood. That way, the spirit flow wouldn't be able to develop. Following Han He's assessment, every in-name disciple went up to take the assessment. However, their souls weren't too strong. After a round of assessment, the strongest was only at the late-stage red level. Not long after, the Soaring Dragon Marquis also finished his assessment. His soul had also reached the late-stage red level, and he hadn't passed. Finally, it was Fong Chen's turn. When he stood in front of the assessment stone tablet, the three elders' eyes brightened. They carefully examined Fong Chen. "I wonder how high this kid's attainments in the soul are." Elder Wu grinned. "My guess is that his attainments in the soul aren't too high. After all, his physical body and martial path are both extremely strong. That's already very outstanding." "His soul is probably his weak point," said Elder Jean. Elder Mo hadn't said anything the entire time. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at Fong Chen. It was unknown what he was thinking. Fong Chen stood in front of the stone tablet. His soul left his body and directly entered the stone tablet. Immediately, a red light appeared on the stone tablet. That meant that Fong Chen's soul had reached the red level. As time passed, the red light on the stone tablet grew denser and denser. In the end, the red light completely covered the stone tablet. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. This kind of soul was at least at the peak of the red level. At this time, Han He's heart was filled with an unpleasant feeling. He had been suppressed by Fong Chen in the first assessment. This time he had thought that he would definitely be able to suppress Fong Chen in terms of soul. But he hadn't expected Fong Chen's soul to also reach the peak of the red level. "Damn it," cursed Han He. When the three elders on the platform saw that Fong Chen's soul had reached the peak of the red level, their faces were filled with shock. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Elder Mo. He also hadn't expected Fong Chen's soul to reach such a level. "Can it turn orange?" asked Elder Mo inwardly. At this time, the red light completely covered the stone tablet. Just when everyone thought that this was the peak of Fong Chen's soul, the red light on the stone tablet suddenly began to change. Hiss! At the beginning, there was a little bit of orange within the red light. No one noticed it, but later, the red light gradually turned orange. Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Orange light. Could it be that his soul has also reached the orange level? How is that possible? His physical body has reached the 4-star Tao body, and even his soul has reached the orange level. Is he a genius? The red light has already disappeared. It's all orange. This is too inconceivable. Many of the nominal disciples exclaimed in shock. At this time, Han He's face was ashen. His heart was filled with anger as he looked at the stone tablet. No words could express his anger. How is that possible? How can his soul have reached the orange level? Han He had always thought of himself as a genius. Therefore, he believed that he was the undisputed number one in the nominal disciple area. However, this Fang Chen had only been in the nominal disciple area for a short period of time. Not only did he suppress Han He's physical body, he even suppressed Han He's soul. Han He couldn't accept this. Ha ha ha, as expected. He really is a genius. When Fang Chen stopped the test, the orange color on the stone tablet faded and returned to normal. At this time, Elder Mo laughed wildly. Genius, he really is a genius. I've been in charge of the martial style for so many years. He is the most powerful genius I've seen in the past few decades. That's right. A genius disciple like him will definitely become a core disciple of the Baron sect in the future. My physical body style will definitely have him. 3 elders. Why don't you wait for me to announce the results before fighting for this disciple? Elder Han grinned. All right, hurry up and announce it. Elder Jean hurriedly said. Elder Han stood on the platform and looked down. He then loudly said, Only Fang Chen has passed the spirit style test. This time, there are a total of 3 disciples who passed the test. Han, he passed the physical body style and martial style tests. As for Long Tongue, he passed the martial style test. As for Fang Chen, when Elder Han mentioned Fang Chen, he didn't continue. Long Tongue, from today onwards, you are a disciple of my martial style. I'll bring you back in a bit. After Elder Han finished his announcement, Elder Wu looked at Long Tongue with a smile. The surrounding nominal disciples looked at Long Tongue with endless envy. From today onwards, he would become an official disciple. The difference between a nominal disciple and an official disciple was just too great. Han He, you've passed 2 tests. Which school do you want to join? Elder Jean looked at Han He and asked. On the platform, Elder Jean and Elder Wu argued for a while before finally coming to an agreement. They asked for Han He's opinion, and he could join whichever school he wanted. Hearing this, Han He began to ponder. Senior Brother Han, he is indeed worthy of being called the strongest amongst us nominal disciples. He was actually able to be recruited by the leaders of 2 major schools at the same time. That's right. Senior Brother Han, his attainments in the martial way and physical body style are extremely strong. It won't be long before Senior Brother Han he becomes a core disciple of the Baron sect. Is there anyone who dares to bet with me on which school Senior Brother Han he will join? Many nominal disciples discussed spiritedly. After pondering for a long time, Han he raised his head, looked at the 2 elders, and said, I'm willing to join the martial style. Hearing Elder Han he's words, Elder Wu grinned and laughed. In an instant, there were 2 more disciples. Chapter 433. Congratulations, Old Wu. You actually took in 2 disciples at once. Ha ha ha. Elder Jean looked at Elder Wu and laughed. That's right, Old Wu. You've gained the most this time. You've already taken in 2 disciples. You don't have to participate in the last one. Elder Mo said. Hearing the 2 elders' words, Elder Wu's expression changed. He immediately shook his head and said, No, I will never give up on this kid. Hearing the conversation between the 3 elders on the rostrum, many of the nominal disciples were a little confused. Han he even reminded them, elders, Fang Qin only passed 2 tests. He didn't seem to pass the martial arts test. Han He's words made the 3 elders temporarily stop fighting. They looked at the crowd and found that everyone's eyes were filled with confusion. Then, Elder Wu slowly stood up. He looked at the crowd on the square and said loudly, "Fang Qin passed the martial arts test. Therefore, he is qualified to join us." "How is that possible? He only lasted for 10 seconds. How could he pass?" "That's right. Lasting for 10 seconds is considered passing. Then we've all passed." "Elder Wu, you can't purposely open a back door for Fang Qin just because you saw how outstanding Fang Qin is." "That's right. If that's the case, we won't accept it." Many of the disciples shouted. Fang Qin clearly did not pass the martial arts test. How could he be qualified to join the martial arts? This went against the rules. Naturally, they would not agree. Hearing the cries of many warriors, Elder Wu's forehead was filled with black lines. He said coldly how ignorant. "Let me tell you, your so-called Fang Qin did not pass the test. This kind of thinking is too stupid." Elder Wu said, "Fang Qin not only passed the test, he also dispersed the shadow in less than 10 seconds." Elder Wu's words entered the ears of many warriors. Suddenly there was an uproar. "Disperse the shadow in 10 seconds. How is that possible? That shadow strength is comparable to the 2nd stage of the condensing reality realm. How could he disperse the shadow in 10 seconds? What kind of conspiracy is this? I don't believe that Fang Qin can disperse the shadow in 10 seconds. Heavens, what's going on?" Countless disciples in the square exclaimed in shock. They could not believe what Elder Wu had said. The corners of Han He's mouth curled up as he sneered. He still didn't believe that Fang Qin could disperse the shadow within 10 seconds. He was naturally aware of the strength of the illusory figure. Even he, Han He, was unable to scatter the illusory figure, let alone Fang Qin. He did not believe that Fang Qin would be able to do so. "Quiet!" Elder Wu let out a loud roar. His voice contained a majestic amount of spiritual qi that instantly enveloped the entire square. Many of the nominal disciples were shocked and shut their mouths one after another. They stopped talking and looked at Elder Wu with flickering eyes. "I was the one who personally set up the illusion. Naturally, I know it better than anyone else. I am the person in charge of the desolate sex martial arts. How could I speak carelessly? Fang Qin did indeed use less than 10 seconds to disperse the illusion and even kill the enemy. Isn't this considered a pass?" Elder Wu looked around and spoke slowly. "If you really want me to evaluate, my evaluation is that Fang Qin passed the test perfectly," Elder Wu said once again. Within the Baron sect, Elder Wu was considered to be a highly respected elder. His strength was extremely powerful, and his prestige was very high. Under normal circumstances, he would not easily evaluate a cultivator. However, at this moment, Elder Wu actually said that Fang Qin passed the test perfectly. One could imagine how important Fang Qin was in Elder Wu's heart. Seeing Elder Wu's serious expression, many nominal disciples finally accepted this fact. Their eyes were filled with shock as they stared at Fang Qin. Elder Wu is speaking the truth. Heavens, Fang Qin actually used 10 seconds to disperse the illusory figure. How heaven-defying is his strength! Others couldn't even hold on, but he actually took the initiative to attack and disperse the illusory figure. In the entire nominal disciple area, there are a total of 51 disciples. Long Tongue was battered and exhausted as he held on for a minute. As for Han He held on for a minute with ease. As for the other disciples, none of them were able to hold on for a minute. As for Fang Qin, although he didn't stay in the illusion for a minute, he used 10 seconds to disperse the illusory figure. What kind of monster is this? The entire square went completely crazy. Countless disciples were shouting Fang Qin's name. At this moment, Fang Qin's name resounded throughout the nominal disciple area. Originally, Han He's face was filled with a mocking smile. However, at this moment, his face was filled with seriousness. How is this possible? Han, he could not accept this fact. Fong Qin actually passed the martial arts test perfectly. This was a huge blow to him. He originally thought that he could suppress Fong Qin in the martial arts test. However, from the looks of it, Fong Qin had already left him in the dust. No, I don't believe it. How can he be so strong? He hasn't even condensed a Dharma idol. Han, his heart was in chaos as he unwillingly cried out. Elder Wu's words completely ignited the atmosphere in the square. At this moment, the square was filled with cheers. On the platform, Elder Han and Elder Li were incomparably excited. Such a monstrous disciple had actually appeared in their nominal disciple area. This really gave them a lot of face. Ha ha ha! I already said that this kid's potential is very strong. Old Han, look, said Elder Li excitedly. That's right. Back then, it was all thanks to you finding him in the servant area. Otherwise, he would still be in the servant area right now. Elder Han laughed. As for the elders in charge of the 3 factions, they looked at each other helplessly. It seemed that no one would give up on Fong Qin this time. Since none of us are willing to give up, then let's let Fong Qin decide for himself which faction to choose. Elder Wu looked at the 2 of them. All right, let's let him choose, said Elder Jean. The 3 elders looked at Fong Qin and began to make promises to Fong Qin. Fong Qin, as long as you join my physical body faction, I promise to give you all the resources you need. I'll do my best to nurture you. It won't be long before you become the next core disciple. Elder Jean was the first to speak. Fong Qin, come to my martial path. Whether it's your strength or your fighting skills, they're both very suitable for the martial path. You should know that cultivating the martial path to its peak is much stronger than just relying on brute force. Furthermore, if you join my physical body faction, I can also give you all the resources I need. I'll do my best to nurture you. It won't be any worse than the physical body faction. Elder Wu laughed. Elder Mo naturally wasn't willing to give up. Looking at Fong Qin, he said, Fong Qin, come to my faction. At such a young age, your soul has already reached the orange level. I'm very optimistic about your soul's potential. The 3 elders spoke frankly. They were all thinking of ways to rope in Fong Qin. In the square, many nominal disciples were extremely envious. However, they were only envious for a moment. After listening to the 3 elders, Fong Qin fell into deep thought. In fact, among the 3 factions, the first one he eliminated was the physical body faction, because his Tao body had already changed into a sword body. Even if he joined the physical body faction, it wouldn't be of much use. Now, Fong Qin was in a dilemma. Should he choose the martial path or the soul faction? This was a dilemma. However, just as Fong Qin was in a dilemma, Ancestor Bronze spoke. Kid, join the soul faction, said Ancestor Bronze. Why? Asked Fong Qin. With your talent, you can join any faction. However, if you join the soul faction, you'll get a lot of soul tonic. When the time comes, I'll be able to recover some of my remnant consciousness, said Ancestor Bronze. He was also a little selfish. However, he made it clear. As for Fong Qin's choice, it was up to him. When Fong Qin heard Ancestor Bronze's words, he nodded. He looked up at the 3 elders and said, Elders, my choice is... Many in-name disciples, including the elders on the rostrum, stared at Fong Qin intently, waiting for Fong Qin's choice. The 3 elders were very nervous. They all wanted Fong Qin, but they knew that there was only one Fong Qin. He would definitely choose one of them. Soul faction, said Fong Qin. Elder Mo was stunned when he heard Fong Qin's words. Then he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha. Elder Mo was extremely excited. He didn't expect Fong Qin to choose the soul faction. This made him very excited. Elder Mo, congratulations. Elder Jean cupped his hands and congratulated Elder Mo. Then he said, Fong Qin, although you have chosen the soul faction, all 3 of our factions belong to the Baron sect. You are also an official disciple of the Baron sect. The doors of our physical faction are open for you. If you are willing, you can come to our physical faction to cultivate at any time. That's right. Our martial faction is also willing to open our doors to you. If you are willing, you can come at any time, said Elder Wu. The square was in a state of shock. In the history of the Baron sect, there had been geniuses who had cultivated any of the three major factions. However, that was a very long time ago. At least, it hadn't appeared in the past 100 years. At this moment, Fang Chen had actually obtained the right to cultivate in all three major factions. This was the highest honor of the Baron sect. Thank you, elders. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked them. At that moment, a sigh came from within the python sword. Ancestor bronzes, sigh had a profound meaning to it. Without a doubt, Fang Chen had chosen the soul faction because of what he had said. This was what he owed Fang Chen. One day, I will reconstruct my physical body and be resurrected. Ancestor Bronze said to himself. Fang Chen's invitation by the elders in charge of the three major factions shocked the entire in-name disciple area. All the in-name disciples were shocked. Only Han, he was unhappy. The light that should have belonged to him had been completely overshadowed by Fang Chen. Damn it! One day I will surpass you. Han, he was furious. His hatred for Fang Chen grew even greater. The soaring dragon Marquis walked in front of Fang Chen and grinned. Brother Fang, you are amazing. Fang Chen spread his hands and smiled. Chapter 434. This time, the greatest harvest of the three major factions was the soul stream. At this moment, Elder Mo was grinning from ear to ear. As for Elder Wu, although his martial stream did not manage to snatch Fang Chen, he still managed to take in 2 good seedlings. As for the physical stream, they did not manage to take in a single person. This made Elder Jean quite dissatisfied. However, this was something that could not be helped. If the in-name disciples did not meet the standards, they would rather not take them and then lower their standards. The first to leave was Elder Jean, followed by Elder Wu. He brought Han He and the soaring dragon Marquis out of the in-name disciple area. Finally, Elder Mo chuckled as he brought Fang Chen away. The in-name disciples that remained had to continue working hard and strive to become official disciples of the Baron sect one day. The entire Baron sect occupied a huge area. The servant area was only halfway up the mountain, while the in-name disciple area was at the top of the mountain. Of course, this was only the front peak of the Baron sect. Behind this peak, there were 3 other peaks that reached into the clouds. These 3 peaks were the 3 major factions. The physical stream was on the left, the martial stream was in the middle, and the soul stream was on the right. Fang Chen followed Elder Mo to the peak of the soul stream, following which Elder Mo brought Fang Chen to receive the official disciple uniform and token. Fang Chen, from today onwards, you are an official disciple of our soul stream. Although there are not many soul stream disciples, all of them are very strong. This book contains some of the rules of our soul stream. Take a careful look. Elder Mo looked at Fang Chen and grinned. I got it. Fang Chen said. Official disciples all had their own individual lofts. It was much better than the independent courtyards of in-name disciples. Furthermore, when Fang Chen arrived at the peak of the soul stream, he realized that this place was filled with powerful souls. It felt as though he had arrived at the Sea of Souls. Although the strength of the souls here was not as strong as the Sea of Souls, it was still enough to shock people. Official disciple. Fang Chen entered the loft and went up to the 2nd floor. He opened the window and looked at the endless blue sky. Unknowingly, he had been in the southern mountain land for quite some time now. Now he had finally become an official disciple of the Baron sect. Within a certain city in the southern mountain range, there was a luxurious mansion. Above the entrance of this mansion, there was a golden plaque with the words Qin Mansion written on it. This mansion was the mansion of the number 1 family in the southern mountain land, the Qin family. Today, the mansion of the Qin family was unusually lively. It turned out that the Qin family was holding a family meeting, and all the younger generation had come to participate. In the Qin clan's meeting hall, the person sitting at the head of the table was the current clan leader of the Qin clan. He was also one of the top experts in the land of South Mountain. Sitting on the left and right sides below were the respected elders of the Qin clan. Below them were the younger generation, disciples of the clan. Today, I've gathered everyone here for a matter. The Qin clan's clan head looked around and said slowly, the Qin clan did not belong to the three-star sect of the southern mountain land. However, they were exceptionally powerful. Even the three-star sect did not dare to offend the Qin clan. Hearing the words of the Qin clan head, many of the younger generation opened their eyes wide and listened attentively to the clan head. Among the younger generation, there was a girl who was as beautiful as a flower. This girl wore a tight leather skirt that outlined her perfect figure. She was one of the best among the younger generation of the Qin clan. She was also the pearl of the Qin clan, Qin Yao. A secret treasure has appeared in the north region. I believe everyone has heard of it. This secret treasure has been explored by the top experts in the land of South Mountain. There are many treasures in this secret treasure. Some people even speculated that this secret treasure was the place where a powerful person had fallen. The Qin clan head said, I've also secretly gone to this secret treasure before. I discovered that on the plains where the secret treasure was located, the surrounding space was torn apart and there was turbulence in space. The stronger the martial artist, the more they could not get close to the turbulence in space. Therefore, all the major forces have come to an agreement to send the younger generation disciples to the secret treasure to search for opportunities. The Qin clan head continued, I've gathered all of you here for this matter. This trip to the secret treasure will be led by Qin Yao. I hope all of you will be able to reap some benefits. The clan head did not say anything else after finishing his words. Following that, the few elders began to talk about the secret treasure. In the main hall, Qin Yao's eyes flickered. In the end, she nodded her head and agreed to the Qin clan head's request. When the younger generation of the Qin clan found out that Qin Yao was leading the team, they were exceptionally surprised. Of course, all the major forces in the land of South Mountain had sent their younger generation, disciples, to prepare for the trip to the secret treasure. As for Fang Qin, who was in the Baron sect in the water-leaning city, he was completely unaware of this news. This was because within the Baron sect, in the core disciple area, the sect leader had personally called for a meeting and ordered the 9 core disciples to head to the secret treasure. This time, the secret treasure was not too far away from the water-leaning city. The Baron sect had the geographical advantage and had a high chance of obtaining the items within the secret treasure. The entire land of South Mountain was in a state of turmoil. Since the secret treasure was surrounded by spatial turbulence and powerful warriors could not enter, many forces decided to treat this trip to the secret treasure as a form of training for the younger generation of disciples. Within the Baron sect, on the Spirit Stream Mountain, Fang Qin had already been here for a few days. During these few days, Fang Qin had finally familiarized himself with some of the rules of the Spirit Stream. I've absorbed a large amount of Spirit Stream over the past few days. Now, the remnant spirit has strengthened a little. Ancestor Bronze laughed maniacally. Fang Qin could also sense that the remnant spirit within the python sword had strengthened a lot. He was happy for Ancestor Bronze. Congratulations, Ancestor. Fang Qin smiled. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze opened his mouth and said, Kid, trouble is coming for you. As soon as Ancestor Bronze said that, Fang Qin suddenly realized that an unfamiliar man had appeared outside his building. Fang Qin was standing by the window. When this man saw Fang Qin, a cold light flickered in his eyes. Looking at Fang Qin, he said, You're Fang Qin. Correct, Fang Qin said. You're very strong, asked the man. This question was very boring, So Fong Qin directly ignored the man's question. Kid, Mengyu helped me a year ago. I heard you injured him not long ago and almost killed him, said the man coldly. A wild aura emanated from his body. Oh, so you're saying you're here for revenge? Fong Qin smiled. Correct. Get down here and accept your death, said Wan Xiaofeng. Of course, you can also choose to compensate Mengyu. How do I compensate him? Asked Fong Qin. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, and we'll write this matter off. I won't cause any more trouble for you, said Wan Xiaofeng. Wan Xiaofeng was an ordinary disciple of the Soul Stream. His strength was equivalent to the mid-second stage of the condensing reality realm. He was at the bottom of the peak of the Soul Stream, but he owed Mengyu a favor. When Mengyu had found him and told him everything, he had immediately agreed to return the favor. That was why he had come here. Why don't you go rob someone? Asked Fong Qin suddenly. Meng Yu's expression darkened. It seems you don't plan on compensating me. Then you'll have to bear my anger. Your anger? Fong Qin sneered and ignored Wan Xiaofeng. He directly sat by the window on the second floor and began to drink tea. Fong Qin, are you courting death? Seeing this, Wan Xiaofeng roared furiously. Fong Qin directly ignored Wan Xiaofeng. Wan Xiaofeng was furious and wanted to rush up to Fong Qin to beat him up. But when he approached Fong Qin's pavilion, he instantly stopped. What a cunning kid. I almost fell for your trick. Wan Xiaofeng retreated and said coldly to Fong Qin. There was a strict rule among the official disciples of the 3 major schools. Unless they had the permission of the master, no disciple could casually step into another disciple's pavilion. This was because they were afraid of disturbing the disciples' cultivation. For disciples who violated this rule, the punishment was quite severe. Therefore, under normal circumstances, official disciples would not dare to step into other people's pavilions. At this moment, seeing Fong Qin leisurely sitting on the second floor and drinking tea, Wan Xiaofeng was burning with anger, but he could not do anything. If Fong Qin did not come down, he could not do anything to Fong Qin. Fong Qin, are you still a man? Do you plan on holing up there for the rest of your life? Wan Xiaofeng roared. Sorry, I'm not in a good mood right now. Wait until I'm in a good mood, then maybe I'll go down. Fong Qin grinned and put down the teacup in his hand. He continued, Of course, if you give me a few million high-grade spirit stones or some rank 5 or 6 cultivation methods, or even a profound weapon, my mood will definitely improve immediately. Chapter 435. If Fong Qin didn't come down, Wan Xiaofeng couldn't do anything. Although he was also an official disciple, he wasn't arrogant enough to step into Fong Qin's pavilion. Seeing Fong Qin leisurely drinking tea on the second floor, Wan Xiaofeng was furious. Fong Qin, I don't believe that you won't come down for the rest of your life. After waiting for a while, Wan Xiaofeng sneered and turned to leave. Looking at Wan Xiaofeng's back, Fong Qin shook his head slightly. Ever since he had joined the spirit stream, Fong Qin had been cultivating. This was because the spirit stream contained an extremely wild spirit aura, which benefited old ancestor bronze greatly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since he joined the spirit stream. On this day, Fong Qin was cultivating when he suddenly saw a flash of lightning in the sky. This flash of lightning stayed for a very short time. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the northern region. After the flash of lightning disappeared, Fong Qin suddenly discovered that a meteor had fallen in the northern region. His face changed slightly. In the next moment, Ancestor Bronze spoke. There's movement. Ancestor Bronze said in a low voice. Fong Qin was shocked and asked hurriedly, Ancestor, what's the matter? I vaguely felt a wild aura not far from Waterleaning City. It shot straight into the sky. It seems like a supreme treasure is about to appear. Ancestor Bronze said softly, A supreme treasure is about to appear. Fong Qin was puzzled. Then he recalled the strange lightning and meteor he had just seen and fell silent. After pondering for a moment, Fong Qin stopped thinking about this matter. According to ancestor Bronze's senses, the supreme treasure that had appeared was definitely extraordinary. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to compete for it. I'd better cultivate in peace, Fong Qin said to himself. Then Fong Qin left the independent courtyard and prepared to head to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. The Spirit Pagoda was a unique pagoda of the spirit stream. This pagoda towered into the clouds. It was said that there were a total of 99 levels, but no one had been able to reach the top. To put it bluntly, the Spirit Pagoda was the strengthened version of the Soul Sea. Cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda could make a warrior's soul extremely powerful. Fong Chen's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He needed to go to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. Fong Chen had just left the pavilion when he was surrounded by people. Seeing Fong Chen come out, several official disciples quickly walked to Fong Chen's side and surrounded him. Fong Chen also knew the person in the lead. It was Yuan Xiaofeng, who had threatened to avenge Meng Yu. "Brat, aren't you quite capable? I thought you would hole up in your pavilion and not come out for the rest of your life." Yuan Xiaofeng looked at Fong Chen. His eyes filled with killing intent as he sneered. Fong Chen looked at Yuan Xiaofeng, carefully sizing him up. This was because this was the first time he had made a move after entering the soul stream. Swoosh! Fong Chen didn't say anything. After sizing up Yuan Xiaofeng, he suddenly threw out a punch. With a bang, his fist hit Yuan Xiaofeng's body. Caught off guard, Yuan Xiaofeng took a few steps back. After he steadied himself, his face was filled with anger. "Fong Chen, you are courting death," Yuan Xiaofeng roared in anger. Seeing Yuan Xiaofeng's anger, the official disciples who had followed him whispered, "Big brother Yuan, he is just a newcomer. Let us deal with him." After saying that, the three disciples instantly unleashed a fierce attack towards Fong Chen. Bang, bang, bang! Fong Chen used the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. His early stage orange rank soul instantly erupted. In front of him, 3 soul flames appeared. These 3 soul flames instantly rushed towards the 3 people. The 3 people's strength was far inferior to Fong Chen's. They simply couldn't resist Fong Chen's Daluo Soul Killer Flame. The soul flames instantly burrowed into their heads. The 3 of them let out miserable cries as they fell to the ground. "Trash," Fong Chen said. At this moment, Yuan Xiaofeng squinted his eyes and looked at Fong Chen. His eyes were filled with passion as he laughed wildly. "Kid, you dare to compare souls with me? What a joke!" As he spoke, Yuan Xiaofeng's mid-stage orange rank soul instantly erupted. A wild soul aura surrounded his body. In the next moment, Yuan Xiaofeng's body flashed. His soul aura turned into a long spear and rushed towards Fong Chen. Disciples of the soul style were most proficient in soul attacks. To Yuan Xiaofeng, Fong Chen's soul attack was too clumsy. At this moment, he was very confident that he could defeat Fong Chen in one blow. The soul spear carried a wild aura and instantly appeared in front of Fong Chen. Seeing this, Fong Chen sneered and once again used the Daluo Soul Killer Flame. Boom! The soul flames and the soul spear instantly collided. A deafening sound rang out as the 2 of them continuously retreated. How is this possible? Seeing his soul spear blocked by Fong Chen, Yuan Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with confusion. The strength of his soul was clearly suppressing Fong Chen's soul. How was Fong Chen able to block his attack? What Yuan Xiaofeng didn't know was that Fong Chen's soul had reached the orange rank in the past. However, later on he met a soul cultivator who had fallen a long time ago. He received the inheritance of that almighty and became a soul cultivator. As a result, his soul was compressed to the red rank. In general, although Fong Chen's soul was compressed, his foundation was very solid. Although his soul was now at the early stage orange rank, and Yuan Xiaofeng was at the mid-stage orange rank, There was practically no difference between the two. Therefore, Fang Chen easily blocked Wan Xiaofeng's attack. As expected of a disciple of the soul style, Fang Chen looked at Wan Xiaofeng and grinned. Wan Xiaofeng's soul attack was clearly much more tyrannical than Fang Chen's. Since soul attacks couldn't defeat his opponent, then he would use sword techniques to defeat him. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the sword body, and a wild sword intent instantly soared into the sky. In the next moment, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand suddenly drew a strange trajectory. Then, an incomparably powerful sword light appeared in front of Fang Chen's eyes. This sword light of water and fire contained a tyrannical sword essence and an illusory aura. Its power was very strong. Crash! Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword suddenly stabbed towards Wan Xiaofeng. Seeing this, the latter was slightly startled and prepared to use a soul attack to resist. However, it was too late. In the sky, the powerful sword light had already arrived in front of Wan Xiaofeng. Bang! Wan Xiaofeng desperately threw a punch, trying to block Fang Chen's attack. However, it was useless. The tyrannical sword light of water and fire made Wan Xiaofeng temporarily enter an illusion. Then, the sword light of water and fire directly blasted Wan Xiaofeng's fist away and stabbed towards Wan Xiaofeng. Puchi! Fortunately, Wan Xiaofeng dodged in time. Otherwise, the sword light of water and fire would not have pierced his arm, but his chest. Damn it! Wan Xiaofeng was furious that his arm was injured. He was humiliated to be beaten like this by a newcomer. He was unwilling. I want you to die! Wan Xiaofeng roared angrily. In the next moment, he urged his soul to the extreme and launched a fierce attack on Fang Chen. It was also at this moment that Fang Chen's hidden star sword appeared in front of Wan Xiaofeng. Puchi! The hidden star sword did not hesitate to pierce Wan Xiaofeng's abdomen. With a bang, Wan Xiaofeng's body fell to the ground, and his aura was weak. This is just a lesson. Fang Chen had just arrived at the soul stream, so he did not want to casually kill people. So this time it was just a lesson for Wan Xiaofeng. However, even if it was a lesson, being stabbed by the hidden star sword would require at least 3 months of lying in bed to recover. Fang Chen glanced at Wan Xiaofeng and turned to leave. The 3 disciples that Wan Xiaofeng had brought with him quickly ran over and worriedly asked, "Big brother Wan, are you all right?" At this moment, Wan Xiaofeng had finally awoken from his shock. His expression was complicated as he looked at Fang Chen's departing figure. Touching the wound on his abdomen, Wan Xiaofeng felt a lingering fear in his heart. If Fang Chen had used just a little bit more strength, his qi would have been pierced. If that had happened, Wan Xiaofeng would have truly become a cripple. However, Fang Chen had held back. When the hidden star sword pierced Wan Xiaofeng's body and was about to reach his qi, he stopped his attack. Wan Xiaofeng was helped up by his 3 disciples. His expression was complicated. In the end, he shook his head and turned to leave. After defeating Wan Xiaofeng, he leisurely went to the front of the Spirit Pagoda. The Spirit Pagoda was in a plaza. Fang Chen saw a towering Spirit Pagoda in the plaza. He could clearly feel the dense spiritual fluctuations around the Spirit Pagoda. This is the Spirit Pagoda. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes as he looked at the towering Spirit Pagoda. At this moment, there were many disciples in front of the Spirit Pagoda. They were all here to cultivate. There was an old man standing guard in front of the Spirit Pagoda. Every time a disciple wanted to enter the Spirit Pagoda, they would have to pay some high-grade spirit stones. You have to pay spirit stones to enter the Spirit Pagoda, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Fang Chen's words were heard by a disciple to the side. The disciple turned to look at Fang Chen and said, "You must be a new disciple." Fang Chen nodded. The disciple continued, "No wonder you don't understand the Spirit Pagoda. This Spirit Pagoda needs energy to support it in order to operate. With such a large Spirit Pagoda, The amount of energy it consumes is astronomical. The desolate sect provides for so many disciples to cultivate. Naturally, they would have to collect some compensation. With so many disciples in a sect, the daily expenses would be huge. Therefore, the sect had specially set up a few places to collect spirit stones to earn money for their daily expenses. This greatly reduced the pressure on the sect. The spirit pagoda requires 10,000 high-grade spirit stones for 2 hours. After hearing the disciples' words, Fong Chin understood. To him, spirit stones were nothing. "Show me your token," said the old man. Fong Chin took out his official disciple token and handed it to the old man. After the old man inspected it, he said, "Pay the spirit stones." Chapter 436. As soon as Fong Chin entered the spirit pagoda, he realized that the entire place was filled with a wild spiritual aura. These spiritual auras were constantly tempering a martialless soul. Cultivating here is much better than cultivating in the outside world, Fong Chin sighed. However, one had to pay spiritual stones. 10,000 spiritual stones for 2 hours was nothing to Fong Chin, but it was a huge sum for some people. This was the first level of the spirit pagoda. Fong Chin could feel the spiritual aura here, but it wasn't as dense as he had imagined. Then, Fong Chin ascended to the second level. Just like that, Fong Chin ascended to the 13th level in one go. When he reached the 13th level, Fong Chin stopped. He could feel that the spiritual aura here was very dense, and he felt a little pressure. "I'll cultivate here." Immediately, Fong Chin made a decision. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started cultivating. Hiss! The great Luo Soul Killer Flame was instantly released above Fong Chin's head. The early orange level soul condensed into a spiritual flame and hovered above Fong Chin's head. At the same time, old ancestor bronze was also wildly absorbing the spiritual aura. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 20 hours had passed. The sky outside had already darkened. At this time, Fong Chin finally stopped cultivating. He felt that his soul strength had reached a bottleneck and he couldn't break through. "It's a pity," Fong Chin said softly. Originally, he thought that with the help of the spirit pagoda, his soul strength could reach the mid-orange level. He didn't expect that his soul strength would be stuck at a bottleneck. However, Fong Chin still had some gains. Although his soul strength hadn't increased, the great Luo Soul Killer Flame had. Previously, Fong Chin had cultivated the great Luo Soul Killer Flame to the 3rd level. However, after 20 hours of cultivation, Fong Chin had cultivated the great Luo Soul Killer Flame to the 5th level. The great Luo Soul Slaughter Flame had a total of 5 levels. After such a long period of cultivation, he had finally cultivated it to the peak. After the great Luo Soul Killer Flame reached its peak, Fong Chin felt that his soul attacks had become even stronger. If he were to face Ruan Xiaofeng now, he would be able to defeat her even without using the water-fire sword art. As expected of the spirit pagoda, Fong Chin sighed. Then Fong Chin collected his thoughts and walked out of the spirit pagoda. At this time, the outside world was pitch black. When Fong Chin walked out, the old guard said, "You've been inside for 20 hours. You still need to pay 90,000 high-grade spirit stones." Fong Chin paid 90,000 upper-grade spirit stones and left. A single session of cultivation required so many spirit stones. The official disciples of the Soul Stream basically came here every day to cultivate, so the consumption of spirit stones was extremely high. Of course, as official disciples of the Baron sect, their strength was extremely powerful. Most of the disciples would go out to earn spiritual stones. This was because if there were no spiritual stones in the Baron sect, their cultivation progress would be extremely slow and they would be surpassed by the other disciples. Therefore, they had to ensure that they had enough spirit stones to cultivate. Therefore, when they felt that they were lacking spirit stones, they would go out. Luo Shui City was a very prosperous and large city. Within the city, there were countless buildings. Under normal circumstances, the fastest way to earn spirit stones was to become a mercenary and enter the demonic beast mountain range to kill demonic beasts and earn spirit stones. Of course, there were other kinds of missions, too many to count. For now, Fong Qin did not need to worry about the problem of spirit stones. This was because he still had more than 80 million high-grade spirit stones in his spatial ring. This was enough to support his cultivation. As a cultivator, the most important thing was to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Right now, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qi High Realm. There was still a long way to go before he reached the condensing reality realm. There were many powerful warriors in the southern mountain land, so he had to work hard to cultivate. After leaving the Spirit Pagoda, Fong Qin walked on top of the Spirit Mountain Range. In the pitch-black night sky, there was a crescent moon. This crescent moon illuminated the entire Luoshui city. Because the Baron sect was located on a very high mountain, one could see the entire Luoshui city from within the Baron sect. Fong Qin walked under the dark night sky, his mind constantly thinking about the day's harvest. Just as Fong Qin walked to the edge of the Spirit Mountain Range, his ears suddenly twitched. He heard a small voice. Fong Qin stopped and hid in the darkness, listening carefully. "Did you find out?" "Yes, I did. A hidden treasure appeared not far from Luoshui City. Many of the younger generation of the southern mountain land are fighting over it. It is said that the battle there is very fierce. Boss told us to wait here. When his order arrives, we will move out." "That's right. Let's wait here." The two figures whispered to each other. The place where they were hiding was halfway up the Spirit Mountain Range. Normally, no one would be able to discover this place. Fong Qin happened to hear the conversation between the two figures. Who are they hiding in the Baron sect? Fong Qin's heart was filled with doubts. Soon after, he carefully approached the two figures in the darkness. Not long after, Fong Qin silently arrived halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Fong Qin discovered a speck of light halfway up the mountain. Of course, this speck of light was very well hidden. It was impossible to see it from the top of the mountain. In other words, it could only be seen from halfway up the mountain. When Fong Qin saw this speck of light, he followed it and quickly approached it. When Fong Qin approached the speck of light, he was shocked to discover two figures behind a hidden blue stone. These two figures actually had traces of the Yellow Springs sect's aura. Seeing this scene, Fong Qin was startled. The remnants of the Yellow Springs sect are actually hiding in the Baron sect. Fong Qin thought to himself, the most dangerous place was the safest place. Was that what they thought? At this moment, it was already late at night. All the disciples in the Baron sect were already asleep. If it wasn't for the fact that Fong Qin had cultivated in the Spirit Pagoda for 20 hours and was a little late, he would have already fallen asleep. Just as Fong Qin was deep in thought, he was suddenly discovered by two members of the Yellow Springs sect. "Who is it?" One of the Yellow Springs sect members roared in a low voice. When Fong Qin saw that he had been discovered, he simply pretended to be a member of the Yellow Springs sect. He walked step by step towards the blue stone and stopped in front of the two. "Both of you, boss asked me to come here to receive you." Fong Qin said without batting an eyelid. "Who exactly are you? How dare you pretend to be a member of the Yellow Springs sect?" One of the Yellow Springs sect members glanced at Fong Qin and asked coldly. This was because they couldn't detect the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on Fong Qin's body. "I am the Sword Hall Master under Protector Yu Ming of the Yellow Springs sect. I heard that there was a treasure trove in the northern region and specially came here. I met Boss on the way, and he asked me to come here first." Fong Qin said, "Then why don't you have the aura of the Yellow Springs sect on you?" The remnant of the Yellow Springs sect asked, "This is the body of a human cultivator that I possessed." Fong Qin explained, Even if you possess the body of a human cultivator, you can still release the aura of the Yellow Springs sect. If you can't release the aura of the Yellow Springs sect, I will personally kill you. The Yellow Springs sect member said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart skipped a beat. He didn't say anything. At this moment, the other Yellow Springs sect member tugged at his sleeve and said, Brother Now, are you tired of living? This is the Baron sect. If he releases the aura of the Yellow Springs sect, what will happen if the upper echelons of the Baron sect are alerted? The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect, who was called Brother Now, was stunned. He immediately said, Then how can we prove his identity? Didn't he say that he is the Sword Hall Master under Protector Yuming? Let him talk about the situation under Protector Yuming. Okay, tell me, Brother Now said. Hearing Brother Now's words, Fong Chen was stunned. He immediately approached Brother Now. The latter looked at Fong Chen cautiously and said, Stay where you are. When Fong Chen approached Brother Now, he suddenly pulled out the hidden star sword in his hand. He immediately performed the 12th level of the fire and water sword technique. In the next moment, the hidden star sword directly pierced into Brother Now's body. Before Brother Now could finish his words, he lost his life. When the Yellow Springs sect member beside Brother Now saw this, his face was filled with horror. He said, Who exactly are you? The person who will kill you. As soon as Fong Chen finished speaking, he raised his sword and slashed down. The surviving member of the Yellow Springs sect was instantly killed by Fong Chen. After killing the 2 surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect, Fong Chen carefully sized up the location. He discovered that there was a seal here. The 2 surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect usually hid within this seal. Then, Fong Chen recalled what the 2 surviving members of the Yellow Springs sect had said before. He checked the space rings of the 2 surviving members and found 2 communication jade pendants. I wonder what news the boss will send, Fong Chen said softly. The Yellow Springs sect's actions were getting bigger and bigger. They actually dared to hide within the Baron sect. How audacious! This time, from the tone of the 2, it seemed that the Yellow Springs sect was going to attack the younger generation of the Southern Mountain Land who were fighting for the treasures in the secret treasure. Just as Fong Chen was pondering this, the communication jade pendant suddenly flickered. Then a gloomy voice rang out. There's a younger generation member who has snatched the treasures in the secret treasure and is heading towards Leaning Water City. The 2 of you quickly head to the plains 100 miles away from Leaning Water City to activate the formation. After this message was sent, the communication jade pendant dimmed. A younger generation member who has snatched the treasures in the secret treasure and is heading towards Leaning Water City. Fong Chen's eyes flickered with a fiery light. After a long time, Fong Chen made a decision. He wanted to leave Leaning Water City and take a look. Perhaps I can obtain it amidst the chaos, Fong Chen thought to himself. Even if he couldn't obtain the treasures in the secret treasure, it wouldn't be a bad idea to take a look. Chapter 437. After Fong Chen left the Louis City, he followed the message from the Yellow Springs sect and headed to the plains 100 miles away. By the time Fong Chen arrived at the plains, the sky was even darker. The entire plains were spacious and empty. Fong Chen quickly found the control center and array base of the array. Then he found a place and hid. As long as the warrior with the secret treasure entered the plains, he would immediately activate the array and trap the warrior. In other words, as long as there were no accidents, the secret treasure would be his. Thinking of this, Fong Chen was very excited. He had heard from the bronze ancestor that a secret treasure had appeared in the northern region. Fong Chen would never have dreamt that he would be so close to the treasure trove. Fong Chen waited quietly. At this time, far away from Fong Chen, a woman in a leather skirt was flying quickly. The corners of her mouth were full of blood, and her body was also covered in blood. She seemed to be seriously injured, but she was still desperately running away. As long as I escape to the Louis City, I will be safe. Qin Yao thought to herself. In this trip to the hidden treasure, the competition was too intense. At the last moment, it was fortunate that he was quick enough to obtain the supreme treasure in the hidden treasure. However, it was also because of this that Qin Yao was being chased by many young martialists. Qin Yao had been fighting all the way and running away quickly. Although Qin Yao's strength was tyrannical, she was still powerless in the face of so many top experts of the younger generation. During the time she was fleeing, she was constantly chased by the top experts of the younger generation. After a few battles, she was seriously injured. Now, she was running for her life. I must bring the secret treasure back safely, Qin Yao thought to herself. After flying for a while, Qin Yao descended from the sky. Although condensing reality, realm warriors could fly, they could only fly for a short period of time. If they flew for a long time, it would consume too much of their energy. Qin Yao had to save some energy to guard against the people chasing her, so she had to land. After landing on the ground, Qin Yao walked quickly. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Qin Yao, you can't escape. The man's eyes lit up when he saw Qin Yao, and he said coldly, Wu and I, my Qin clan will not let you off. As soon as Qin Yao finished her statement, her figure flashed and fled rapidly. Of course, Wu and I wasn't going to give Qin Yao the chance to escape. He had chased after Qin Yao painstakingly. How could he allow Qin Yao to escape again? Qin Yao, you can't escape. Wu and I yelled out. His figure flashed and immediately appeared in front of Qin Yao. He then extended his hand and wanted to grab Qin Yao. Right at this moment, a dagger suddenly appeared in Qin Yao's hand. When Wu Ni's hand appeared in front of Qin Yao, the dagger in Qin Yao's hand instantly slashed towards Wu and I. Humph, a mere dagger, and you want to injure me, Wu and I? Wu and I sneered when he saw the situation and spoke with disdain. Subsequently, Wu Ni's palm pressed down again and directly pressed on Qin Yao's head. As long as he used a little more strength, he would be able to suppress Qin Yao. However, right at this moment, there was a sudden change. The dagger in Qin Yao's hand suddenly pierced into Wu Ni's palm, and blood immediately flowed out. When Wu and I saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. In the next moment, his body trembled, and even his soul spirit was trembling incessantly. This is the golden cloud, soul-extinguishing dagger. Wu Ni's soul spirit was in extreme pain. At this moment, he realized that the dagger in Qin Yao's hand wasn't an ordinary dagger. It was the famous golden cloud, soul-extinguishing dagger of the Qin clan. Damn it! Seeing Qin Yao escape, Wu Ni's heart was filled with rage as he immediately chased after her. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yao's physical strength was exhausted, and she finally couldn't fly anymore. She landed on the ground, which was a plain. I am only 100 miles away from the water-leaning city. Qin Yao's consciousness was a little blurry, but she forcefully endured it and walked with difficulty. At this moment, Feng Qin, who was hiding in the dark, saw Qin Yao's appearance, and his eyes lit up. Just as he was about to activate the array, he suddenly realized that Qin Yao's aura was very weak. Her aura is very weak, and there is no need for the array to deal with her. Feng Chen pondered in his heart. Just as he was pondering, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the distance. This stream of light's speed was very fast, and it directly rushed behind Qin Yao before turning into a human figure. Qin Yao, you are definitely going to die today. Wu and I looked at Qin Yao, who was on the verge of collapse, and roared with rage. After Wu and I was injured by the golden cloud soul-extinguishing dagger, it took him a lot of effort to recover. However, his soul spirit was injured, and it wouldn't recover for a while. Therefore, his heart was filled with rage. Not only did he want to snatch the cardinal treasure, but he also wanted to kill Qin Yao. Right now, Qin Yao no longer had any strength to resist. Just as Wu and I was about to make his move, Qin Yao swayed and actually fainted on the plain. When Wu and I saw this scene, he sneered and walked towards Qin Yao. Just as Wu and I was about to make contact with Qin Yao's body, Fan Chen suddenly activated the array, and a rumbling sound echoed throughout the sky. In the next moment, the entire plane was instantly enveloped by a dusky aura presence. When Wu and I saw the situation, he turned pale with fright. This is an array. Why is there an array here? Is there someone else? When he thought of this, Wu Ni's eyes flickered as he constantly looked around. He realized that this array was actually an illusion array. Damn it! Wu and I realized that Qin Yao, who was under his feet just now, had long disappeared. Wu and I was enraged as he circulated all the strength in his body and bombarded the illusion array. However, the strength of this illusion array was beyond his expectations. Right now, Fan Chen had quietly entered the illusion array. As he was controlling the core, he was able to see everything within the illusion array clearly. Fan Chen came to the front of Qin Yao and quietly brought Qin Yao's body out of the illusion array. Right now, inside the illusion array, Wu and I was still furiously attacking. However, no matter how much he attacked the illusion array, he was unable to break it. Fortunately, I discovered it. Otherwise, the Yellow Spring sect would definitely obtain the hidden treasure. Fan Chen thought to himself. Fan Chen dragged Qin Yao's body out of the illusion array and was preparing to take Qin Yao's interspatial ring. Right at this moment, a token fell out from Qin Yao's clothes. Fan Chen casually picked up this token. At first, Fan Chen didn't take a close look at the token and was prepared to throw it away. However, just as he was about to throw the token away, he saw a word from the corner of his eyes. And Fan Chen's eyes immediately looked at the token. This glance caused Fan Chen's body to tremble. On the front of the token, there was a word, Qin. How is this possible? Fan Chen's heart was in a perilous situation. In his other hand, there was an identical token. This token also had the word Qin on it. The exact same token. Fan Chen's face was filled with shock. Could it be that the person who saved me is from the same clan as her? Fan Chen looked at Qin Yao with an astonished expression. After a long time, Fan Chen tried his best to calm his inner excitement and kept the token. He then brought Qin Yao and quickly left this troublesome place. 2 hours later, a few valiant auras appeared on this plane. Third Elder Wu, there seems to be an illusion array here. One of the elders said. That's right, there is an illusion array here. There seems to be someone inside. Third Elder Wu whispered. Break the array, another elder said. Subsequently, a few elders worked together and broke the illusion array. When they broke the illusion array, they were surprised to find that the martial artist inside the illusion array was actually Wu and I. Wu and I, why are you here with the cardinal treasure? Third Elder Wu asked hastily. Seeing Third Elder Wu and the others, Wu and I finally regained his composure and whispered. The cardinal treasure was obtained by Qin Yao. I chased her all the way here, but I didn't expect someone to secretly set up an illusion array and trap me. Damn it, how dare you snatch our Wu clan's item? Third Elder Wu spoke with a cold voice. No matter what, we have to get the cardinal treasure back. When Fan Chen brought Qin Yao back to the Leaning Water City, the sky was already bright. However, there was still no one on the streets of the Leaning Water City. Fan Chen sprinted all the way and finally arrived in front of the Desolate Sect. He then flashed his official disciple token and entered the Desolate Sect. Along the way, Fan Chen didn't encounter a single disciple. He returned to his pavilion and immediately placed Qin Yao on the bed. Qin Yao's injuries were rather severe and wouldn't wake up for a while. Fan Chen placed his hand on Qin Yao's pulse and felt it. He then gave her some recuperation elixirs. Her life shouldn't be in danger. Fan Chen said. If it was a stranger, Fan Chen would definitely not save her. However, she had that token on her. Back then, Fan Chen was in a secret realm in the Divine Wind Nation and was besieged by a group of devil rhinos. At the final moment, he crushed the mechanical heart, and the valiant force annihilated the group of devil rhinos, causing him to fall into a coma. When he regained consciousness, the little mouse handed him a token. On the front side of the token, there was a Qin word. On the back side, there was an image of an old man with an immortal aura, and his entire body was enveloped in flames. The little mouse told Fangchen that the person who saved him was a stooped old man and a red-clothed woman. Back then, Fangchen said that he would repay the favor of saving his life one day. Right now, after such a long time, he finally encountered a token that was exactly the same as the token left behind by his savior. His heart was extremely excited. Chapter 438. In the next few days, Fangchen paid close attention to Qin Yao's injuries. In these few days, the Qin family searched the entire southern mountain range for Qin Yao. There were even rumors that the Qin family was willing to go to war with the Wu family for Qin Yao. Of course, these were all rumors. No one knew the specifics. Comparatively speaking, Water-Leaning City was still relatively quiet. As for the Desolate sect, it was even more peaceful. In these few days, Fangchen frequently went to the Spirit Pagoda to cultivate. After about 7 days, Qin Yao finally woke up. Within Fangchen's pavilion, Qin Yao was quietly lying on a white bed. Her body was covered with a blanket. Suddenly, Qin Yao's fingers twitched. Following that, Qin Yao's body also began to move. Not long after, Qin Yao opened her eyes. "Where is this?" The instant Qin Yao opened her eyes, she immediately sat up and vigilantly looked around the pavilion. She was extremely puzzled. Just as Qin Yao was puzzled, the door to the pavilion suddenly opened. Fangchen walked in. "You're awake." Fangchen looked at Qin Yao and asked, "Who are you?" Qin Yao glanced at the blanket covering her body, then looked at Fangchen and coldly asked, "You were being chased by someone and fainted on the plains." "I saved you," Fangchen softly said. Seeing Fangchen approaching her, Qin Yao's ice-cold eyes emitted a terrifying golden light. Shortly after, her consciousness entered her interspatial ring. In the next moment, she let out a sigh of relief. That was because the treasures from the secret treasury were still in her interspatial ring. "Why did you save me?" Qin Yao asked. At the beginning, Qin Yao thought that Fangchen saved her because of the treasures in her interspatial ring. However, she discovered that the treasures were still in her interspatial ring. She also didn't know what Fangchen's intentions were. Fangchen threw out an identity medallion. Seeing this, Qin Yao directly caught it. When she saw it clearly, her face was filled with shock. Soon after, Qin Yao took out an identical identity medallion from her bosom. At this moment, her heart was in turmoil. "Where did you get this medallion?" Qin Yao hastily asked. Fangchen looked at Qin Yao, his face full of smiles. "The owner of this medallion once saved my life." Hearing Fangchen's words, Qin Yao's mind instantly sank into deep thought. Not long after, a shocked expression appeared on her face. Could he be the man from the Divine Wind Nation? Qin Yao carefully sized up Fangchen. She suddenly discovered that Fangchen was exactly the same as the man she had casually saved. How is this possible? Qin Yao couldn't believe it. That man from the Divine Wind Nation had actually come to the southern mountain range and even saved her life. Fangchen saw the change in Qin Yao's expression and said, "If my guess is correct, you should be from the same clan as my savior. Although you have treasures on you, I won't take them away. If your injuries are healed, you should hurry back." Hearing Fangchen's words, Qin Yao was stunned. Soon after, she realized that even Fangchen didn't know that she was the one who had saved him back then. Thinking of this, Qin Yao sighed. Back then, she was just passing by the Divine Wind Nation and accidentally discovered the Fire Emperor's inheritance. When she entered the Fire Emperor's secret realm of inheritance, she accidentally discovered the injured and unconscious Fangchen and saved him. She didn't expect that the weak man from back then had unknowingly come to the southern mountain range. Qi Niao opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. She wanted to tell Fangchen that she was the savior who had saved Fangchen. However, after thinking about it, she didn't say it. Her bright eyes carefully sized up Fangchen, a weak cultivator who had walked step by step from the divine Wind Nation to the southern mountain range, who could understand the pain he had to go through. After a long time, Qi Niao handed the identity token to Fangchen. Then she calmed down and asked, "Where is this?" "The Baron sect." Fangchen replied, "You're a disciple of the Baron sect?" Qi Niao asked curiously. Fangchen nodded and said, "That's right. My injuries have already healed. Thank you very much. I'll take my leave first. If you encounter any difficulties in the southern mountain range one day, you can take out this identity token and say that you're Qi Niao's friend. Perhaps it will help you." After speaking, Qi Niao turned and left. Fangchen watched Qi Niao leave and shook his head slightly. Then he withdrew his thoughts. Qi Niao quickly left the Luoshui city and returned to the Qin family without anyone noticing. As for Fangchen, he continued to cultivate in the Baron sect in the Luoshui city as usual. As for what Qi Niao said, he didn't even think about it. Time passed by slowly. After cultivating in the Spirit Pagoda for a month, Fangchen's soul strength finally reached the middle stage of the orange level. This made Fangchen very happy. After his soul strength reached the middle stage of the orange level, Fangchen's strength increased once again. Now he wouldn't be afraid even if he were to face a late, condensing reality, realm warrior. Of course, the reason why he could increase his cultivation so quickly was because he had spent a lot of spirit stones. Fortunately, he had a lot of spirit stones. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to support his crazy cultivation. After his soul strength reached the middle stage of the orange level, Fangchen's cultivation of the soul had reached a bottleneck. Fangchen prepared to head to the physical body school and cultivate his own body. On this day, Fangchen left the spiritual body school's mountain and arrived at the physical body school's mountain. Previously, Elder Jean said that as long as Fangchen was willing, he could come to the physical body school's mountain to cultivate at any time. Soon, Fangchen arrived at the physical body school's mountain. The physical body school's mountain. Non-physical body school disciples are forbidden to enter. The physical body school's guardian disciple said loudly. Fangchen reported his name and entered the physical body school's mountain. Long before, Fangchen had already understood everything about the physical body school's mountain. Within the physical body school, there was a gravity tower. It was a tower that specialized in cultivating the physical body. The gravity tower was the same as the spirit pagoda. They were both unique towers. After carefully asking around, Fangchen prepared to head to the gravity tower. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward. With a bang, the figure collided with Fangchen's body, causing Fangchen to retreat a few steps. The swift figure was instantly sent flying. "Don't you have eyes?" The martialist stood up and scolded Fangchen loudly. Fangchen narrowed his eyes and looked at the martialist with a displeased expression. It was clearly the martialist who was too fast and collided with him, yet he still dared to say that he didn't have eyes. "Yes, you aren't my physical body school's disciple," the martialist said coldly as he carefully sized up Fangchen. "I am indeed not a physical body school's disciple," said Fangchen. "Brat, if you aren't a physical body school's disciple, how dare you enter the physical body school's mountain? Are you tired of living?" As he spoke, the martialist directly attacked, wanting to teach Fangchen a lesson. Whoosh! A wild fist energy directly appeared in front of Fangchen. Seeing this scene, Fangchen frowned slightly and immediately sent out a punch. At the same time, his sword body instantly erupted. Boom! A deafening sound instantly rang out. The martialist was sent flying by Fangchen and fell to the ground. How is this possible? When the two fists collided, the martialist felt a wild fist energy coming from Fong Chen's fist and directly sent him flying. Too weak. Fong Chen shook his head slightly and left with the sentence. Looking at Fong Chen's departing figure, the martialist said angrily, "Brat, you barged into the physical body school's mountain without permission. You're dead." Fong Chen's direction just happened to be in the direction of the gravity tower. Seeing this scene, the martialist sneered and immediately turned around to leave. Not long after, a piece of news spread throughout the physical body school's mountain. An unfamiliar disciple had barged into the physical body school's mountain. He was extremely arrogant and didn't put the physical body school's disciples in his eyes at all. He even boasted that none of the physical body school's disciples could defeat him. When this news spread, the entire physical body school's mountain went into an uproar. Countless disciples were furious. He dares to behave atrociously in our physical body school's mountain. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Where is he? I can kill him any time. He dares to look down on our physical body school's disciples. He's courting death. Now that he's on the physical body school's mountain, we must teach him a good lesson. Damn it! Our physical body school's disciples have unparalleled bodies. A mere trash dares to mock our physical body school. It's said that he went to the gravity tower. Let's go and find him. For a moment, many physical body school's disciples went to the gravity tower to find Fong Chen. The instigator of this matter saw this scene and laughed with satisfaction. Brat, let's see what you can do. Fong Chen paid 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and entered the gravity tower. As soon as he entered the gravity tower, Fong Chen discovered that there was a tyrannical gravity in the gravity tower. No wonder it's called the gravity tower. The gravity here is many times stronger than the outside world. It's easy to walk in the outside world, but it's very difficult to walk in the gravity tower. Good fella, it's great to refine my body here. Fong Chen grinned. The gravity tower was the perfect place to refine one's body. Although Fong Chen's body had turned into a sword body, he could still use the gravity to refine his body. However, the gravity on the first floor doesn't seem to be enough to refine my body. After a while, Fong Chen discovered that the gravity on the first floor seemed to be a little weak. Then he continued to move forward. After a while, Fong Chen came to the 9th floor of the gravity tower and finally stopped. The gravity here had made Fong Chen unable to move forward. The gravity is so strong. Fong Chen's forehead was full of sweat as he thought to himself. At this moment, many physical body school's disciples had arrived outside the gravity tower, clamoring to find Fong Chen. However, they discovered that Fong Chen had already entered the gravity tower. Chapter 439. Fong Chen was on the 9th floor of the gravity tower. The gravity here was extremely strong, and Fong Chen could not even stand properly. However, as Fong Chen activated his sword body, a wild sword intent appeared around his body, helping him to resist the gravity. Time passed by slowly, and Fong Chen continued to be tempered by the gravity. Needless to say, the effect of the gravity tower's tempering was very good. Fong Chen had been tempering here for about an hour, and he could feel that his sword body had become a lot stronger. Although he did not have a breakthrough, he had gained a lot. Crack! Just as Fong Chen was thinking to himself, a cracking sound came from his body. Then Fong Chen realized that his Qi was expanding, and the wild liquid spirit Qi was constantly rotating. Fong Chen was a little surprised when he saw this. He did not expect that in the gravity tower his sword body would not have a breakthrough, but his cultivation would have a breakthrough. From the peak of the 8th Qi High realm to the 9th Qi High realm, if it was a normal person, it would be very difficult to break through. But Fong Chen was different. He had already reached the condensing reality realm, and he had accumulated a lot of power. Boom! Soon, his Qi finished expanding, and the liquid spirit Qi stopped rotating. At this moment, Fong Chen realized that his cultivation had reached the 9th Qi High realm. I finally reached the 9th Chi High Realm. After reaching the 9th Chi High Realm, Fang Chen's strength was comparable to a warrior at the peak of the 2nd Condensing Reality Realm. As long as he did not meet a warrior at the 3rd Condensing Reality Realm, he would be able to handle them easily. Of course, the 9th Chi High Realm was only one step away from forming the Dharma Idol and breaking through to the Condensing Reality Realm. He did not expect that coming to the Gravity Tower would allow him to break through. Fang Qin was very happy. Then, Fang Qin stood up and left the Gravity Tower. Soon, Fang Qin came out of the Gravity Tower. At this moment, outside of the Gravity Tower, there were many warriors waiting for Fang Qin. Their faces were filled with anger. A disciple of the School of Souls had barged into the School of Physical Bodies without permission, and even dared to shamelessly boast that he looked down on the disciples of the School of Physical Bodies. This was a provocation, and they definitely wouldn't let him off so easily. As these disciples waited, the doors to the Gravity Tower opened, and Fang Qin instantly emerged. "It's him. He finally came out," someone shouted. All the disciples immediately surrounded Fang Qin. One of the stronger disciples coldly looked at Fang Qin and said, "Brat, you're the one who came to cause trouble in my physical body school." Upon hearing the warrior's words, Fang Qin frowned slightly. He instantly understood what had happened. "Brat, this is the School of Physical Bodies. Don't you know the rules of the Desolate Sect? Disciples of other schools are not allowed to enter the School of Physical Bodies as they wish. You entered the School of Physical Bodies in such an unbridled manner, and even injured our disciples. Are you courting death? Humph! Provoking us disciples of the physical style? You're really courting death. Even if you're a disciple of the soul style, you'll still have to pay a certain price. Brat, break one of your arms and get out of the School of Physical Bodies." Many disciples spoke out one after another. Their eyes were filled with disdain as they looked at Fang Qin. At the beginning, Fang Qin didn't pay much attention to them. After all, these disciples didn't know that Elder Jean had once said that he could enter the School of Physical Bodies as he wished. However, in the end, the words of these disciples were too unpleasant to listen to. Fang Qin was a little angry. "I'm afraid you don't have the strength to ask me to break one of my arms," Fang Qin coldly said. Hearing Fang Qin's retort, these disciples were incomparably furious. One of them directly stepped forward and grabbed Fang Qin's collar. He coldly said, "Brat, don't think that we're joking. You want to leave unscathed after causing trouble in our School of Physical Bodies? You must be dreaming. Breaking one of your arms is already very lenient for you. If you're unwilling, I don't mind helping you break your arm." The martialist's face was filled with anger. He grabbed Fang Qin's collar, causing Fang Qin's entire body to emit a frightening aura. "Remove your hand." Fang Qin narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Since you're unwilling, I'll help you break one of your arms. No, both of your arms." The martialist grabbed Fang Qin's collar with one hand and reached out with the other, wanting to break both of Fang Qin's arms. At this moment, a frightening golden light shot out from Fang Qin's eyes. Soon after, he cried out in a low voice, "You're courting death." As soon as Fang Qin said that, a wild aura suddenly erupted from his body. Then his palms clenched into fists, and he threw a punch at the man before him without hesitation. Bang! A sharp and heavy punch landed directly on the martialist's head. The martialist did not even have time to react before he was sent flying by Fang Qin. "Kid, how dare you!" The leading disciple roared angrily when he saw Yu Fei being sent flying. At the same time, the other disciples ran to Yu Fei's side and quickly helped him up. But at this moment, one of the disciples screamed, "How is this possible? Yu Fei's Qi is broken." Hearing the disciple scream, the leading disciple was also shocked. He did not expect the martialist in front of him to be so ruthless. At the same time, he was secretly wondering how strong this kid was. Yu Fei was not considered strong in the physical body style, but he was still at the late stage of the 2nd Condensing Reality Realm. He did not expect this kid to break his arm with a single punch. "Looks like I underestimated you." The leading disciple, Fei Heng, said with a creepy smile. "Get out of my way." Fong Qin said coldly. He did not want to waste time with these disciples. He wanted to go back. However, Fei Heng would not let Fong Qin leave after he broke Yu Fei's arm. Fei Heng was at the peak of the second condensing reality realm. The disciples who followed him to the gravity tower were all his followers. Among the physical body style disciples, his strength was not too bad. "You want to leave after hurting someone?" Fei Heng said coldly. "If I attack, there will be casualties. Think carefully." Fong Qin said seriously. I want to see how strong you are." Just as Fei Heng finished his words, a wild aura suddenly shot up into the sky. In the next moment, Fei Heng pushed his body to the extreme. All the wild power gathered on his fist, and he threw a punch at Fong Qin. Shoo! Seeing this, Fong Qin squinted his eyes. The hidden star sword appeared in his hand, and he instantly performed the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. The wild sword intent, along with a strong hallucinatory aura, turned into a sword light and pierced towards Fei Heng's fist. Bang! In the sky, the fist and the sword light heavily collided. In that instant, Fei Heng's mind was in a daze. Then the two collided, and a deafening sound exploded. Just as Fei Heng was in a daze, Fong Qin pointed his foot, and the hidden star sword pierced out again. This time, the hidden star sword contained an extremely strong water and fire aura. It pierced towards Fei Heng. Flying fist. Seeing this, Fei Heng threw out another punch with his other hand, wanting to block Fong Qin's attack. At this moment, Fong Qin's face revealed a strange smile. He performed the great Luo soul-killing flame. The powerful soul flame directly drilled into Fei Heng's head. With a miserable scream, Fei Heng's body instantly fell to the ground. Fong Qin's body landed on the ground. He put away the hidden star sword and looked around. At this moment, the disciples around the gravity tower were all shocked. They could not believe that the man in front of them was so powerful. Just as Fong Qin was about to leave, the sound of clapping suddenly came from the distance. As expected of a disciple of the soul style, you can use your soul to such an extent. Not bad. As he spoke, a black-clothed man slowly walked in front of the gravity tower. Seeing this black-clothed man, the other disciples' eyes lit up. They all shouted, "Senior Brother Zhou Yu, it's Senior Brother Zhou Yu." Zhou Yu was a disciple of the physical style. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the third stage, condensing reality realm. Within the physical style, he could be considered a powerful disciple. Zhou Yu's arrival made Fong Qin feel a trace of pressure. "You're not bad. If you were a disciple of my physical body school, how great would that be?" Zhou Yu grinned, but in the next moment his smile vanished and was replaced with a touch of anger. "You really shouldn't have come to my physical body school and heavily injured a disciple of my physical body school. As a disciple of the physical style, how can I just stand by and watch when I encounter such a thing?" As soon as Zhou Yu finished speaking, a wild aura instantly filled the entire plaza. Fong Qin immediately felt a wave of pressure. "Too strong. I can't fight back." Fong Qin thought to himself. If it was an early third stage, condensing reality, realm disciple, Fong Qin might be able to fight back. But if it was a peak third stage, condensing reality, realm disciple, there was no way he could fight back. Fong Qin clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were serious as he looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu approached Fong Qin step by step. His wild aura directly suppressed Fong Qin, causing Fong Qin's body to be unable to move. "Do you feel like you're an ant in front of me?" Zhou Yu looked at Fong Qin's expression and said disdainfully, "Didn't you also feel the same way when you injured them?" Every time Zhou Yu took a step closer to Fong Qin, the latter felt his blood and qi royal. His body even began to tremble. "No." Fong Qin crazily shouted in his heart. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Crack! Fang Chen's bones creaked under this tyrannical aura. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. Looking at Zhou Yu's sinister smile, Fang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. Breaking your arms is a lesson for you. I, Zhou Yu, disdain to kill trash like you. Zhou Yu's voice entered Fang Chen's ears. What kind of humiliation was this? Fang Chen's scarlet eyes looked at Zhou Yu with anger. Strength. Everything is because of strength. If I was strong enough, I wouldn't have to suffer this kind of humiliation. Fang Chen clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. At this moment, Zhou Yu came to Fang Chen's side. With Zhou Yu's arrival, the pressure grew stronger. Zhou Yu raised both his hands, ready to attack Fang Chen. Countless disciples in the surroundings were watching. Zhou Yu's face also revealed a sinister smile. As a disciple of the physical body style, he naturally had to protect the honor of the physical body style. Stop! Chapter 440. Stop! A heavy voice rang out in everyone's ears. After this voice rang out, Zhou Yu was shocked to discover that he couldn't move his body. The powerful force that was suppressing Fang Chen had instantly disappeared. Thinking of this, his heart was filled with shock. He immediately withdrew his powerful aura and turned his head to look. At this moment, an old man had appeared in front of the gravity tower. Just as Fang Chen was about to use all his strength to resist, Elder Jin appeared. His appearance directly resolved Fang Chen's crisis. Seeing Elder Jin walk towards him, Fang Chen nodded gratefully. No matter what, if Elder Jin hadn't come, he would have definitely been humiliated by Zhou Yu today. Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. His deep eyes stared at Zhou Yu. He wanted to deeply remember this face. One day, he would definitely get his revenge. Fang Chen, are you all right? Elder Jin walked in front of Fang Chen and asked under everyone's gazes. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, I'm fine. Thank you, Elder Jin, for your help. Hearing that Fang Chen was fine, Elder Jin was relieved. He immediately turned his head to look at Zhou Yu and said a little unhappily, Why did you help? Elder Jin's question made Zhou Yu a little unhappy. He could clearly feel that Elder Jin had appeared specifically for Fang Chen. Elder Jin, you came at the right time. This brat is a disciple of the spiritual style. He actually dared to barge into our physical style. Not only did he injure our physical style disciples, he even entered the gravity tower, Zhou Yu quickly said. That's right, Elder Jin. This brat was shameless. He looked down on our physical style disciples. Senior brother, Zhou, you only took action to teach him a lesson. This brat was incomparably arrogant not too long ago. He directly broke senior brother Yu Fei's arm. Even senior brother Yu Heng, who was trying to stop this brat, was injured by this brat. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, the surrounding disciples all began to talk about Fang Chen's vile deeds. Hearing this, Elder Jin glanced at Fang Chen, then looked around at the surrounding disciples. He sighed and said, It's my fault for not telling you about this. This child's name is Fang Chen. The reason why he was able to enter the school of the physical body was because of me. Although he is a disciple of the soul style, he also passed the physical body style's examination. Unfortunately, he chose the soul style. However, I still promise him that as long as he is willing, he can enter the physical body style to train at any time, said Elder Jin. Hearing Elder Jin's words, many disciples were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with shock. How could this be possible? The official disciple area of the Baron sect had been separated from the three main factions for a very long time. The disciples of the three main factions would not casually enter and leave the other factions. This was a strict rule. But now, Elder Jin actually allowed such a new disciple to casually enter the physical body school. Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Elder Jin knew what was going on when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. Soon after, he continued, he passed the tests of all three great factions at the same time. Boom, the entire square was in a state of shock. If they had known that Fong Qin had passed the tests of 2 different factions at the beginning, they would not have been so shocked. But now they were completely shocked. It had been a very long time since such a disciple had appeared in the Baron sect. Many of the disciples present knew what it meant to pass the tests of all 3 factions at the same time. This meant that this kid's potential was heaven-defying. His physical body, soul, and martial arts were extremely outstanding in all aspects. Under normal circumstances, cultivators would choose to train in the direction they specialized in. Some disciples would choose the physical body, some would choose the soul, and some would choose the martial arts. However, very few disciples would choose to train in all 3 at the same time. This was because in the martial arts, the further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to train in all 3. Training in just one type was already enough to exhaust a cultivator. If one were to train in all 3 at the same time, not only would it be a waste of time, it would also cause one to gradually fall behind others in the areas that were already outstanding. Of course, in the history of the Baron sect, there had been some extremely talented disciples who had trained in all 3 types at the same time. However, any cultivator who was able to train in all 3 types to a certain level and be able to maintain their balance was definitely a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. In the past few decades, the Baron sect had not produced a disciple like this. They never imagined that they would actually see such a genius at this moment. What? Passing the tests of all 3 factions at the same time? How is this possible? Heavens! He's so young, yet he's able to pass the tests of all 3 factions at the same time. He's simply not human. No wonder he was able to enter the physical body faction. How could Elder Jean let such a heaven-defying genius go so easily? This kid's potential is too great. In the future, he will definitely enter the ranks of the core disciples. After a long while, the many disciples who had recovered from their shock exclaimed one after another. At the same time, the way they looked at Fong Qin had also changed. However, when Zhou Yu heard Elder Jin's words, an expression of disbelief surfaced on his face. His heart was filled with unwillingness. How is this possible? Trash, who's even weaker than me, was actually able to pass the tests of all 3 factions. Zhou Yu roared furiously in his heart. A cultivator who couldn't even resist his aura had passed the tests of all 3 factions. This kind of innate talent caused Zhou Yu's eyes to turn red with envy. What's the use of having good talent? After struggling with his thoughts, Zhou Yu coldly said in his heart, although Fong Chen's talent was very good, so good that it caused him to be incomparably envious, Fong Chen's strength was currently inferior to his. That was something that was set in stone. Furthermore, cultivators who cultivated in all 3 factions were destined to find it extremely difficult to cultivate. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at Fong Qin without saying anything. Although Fong Qin isn't a disciple of my physical body faction, he can still enter the physical body faction to cultivate. Elder Jin said. Just as Elder Jin's words left his mouth, a disciple jumped out. Elder Jin, you said that Fong Qin passed our physical body faction's test. What realm has his physical body reached? This cultivator had a very good relationship with Fei Heng, so he deliberately asked. Hearing this cultivator's question, the other disciples also curiously looked at Fong Qin. 4-star Dao body, said Elder Jin. Buzz! The plaza was once more in an uproar. Countless cultivators were incomparably shocked. A nominal disciple was able to cultivate his physical body to a 4-star Dao body? Was that true? How is that possible? It's extremely difficult to cultivate the physical body. I don't believe his physical body has reached a 4-star Dao body, said the previous cultivator. Elder Jin was just about to speak when Fong Qin took a step forward. Then what do you want? At the end of the day, these warriors still did not believe that Fong Chen's physical body had reached the level of a 4-star Dao body. Fong Chen did not want to put Elder Jin in a difficult position, so he stood out and said coldly, "Compete with me in physical strength. If you win, I'll acknowledge you and won't speak rudely to you in the future," said this cultivator. "All right." Fang Chen nodded. The cultivator's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fang Chen. Suddenly a wild aura gushed out. His physical body had reached the peak of a 3-star Tao body. Although it wasn't very strong, he believed that it was enough to overwhelm Fang Chen. "How dare you embarrass yourself with a 3-star Tao body?" Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. He activated his sword body, and a wild sword intent instantly surrounded his body. Although Fang Chen's body had transformed into a sword body, his physical body was still tyrannical. Before transforming into a sword body, Fang Chen's physical body had already reached the level of a 4-star Tao body. Therefore, a 3-star Tao body wasn't a threat to Fang Chen. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he gathered all the strength in his body and threw out a punch. The cultivator who had provoked Fang Chen also threw out a punch. The two fists contained all the strength in their bodies and instantly collided. Bang! There was a loud bang as the two fists violently collided. A deafening sound rang out. The two of them seemed to be still as they stood on the ground, motionless. Just as the crowd was wondering who had emerged victorious, a loud bang suddenly rang out, and a figure was sent flying backward. Everyone turned to look and was shocked to find that the person who had been sent flying was the cultivator who had provoked Fang Chen. As for Fang Chen, he stood quietly in place, motionless. He was like a god of war, surrounded by an extremely wild power. "Do you admit defeat?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the cultivator as he asked in a deep voice. The cultivator quickly got up and looked at Fang Chen with fear in his heart. Finally, he nodded helplessly and said, "I admit defeat wholeheartedly." The cultivator at the peak of a 3-star Tao body had been punched by Fang Chen with pure physical strength. It was enough to show how strong Fang Chen's physical body was. This is a freak. At such a young age, his physical body has already reached the level of a 4-star Tao body. Too freakish. Yes, such a freak is actually not a disciple of our physical body style, but a disciple of the spiritual body style. No wonder Elder Jean is willing to let him come to our physical body style to cultivate at any time. After the shock, the disciples looked at Fang Chen in awe and disgust among themselves. Elder Jean was very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. His face was full of smiles. Zhou Yu, who was standing to the side, was even more furious when he saw Elder Jin's appreciation. "Elder Jean, this disciple still has matters to attend to. I will take my leave first." Zhou Yu finished speaking and glared at Fang Chen before turning to leave. "Fang Chen, come with me." After Zhou Yu left, Elder Jean said to Fang Chen. Then Fang Chen followed Elder Jean and left. Not long after, Fang Chen followed Elder Jean to a large hall. This was the physical body styles discussion hall. Usually no one would come here. "Sit." Elder Jean sat on a chair and pointed to the chair next to him with a smile. Fang Chen sat down and looked at Elder Jean. He asked, "Elder Jean, why did you call me here?" Chapter 441. Fang Chen was startled when he heard Elder Jin's words. Soon after, he nodded his head heavily. No wonder. Elder Jean nodded with a smile after receiving Fang Chen's affirmation. "Elder Jean, how did you discover my sword body?" Fang Chen asked curiously. "When you used your physical strength, there was an extremely wild aura surrounding your body. I guessed that it must be a sword body." "Sure enough, that was the case," said Elder Jean with a smile. Although Fang Chen already possessed a sword body, his understanding of sword bodies was still lacking. Now that he heard Elder Jean say this, he seemed to have a better understanding of sword bodies. "Fang Chen, do you understand sword bodies?" Elder Jean suddenly asked. Fang Chen nodded, then shook his head. Elder Jean instantly understood Fang Chen's meaning and said, "Let me explain it to you." On our ancient sword continent, the physical body cultivation system that has been passed down since ancient times basically starts with the most ordinary physical body. Then it goes from a 1-star body to a 9-star body. Of course, this is only the most traditional physical body cultivation system. It is also the cultivation system that we still use to this day. Elder Jean slowly explained. After tens of thousands of years of evolution, countless shocking geniuses have appeared in the physical body Tao. They have constantly explored the mysteries of the physical body Tao. Finally, after countless years, they have explored an even more advanced physical body cultivation system. That is the sword body you currently possess. Of course, the sword body is only one of many special constitutions. There are also some, such as the saber body, the staff body, and so on. In any case, there are many types. However, it is extremely difficult to transform into this kind of special constitution. It is many times more difficult than cultivating the martial path. Let me put it this way. In the entire ancient sword continent, the number of cultivators who can possess a sword body like yours can be counted on one hand. Think about it. What kind of concept is that? Asked Elder Jean. Hearing Elder Jin's explanation, Fang Qin finally realized just how difficult it was to transform a Tao body into a sword body. Fortunately, I have the golden heart, Fang Chen said softly as he glanced at the golden heart lying quietly on the ground. It was not an exaggeration to say that his current achievements were all because of the golden heart. If he did not have the golden heart, he would probably be an ordinary disciple of the Azure Edge sword sect of the Divine Wind Nation. Moreover, Fang Qin suspected that his transmigration had something to do with the golden heart. If he could uncover the true mysteries of the golden heart, he might be able to return to Earth. Of course, this was just Fang Chen's imagination. Right now, he needed to survive on the ancient sword continent. Of course, he also wanted to see what the pinnacle of martial arts was. After coming to the ancient sword continent for so many years, Fang Chen had gradually gotten used to life on the ancient sword continent. Here, the strong were respected. As long as you had the strength, you could get what you wanted. Life here was magnificent. To this day, Fang Chen had not even left the 5 Elements province of the ancient sword continent. The Nanling land was just a small place. This place was already extremely exciting. What about the ancient sword continent? Even more exciting things were waiting for Fang Chen. In the history of our Baron sect, there was once a special body type. However, it was not the sword body, but the fist body. The fist body was as tyrannical as the sword body. The disciple who possessed the fist body cultivated a powerful fist art. With a single punch, he suppressed all the core disciples of the Baron sect. That kind of strength made even us elders feel ashamed. Elder Jean was lost in his memories. Fang Chen was shocked. Suppressing all the core disciples of the Baron sect with a single punch? Not to mention others, the core disciples of the Baron sect were all at the 5th or 6th level of the condensing reality realm. Some were even stronger, suppressing all the core disciples with a single punch. Just thinking about such a scene was enough to make one excited. Therefore, the most suitable thing for you is to cultivate sword arts. One day, you will be like him, suppressing all the core disciples of the Baron sect with a single sword. Elder Jean looked at Fang Chen and said sincerely. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. He was not so arrogant as to think that he could easily reach that level. Fang Chen, I'm afraid that you still don't understand the grades of special body types. Strictly speaking, special body types have already surpassed the category of Tao body. Special body types also have their own grades. Elder Jean said, Grades? Fang Chen's eyes lit up as he asked, Solid body, refined body, and refined body. As of now, on the ancient sword continent, there are only these 3 grades for special body types. These 3 grades correspond to the 9-star Tao body. As for whether there are higher grades above these 3 grades, I do not know. Elder Jean said slowly, "Take Fong Chen's sword body as an example. Solid body, as the name suggests, was to completely stabilize the sword intent within the sword body, allowing the user to completely control the sword body. This was the solid body. The solid body realm was equivalent to a 9-star Tao body. However, under the same grade, special body types were slightly better than Tao bodies. Refined body, as the name suggests, was to make use of the sword body to train the sword intent, allowing the sword intent to perfectly merge with the sword body. Refined body was the last realm of special body types. It was also the most domineering realm. This realm determined the future development of a warrior. Refined body, as the name suggests, was to completely refine the sword intent within the sword body into the physical body, allowing the sword intent to merge with the physical body. When the sword body reached the refined body realm, the strength of the physical body would reach the peak. A punch would be enough to destroy a mountain or a piece of land. After listening to Elder Jin's introduction, Fong Chen finally had some understanding of the sword body. Although Fong Chen did not have much understanding of the ancient era's physical body cultivation system, he could vaguely feel that there should be a higher realm above refined body. Of course, all of this was because he knew that there were extraterrestrials outside the ancient sword continent. Your current sword body realm should have reached the initial stage of refined body, which is equivalent to a 4-star Tao body. This kind of physical strength is nothing in the ancient sword continent. However, your sword body will be stronger than a Tao body in the later stages, especially when the sword body is cultivated to the end. When combined with your swordsmanship, its power will increase by several times. Elder Jean said. Fong Chen nodded his head, carefully recalling everything that Elder Jean had said today. It seemed like the mysteries of the sword body were not as simple as he had imagined. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Jean. Fong Chen cupped his hands and thanked him. Elder Jean shook his head slightly, then said, "You are a disciple of the Baron sect, and you also have a special body type. Naturally, I will teach you. Oh, right, do you have a physical body cultivation method?" Suddenly, Elder Jean asked. Fong Chen was stunned for a moment, then said, "When my physical body was still a Tao body, there was a physical body cultivation method. However, after my Tao body became a sword body, I felt that the cultivation method was not suitable for me." Hearing Fong Chen's words, Elder Jean stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, of course it is not suitable for you. Your physical body has already become a sword body, so there is no need for you to cultivate such an inferior cultivation method. There are quite a few physical body cultivation techniques in the Physical Body School's Cultivation Technique Hall. Most of them are Tao body cultivation techniques. However, there is a cultivation technique that is incomplete. It was passed down by the Desolate sect from a very long time ago. Go and give it a try, Elder Jean said. Try it. Fong Chen asked, puzzled. This cultivation technique is very strange. Ordinary cultivators can't even get close to it. It has been stored in our cultivation technique hall for many years. No one has been able to obtain it. Even the fist body back then couldn't obtain it. Maybe you can succeed, Elder Jean said with a smile. Fong Chen thought for a moment and said, I can try it. A moment later, Elder Jean brought Fong Chen to the Physical Body Cultivation Method Hall. Elder Jean then greeted the elders of the Cultivation Method Hall and allowed Fong Chen to enter. Creak the doors to the Cultivation Method Hall opened and Fong Chen entered. What entered his eyes was a dazzling array of bookshelves. On each bookshelf were some books. These books were all physical body cultivation methods. From the beginning, it was an ordinary physical body cultivation method. Later on, it was a Tao body cultivation method. Casually looking around, Fong Chen was shocked to find that the Cultivation Method Hall's cultivation methods could only be purchased with spirit stones. Furthermore, the spirit stones required were extremely large. He casually picked up a Tao body cultivation method. Strictly speaking, it should be a third-rank cultivation method. The price here was 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Fang Chen then saw a fourth-rank cultivation method. The price was 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. Fang Chen was puzzled. Kid, these cultivation methods are very good for you. 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones is already cheap enough. You don't need to waste time looking at these. Hurry up and look at that incomplete book. Ancestor Bronze suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately asked, Ancestor, do you know what Elder Jean is talking about? Nonsense. I've lived for so long. Of course I know, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chen nodded and quickly walked to the last bookshelf. There was only one book on this bookshelf. Fang Chen arrived in front of this bookshelf. There was a yellowed book on the bookshelf. The book was completely empty. There wasn't a single word on it. Fang Chen tried to use his soul to examine this book. However, he found that this book was isolated from his soul. So strange, Fang Chen said. Then, Fang Chen approached the book step by step. To Fang Chen's surprise, this book didn't reject Fang Chen from beginning to end. Moreover, the closer Fang Chen got, the more irritated the book was. It seemed to be trembling. In the end, Fang Chen directly walked to the book and grabbed it. Suddenly, his golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chen opened the book and found that there were 4 big words written on it. Small success, sword body. So it's a sword body cultivation method. No wonder the fist body couldn't get close to it. Fang Chen saw these 4 words and smiled. The reason why he was able to obtain the book so easily was probably because he had a sword body. Even though Fang Chen didn't look at the content of the manual, he could tell that the lesser mastery sword body was extraordinary, and it was definitely suitable for him. It's barely suitable for your current cultivation method. Ancestor Bronze spoke again. Seeing Fang Chen's proud expression, he directly said, It's just an incomplete book. What are you so proud of? It would be great if it was the complete book. Ancestor, you know about this book? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Chapter 442. After obtaining the lesser success, sword body, Fang Chen happily left the skills method hall. Seeing Fang Chen come out, Elder Jean hurriedly asked, Did you get anything? Fang Chen excitedly nodded his head and took out the lesser success sword body and showed it to Elder Jean. You got it. Elder Jean flipped open the lesser success sword body cultivation technique and was surprised to find that it was a cultivation technique exclusive to the sword body cultivation technique. His face immediately bloomed into a smile. Kid, your luck is pretty good to actually obtain such a cultivation technique. However, if you want to practice the cultivation techniques in the skills method hall, you need to pay enough spirit stones. Elder Jean said, although he was the person in charge of the physical body cultivation technique, he still had to consider the sect. How many spirit stones is this book? Fang Chen asked. After all, he had plenty of spirit stones. If he ran out of spirit stones, he could still earn more. However, if he ran out of cultivation techniques, he would have no more. Because this is a cultivation technique passed down through the Baron sect's history, the price is extremely high. Although it is incomplete, it is still worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Elder Jean said, If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can go earn some spirit stones first. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. He never thought that such a cultivation technique would be worth 10 million high-grade spirit stones. So expensive. Fang Chen sighed. There is no other way. This is the price set by the sect master himself. We have no right to change it. Elder Jean said. Fang Chen nodded his head and took out 10 million high-grade spirit stones. He handed it to Elder Jean and said, I just happen to have some spirit stones left. Please take a look. Seeing the spirit stones that Fang Chen handed over, Elder Jean was also stunned. He then looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. He originally thought that Fang Chen was unfathomable, but now it seemed that even he could not see through Fang Chen. To be able to casually take out 10 million high-grade spirit stones after just becoming an official disciple, it seemed that this kid had some fortuitous encounter. Fang Chen, this cultivation technique is extremely valuable. Therefore, you cannot take the original. You can only take the rubbed version. Elder Jean said as he kept the spirit stones. Fang Chen nodded his head. The Baron's sect naturally would not let a disciple take away such a valuable cultivation technique. The reason was that if a sword body cultivation technique appeared in the future, it could still be used. From a certain point of view, cultivation techniques could be considered a huge part of a sect's heritage. Therefore, every sect would preserve the original copy of the cultivation technique very strictly and completely. Elder Jean, Fang Chen readily agreed. Then, Elder Jean began to make a copy for Fang Chen. After about an hour, the copy was done, and Elder Jean handed it to Fang Chen. This is the rubbed version. Fang Chen, since you have obtained such a cultivation technique, you must cultivate it well when you return. Elder Jean smiled and said, "If you have any questions about the cultivation of the physical body, feel free to ask me." Ever since he knew that Fang Chen had a sword body, Elder Jean valued Fang Chen even more. He believed that Fang Chen would definitely achieve great things in the future. After Fang Chen bid farewell to Elder Jean, he left the physical body stream mountain and returned to the spirit stream mountain. As soon as he returned, Fang Chen met a troublemaker, Xing Feng. "Fang Chen, you are finally back. I thought that you would hide and not appear." Xing Feng looked at Fang Chen and sneered. Fang Chen glanced at Xing Feng and said coldly, "Scram." Xing Feng had originally thought that Fang Chen would bow and scrape before him. However, he was wrong. Fang Chen's attitude was very unyielding. Fang Chen didn't even ask why Xing Feng had stopped him. "Fang Chen, don't think that you can behave atrociously in the spirit stream just because you defeated Wan Xiaofeng. You have to remember that you are just a new disciple," Xing Feng said coldly. The reason Xing Feng had come looking for trouble with Fang Chen was because the Soul Stream branch was going to hold a tempering event for their disciples. 2 disciples were in a group, and Xing Feng and Fang Chen were in the same clan. This made him very unhappy. Xing Feng had originally thought that he would be able to place a stronger disciple in the same clan. That way, he would definitely be able to rank among the best in the event. It had to be known that the best teams in this event would receive generous rewards. When Xing Feng had learned that he had been assigned to the same clan as Fang Chen, his face had been filled with helplessness. In the end, he had made up his mind to find Fang Chen. He wanted to make Fang Chen back out of this event. That way, he would be able to change his teammates. However, when Xing Feng arrived at Fang Chen's pavilion, he found that there was no one there. Only then did he know that Fang Chen had left. After waiting for a long time, Fang Chen had finally arrived. When he heard Fang Chen's words, Xing Feng became even more furious. He was even more determined to teach this ignorant newcomer a lesson. "Fang Chen, I advise you to withdraw from this event. If you stay with me, you will only drag me down." Xing Feng suppressed his anger. "Event." Fang Chen frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "What does that have to do with me?" After Fang Chen finished speaking, he prepared to turn and leave. When he saw that Fang Chen didn't know what was good for him, Xing Feng was thoroughly enraged. His fury directly erupted. "Fang Chen, you're courting death!" Xing Feng roared. His orange-level soul spirit instantly shot out. In the sky, it turned into a huge hammer and smashed towards Fang Chen. Disciples of the soul style all fought using their souls. However, Fang Chen was an exception. When he saw Xing Feng's soul attack, he pushed off with the tip of his foot and dodged. "You won't be able to dodge," Xing Feng said coldly when he saw Fang Chen dodge. However, in the next moment, Xing Feng didn't say anything else. His body had already flown out uncontrollably. When Xing Feng looked at Fang Qin, he discovered that Fang Qin had already appeared where he had been standing. Sword light was revolving around his fist, and his strength was astonishing. Bang! Xing Feng was sent flying by Fang Qin's punch. When he finally stabilized himself, Xing Feng looked at Fang Qin with a trace of fear in his eyes. How can he be so strong? Xing Feng couldn't understand how he had been sent flying by Fang Qin's punch. Even a disciple of the physical body style wouldn't have such strength. It's only his physical body that's strong. As long as I don't get hit by him, it'll be fine. Xing Feng thought to himself. In the next moment, Xing Feng once again used a soul attack, launching a fierce attack at Fang Qin. Seeing that Xing Feng still hadn't given up, Fang Qin took out the hidden star sword and used the 12th level of the fire-water sword art. His powerful sword body also instantly activated. Whoosh! A sword light flashed. Xing Feng felt a sword mark appear on his body. His heart tightened as he did his best to dodge. Pucci! Even though Xing Feng had tried his best, he was still hit by Fang Qin's sword light. He let out a miserable cry. When he raised his head, Fang Qin had already disappeared. At this moment, Xing Feng's heart was filled with complicated feelings. In the southern mountain land, in a very prosperous city, the Qin clan's mansion was brightly lit. In a meeting hall of the Qin clan's mansion, there were many elders of the Qin clan. At the head of the table was the Qin clan's patriarch. Everyone present was an elder of the Qin clan. There was only one exception, and that was Qin Yao, who was wearing a red dress. At this moment, Qin Yao had already recovered from her injuries. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face as she stood quietly in the meeting hall. Recently, the matter of the northern region's secret treasure had gradually come to an end. However, during the few days that Qin Yao had disappeared, the Qin clan seemed to have gone crazy and attacked the Wu clan. However, after Qin Yao's return, the Qin clan also stopped attacking the Wu clan. After all, the Wu clan was as big as the Qin clan. If they really fought, the Qin clan would definitely suffer great losses. Therefore, the Qin clan decisively gave up on attacking. Qin Yao. In the silent meeting hall, the Qin clan's patriarch suddenly spoke. Father. Qin Yao looked at the Qin clan's patriarch and said sweetly, Qin Yao, in the northern region's secret treasure, you helped the Qin clan bring back the most important inheritance treasure. It's very important to the Qin clan. Whatever reward you want, the Qin clan will satisfy you. The Qin clan's patriarch looked at his precious daughter with a smile. In the entire southern mountain land, Qin Yao was also very famous among the younger generation. Moreover, there were many young people who pursued Qin Yao. The Qin clan's patriarch was most proud of having a daughter like Qin Yao. Father, I'm a member of the Qin clan. It's only right for me to work for the Qin clan. Qin Yao said. The Qin clan's patriarch nodded in satisfaction and said, Yao, or you don't have to say much. The clan will definitely reward you greatly this time. Later, come to my study room to receive your reward. The other elders also nodded. The inheritance treasure that Qin Yao brought back was very important to the Qin clan. A mere reward was nothing. Oh, that's right. Yao, you're not young anymore. You should think about your marriage, said the Qin clan's patriarch suddenly. Qin Yao's expression changed slightly. Clearly, she didn't want to talk about her marriage so early. Of course, the most important thing was that she hadn't met a man who could move her heart. That's right. Yao, are there so many young elites in the southern mountain land pursuing you, but you don't like any of them? Asked the first elder. The three-star sex peak experts all have feelings for you. Could it be that you don't like any of them? The elders all spoke. Qin Yao shook her head and pouted. Father, I don't want to talk about my marriage so early. After saying that, Qin Yao turned and left the meeting hall. The crescent moon hung in the night sky. In a certain garden of the Qin clan's residence, Qin Yao was in a daze. She didn't know why, but ever since she returned, she would often think of that man. Perhaps it's because he came all the way from the small divine wind nation to the southern mountain land. His perseverance moved me, said Qin Yao. At this moment, a stooped old man appeared. Grandfather, called Qin Yao. This stooped old man wasn't Qin Yao's grandfather by blood. He was one of the Qin clan's consecrators, but his relationship with Qin Yao was the best. Qin Yao had always called him grandfather. Chapter 443. Hearing the stooped old man's words, Qin Yao said, Grandfather, did you know? This time I met that man that we casually saved in the divine wind nation. Oh, he came to the southern mountain land? It was obvious that the stooped old man was a little surprised. Not only did he come to the southern mountain land, but he also became a disciple of the desolate sect. Most importantly, I was able to escape from Wu Ni's hands because of him, Qin Yao said. Qin Yao's words shocked the stooped old man. He turned around and looked at Qin Yao and asked, You are saying that he saved you? Qin Yao nodded heavily and said, If it wasn't for him, I would have died in the hands of Wu Ni. If the stooped old man was surprised that Fang Qin, who was just a little Qi transformation realm martial artist, came to the southern mountain land and joined the desolate sect, then the fact that he saved Qin Yao from the hands of Wu Ni shocked the stooped old man to the point of disbelief. Grandfather, his strength isn't strong. He was able to save me because of an array. He thought of a way to trap Wu Ni in the array and then brought me back to the desolate sect. Qin Yao explained when she saw the stooped old man's shocked expression. Hearing this, the stooped old man's shocked heart finally calmed down. Why did he save you? The stooped old man asked. According to the situation back then, that kid shouldn't have known that Qin Yao had met him back then. Why did he take such a huge risk to save Qin Yao? Qin Yao blinked her eyes and said, According to what he said when he received the news that someone was heading towards the direction of the Leaning Water City with the secret treasure inheritance, he came to the array formation. He didn't say in detail who set up the array formation. In short, when I was rushing to the array formation, I was already unable to move forward. At this moment, Wu and I caught up. When Wu and I was about to kill me, he activated the array formation and trapped Wu and I. Qin Yao blinked her eyes and said, At that time, he brought me out of the illusion array to obtain the secret manual, but when Qin Yao spoke until here, she paused for a moment. But what? The stooped old man asked. However, she saw the identity token in my bosom. Qin Yao said, After we saved him, we left in a hurry. I left my identity token there. When he woke up and saw my identity token, he hid it on his body. When he saw my identity token, he instantly understood that the warrior who saved him must be from the same family as me. That's why he saved me. Hearing Qin Yao's words, the hunchbacked old man finally understood. How can the matters of the world be so coincidental? The hunchbacked old man said, You didn't tell him that you were the one who saved him. Qin Yao shook her head and said, If we're fated, we'll talk about it the next time we meet. Then, Qin Yao turned around and looked at the lotus flowers in the pond under the moonlight. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, the hunchbacked old man sighed and turned to leave. Currently, Fang Chen was only active within the Baron sect in Nearwater City. For the time being, he was still unable to come into contact with the top forces in the southern mountain land. As for Qin Yao, Fang Chen didn't think much about it. He just wanted to repay her kindness. On the Spirit Mountain Peak, in Fang Chen's pavilion, ever since he obtained the minor success sword body, Fang Chen had been hiding in the pavilion to study it. Although the minor success sword body was only an incomplete copy, this cultivation method was very suitable for a sword body possessor to cultivate. Fang Chen was mesmerized by it. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed. One day, Elder Mo personally came to Fang Chen's pavilion. Fang Chen. Elder Mo smiled. Elder Mo, why are you here? Fang Chen looked at Elder Mo and asked, keeping the minor success sword body. Fong Chin, you should know about tomorrow's event, right? Elder Mo asked. What event? Hearing Elder Mo's words, Fong Chun was confused and asked, You actually don't know? Elder Mo looked at Fong Chin in surprise. Then he realized that Fong Chin must have stayed in the pavilion and never left. Thinking of this, Elder Mo shook his head. This kid was really crazy when it came to cultivation. This event is a training event for our Spirit Stream faction's disciples. On the entire Spirit Mountain Peak, there are 100 official disciples. They are divided into 50 groups of 2 and will participate in the event. In the end, the top 3 will be rewarded. Elder Mo explained. Among the 3 factions, the Spirit Stream faction had the fewest official disciples. The other 2 factions had a lot of official disciples. Oh. At this time, Fong Chin remembered that Xing Feng stopped him that day and said something about an event. At that time, he was focused on the minor success sword body and didn't pay attention to Xing Feng's words. Then, Elder Mo explained the contents of the event to Fong Chin and told Fong Chin that he must participate tomorrow. After Elder Mo left, Fong Chen's face showed a trace of helplessness. It seemed that he had been holed up in the pavilion and wasn't up to date with the latest news. Early the next morning, Fong Chen arrived at the plaza of the Spirit Stream Mountain Peak. When he arrived, the majority of the disciples in the plaza were already there. Fong Chen's arrival didn't attract any attention. Only Xing Feng, who was in the crowd, looked at Fong Chen thoughtfully. After a while, someone in the crowd exclaimed. Fong Chen looked over and saw that it was a few disciples. Judging from their auras, they should be the top disciples of the Spirit Stream faction. As expected, Fong Chin heard the discussions of the surrounding disciples. The top 10 disciples of the Spirit Stream faction are also here. I wonder who will get the top 3 this time. Is there a need to ask? It will definitely be one of the top 10 disciples. I heard that the 10 of them have been divided into 5 groups. With that kind of strength, we have no chance at all. That's right. The top 10 disciples are too strong. How are we going to survive? That's not necessarily true. This event is a combination of intelligence and strength. Strength alone isn't enough. That's right. Although they are the top 10 disciples, as long as we avoid them and make full use of them, we definitely won't lose. Fong Chen looked at the top 10 disciples. Each of them was surrounded by dense spiritual strength to prevent others from probing them. The top 10 disciples. Fong Chen sighed. There was still a certain gap between him and the top 10 disciples. However, Fong Chen believed that there would be a day when he would reach the same height as the top 10 disciples. The arrival of the top 10 disciples completely ignited the atmosphere in the plaza. Countless disciples looked at the top 10 disciples with reverence. They were all fighting with them as their goals. After a few minutes, Elder Mo also arrived. Beside Elder Mo, there were a few other elders. They were also elders from the Spirit Stream Mountain Peak. Elder Mo waved his hand to indicate for everyone to quiet down. He then said, This event is targeted at all the disciples of the Spirit Stream. It can also be considered a kind of tempering for you. Everyone should know the content of the event, right? Elder Mo asked. Yesterday, Fong Chen already knew the content of the event from Elder Mo. In this event, 100 disciples would be divided into 50 groups. Each group would have 2 people. All the disciples would enter a mountain range next to the Spirit Stream Mountain Peak. This mountain range was specifically used to train the disciples of the Spirit Stream. The demonic beasts inside were basically between the 2nd and 5th level of the condensing reality realm. There were 100 spirit pearls hidden in this mountain range. The disciples of the Spirit Stream would enter the mountain range and try their best to obtain the spirit pearls. The time limit was 7 days. The group that obtained the most spirit pearls would win. It was very simple. However, this event didn't just rely on strength. It also relied on intelligence. Some of the places where the spirit pearls were hidden couldn't be obtained with strength. Instead, it required intelligence. This gave all the disciples a certain amount of hope. Unlike before, the spirit pearls would not be monopolized by the top 10 disciples. In addition to being on guard against other disciples stealing the spirit pearls, they also had to be on guard against the demonic beasts in the mountain range. In short, this was a comprehensive tempering. All the disciples were in high spirits. Their faces were filled with excitement. They couldn't wait to enter the mountain range. Chapter 444. If it was really dengue fever, he would have to be hospitalized in the Department of Infectious Diseases for treatment. Sorry for the announcement on the phone. He was still in the hospital. Chapter 445. There were a total of 100 disciples, and every one of them had a communication jade pendant. This type of communication jade pendant had been specially made for this event. Within the mountain range, if the stronger disciples encountered the weaker disciples, they would definitely try to snatch their spirit pearls. For the sake of fairness, Elder Mo and the others had specially made this type of communication jade pendant. If they encountered a stronger disciple and weren't a match for them, they could crush the communication jade pendant. However, once the communication jade pendant was crushed, it meant that they had already withdrawn from the event. Of course, the spirit pearls they had obtained earlier would still be considered their achievements. This way, all the disciples were filled with confidence. All right, the event has begun. Everyone enter the mountain range, Elder Mo said loudly. As soon as Elder Mo finished speaking, countless disciples rushed into the mountain range outside the spirit stream. Just as Fong Chen was about to move forward, a figure suddenly appeared beside Fong Chen. Fong Chen, I was wrong before. I hope you don't take offense. This was Xing Feng. Ever since he had been defeated by Fong Chen, he no longer dared to underestimate Fong Chen. He had acknowledged Fong Chen from the bottom of his heart. It's fine. Fong Chen didn't have time to bear a grudge against Xing Feng. There were many disciples who had a grudge against him, and he couldn't possibly remember all of them. When he heard Fong Chen's words, a faint smile appeared on Xing Feng's face. Then he followed Fong Chen and quickly left the Spirit Stream's mountain range. In just a short while, all 100 disciples had entered the mountain range. Fong Chen and Xing Feng had just entered the mountain range when they sensed a faint demonic beast aura. Fong Chen, where are we going now? Xing Feng asked. This small team was completely led by Fong Chen. Let's search for spirit pearls first, Fong Chen said softly. Spirit pearls were a special kind of tool. The pearls would emit a faintly discernible spiritual aura. As long as you were within a certain distance, you would be able to sense the existence of the spirit pearl. Of course, some disciples with strong souls could even detect the existence of the soul pearls from even further away. After walking with Xing Feng for about 10 minutes, Fong Chen suddenly stopped and said, "There are soul pearls nearby." Hearing Fong Chen's words, Xing Feng's eyes brightened. Where? Fong Chen didn't answer Xing Feng. His deep eyes looked into the distance, and then he quickly walked away. Not long after, Fong Chen arrived in front of a small hill. At this time, Fong Chen could clearly sense the existence of the soul pearl. "It's on the hill," Fong Chen said confidently. He could feel a very strong soul aura emanating from the small hill. He was sure that there was a soul pearl here. Then, Fong Chen took a step forward and stepped onto the small hill, ready to take the soul pearl. At this moment, the roar of a demonic beast was heard. Then, a black shadow attacked Fong Chen directly. "Evil beast, you're courting death." Seeing this, Xing Feng's figure flashed and appeared in front of the demonic beast. He activated all the strength in his body and directly punched the demonic beast. Crack! The demonic beast was hit by Xing Feng's punch. Its body immediately retreated and it let out a miserable cry. With a bang, the demonic beast's body fell heavily to the ground. Roar! The demonic beast quickly stood up and roared at Xing Feng. However, this demonic beast wasn't strong. Xing Feng could deal with it alone. Fan Qin, leave the demonic beast to me, Xing Feng said in a low voice. Then Xing Feng and the demonic beast started fighting. The fight between the two was very intense. The surrounding trees all fell to the ground. Pucci! When Xing Feng's punch landed on the demonic beast's head, the demonic beast finally fell to the ground unwillingly and lost its vitality. At this moment, Fan Qin dug up the soil at the top of the small hill. A white pearl emitting a gentle light appeared in front of Fan Qin's eyes. Fan Qin grabbed the white pearl. Immediately, a soul aura burrowed into his mind. Soul pearl. Fan Qin's face revealed a trace of a smile. He didn't expect to get a soul pearl as soon as he entered the mountain range. How is it? Xing Feng had just killed the demonic beast. He turned to look at Fan Qin and asked. Fan Qin nodded. He took out the soul pearl and showed it to Xing Feng. It's really a soul pearl. Xing Feng stared at the soul pearl and laughed excitedly. Whoosh! Just as Xing Feng was laughing excitedly, a sudden gust of wind blew. Then a black shadow appeared in front of Xing Feng at lightning speed. Crash! Xing Feng felt that his hand was empty. Then he looked down and saw that the soul pearl in his hand had disappeared. A figure appeared beside him. Many thanks. A sinister smile appeared on the figure's face as he cupped his fists and smiled at Xing Feng. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. When Fan Qin saw this, his face turned completely gloomy. Pu Yang, return my soul pearl. Xing Feng roared furiously when he saw Pu Yang snatch his soul pearl. The soul pearl is in my hands, so it's mine. Xing Feng, what are you going to use to snatch it from me? Pu Yang's face was filled with disdain. He had just passed by this place and accidentally discovered that Xing Feng and Fan Qin had obtained a soul pearl, so he had casually snatched it away. If it was anyone else, it would be impossible for them to silently snatch the soul pearl from Xing Feng's hands. But Pu Yang was able to do it. That was because besides cultivating the soul, Pu Yang had also cultivated a profound movement technique. With his movement technique, ordinary martial artists wouldn't be able to see his figure. You're courting death. Xing Feng was furious. He took a step forward, preparing to attack Pu Yang. Xing Feng, before you attack, you should think carefully. Once I attack, you will regretfully be eliminated. Of course, even if I kill you, no one will know. Pu Yang grinned, his eyes filled with disdain. You. Xing Feng knew that he wasn't Pu Yang's match. Being anxious was useless. Just at this moment, Fan Qin walked down from the small hill. He walked in front of Xing Feng and looked at Pu Yang. Fan Qin, I'm sorry. Xing Feng blamed himself for losing the soul pearl. Fan Qin shook his head slightly. It's not your fault. Fan Qin raised his head and looked at Pu Yang. Hand over the soul pearl and I can let you live. Fan Qin, are you sure you're speaking the truth? Pu Yang looked at Fan Qin. Boom! Fan Qin's body released a wild aura. Suddenly, powerful sword intent surged out of his body. His aura rose to its peak. Humph, you want me to hand over my soul pearl? In your dreams. Pu Yang sneered when he saw that Fan Qin was about to attack. Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Fan Qin didn't hesitate to use the Daluo Soul Slaughter Flame. Suddenly, a wild spiritual aura surged out of his head. In the next moment, it transformed into a spiritual flame in the sky that attacked Pu Yang. You want to compete in souls with me? You're really courting death. When Pu Yang saw this, he sneered and used a soul attack. His powerful soul turned into a long sword and pierced into Fan Qin's soul flame. Swish! At the same time, Pu Yang used a profound movement technique. After images appeared on the ground. For a moment, it was impossible to tell which one was his real body. Fan Qin, be careful, said Xing Feng worriedly when he saw this. Fan Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the series of after images. He grinned and used the 12th level of the Waterfire Sword art. Whoosh! When the 12th level of the Waterfire Sword art was unleashed, a powerful Waterfire Sword light that carried boundless sword intent charged at the countless afterimages. At this moment, Pu Yang's body actually trembled. What's going on? Pu Yang was a little puzzled. Why had he felt his vision darken, as if he had been caught in an illusion? However, just as Pu Yang regained consciousness, an ice-cold sword suddenly pierced his body. Pu Yang turned pale with fright and did his best to twist his body to avoid the sword's attack. Puchi! The sword deviated from its original trajectory and stabbed into Pu Yang's arm. Blood spurted out as Pu Yang's body was sent flying. Bang! Pu Yang's body fell to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. His movement technique was so profound. How had Fong Qin been able to capture his real body? Impossible. This is impossible. Pu Yang cried out involuntarily. He didn't know that although his movement technique was profound, Fong Chen's illusory sword path was even more miraculous. When he used his movement technique, he had already unknowingly fallen into Fong Chen's illusion technique. Spirit Pearl, Fong Chen said coldly as he walked over to Pu Yang. Pu Yang hesitated for a moment before finally taking out the Spirit Pearl. After all, it was only a Spirit Pearl. He didn't want to give up on this activity because of this Spirit Pearl. Fong Chen, let's wait and see. Pu Yang took out the Spirit Pearl and dragged his injured arm before turning around and disappearing. Fong Chen took the Spirit Pearl and stored it in his interspatial ring. At this moment, Xing Feng finally woke up from his shock. Fong Chen, you are really too strong, said Xing Feng with a grin. Xing Feng grinned. At the same time, he was also scared. Fortunately, he had thought things through after losing to Fong Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable if he had secretly done something to Fong Chen. Let's go, said Fong Chen. At this moment, Pu Yang was dragging his injured arm forward on a piece of flat land. Suddenly, he saw a figure appear in front of him. Yes, big brother. Pu Yang saw that the movement technique used by the figure in front of him was exactly the same as his own. Immediately he laughed. Following this, Pu Yang shouted loudly. The person in front of him stopped in his tracks and flashed out. He had discovered Pu Yang. What happened to your arm? Asked Pu Han with a frown. Big brother, my Spirit Pearl was stolen by Fong Qin. Pu Yang was incomparably excited when he saw his big brother. Chapter 446. Time passed by slowly. Many of the official disciples were looking for Spirit Pearls. The location where the Spirit Pearls were stored was very hidden. Many disciples found it very difficult to find them. However, there were some disciples who were lucky enough to find them. 3 hours later, Fong Qin and Xing Feng found another Spirit Pearl. This time, there were no demonic beasts in the location where the Spirit Pearl was stored. They easily obtained the Spirit Pearl. During this time, there were some disciples who met Fong Qin and Xing Feng. They wanted to snatch their Spirit Pearls. However, after Fong Qin displayed his powerful strength, they all fled. Half a day later, Fong Qin obtained the third Spirit Pearl. This made Xing Feng extremely excited. However, at this time, Fong Qin and Xing Feng also heard a piece of news. Pu Han and Pu Yang had joined forces to snatch many disciples' Spirit Pearls. Pu Yang and Pu Han? Fong Qin was puzzled after hearing this news. Pu Han is Pu Yang's elder brother. His strength is at the mid-3rd level of condensing reality realm. Xing Feng said with a grin, Fong Qin, I heard that Pu Han is a vengeful person. You injured his younger brother. He will definitely not let you go. Let's wait until he finds me, Fong Qin said. The current Fong Qin would still find it difficult to deal with a mid-3rd level of condensing reality realm warrior. However, he was not afraid of Pu Han. Let's go. After that, Fong Qin and Xing Feng quickly moved forward. At this moment, they were already in the depths of the mountain range. After walking for about 15 minutes, Fang Qin suddenly stopped in his tracks. Within his body, sword intent uncontrollably gushed out. This made him very surprised. What's going on? Fang Qin thought to himself. He followed his senses and quickly moved forward. After a while, Fang Qin appeared in front of a canyon. This canyon was deep in the mountain range. Just before arriving at the canyon, Fang Qin discovered that there are several spirit pearls in the canyon. They actually hid the spirit pearls here. Fang Qin grinned. He glanced at Xing Feng and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be back soon." After Fang Qin finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the canyon. After entering the canyon, Fang Qin saw that there were 5 spirit pearls in the canyon. He shook his wrist and collected them all. After that, Fang Qin looked around and prepared to leave. Crack! After the wall was struck by the sword intent, stone chips immediately shattered and fell to the ground. Then a very deep sword mark appeared in front of Fang Qin. Fang Qin was shocked when he saw this sword mark. This sword mark contained an extremely majestic sword intent. Although Fang Qin's sword intent had reached the 3rd minor realm, the sword intent in this sword mark was countless times stronger than Fang Qin's own sword intent. Could it be that a martial arts ancestor had been here before? Fang Qin said. He walked in front of the wall and reached out to touch the deep sword mark. It was clear that this sword mark was man-made. A sword mark like this, after so many years, the sword intent still hasn't dissipated. It's too terrifying. Fang Qin thought to himself. When Fang Qin reached out to touch the sword mark, an extremely wild sword intent suddenly emerged from the sword mark. This sword intent instantly enveloped the entire canyon. Fang Qin was startled. In the next moment, he discovered that a sword move had appeared in his mind. That's right, it was a sword move. The Fated One can obtain my killing move. A shocking voice entered Fang Qin's ears. Fang Qin seemed to have lost consciousness. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and a small person appeared in his mind. That small person was holding a sword and constantly brandishing a tyrannical sword move. At this moment, Xing Feng was waiting for Fang Qin outside the canyon. Suddenly, he discovered a dusky aura outside the canyon. His expression changed slightly. He was a bit worried about Fang Qin. What's going on? Xing Feng was extremely puzzled. He prepared to go in and check on Fang Qin, but at this moment Pu Yang and Pu Han arrived. "Big brother, our harvest really isn't small." "Haha." Pu Yang's voice entered Xing Feng's ears. "Those pieces of trash actually dared to fight us? They're really courting death." Pu Han sneered. Just as Pu Yang and Pu Han were speaking, they suddenly noticed Xing Feng in front of them. Pu Yang's eyes brightened and he sinisterly smiled. "Big brother, Xing Feng." As Pu Yang spoke, Pu Han also saw Xing Feng. A faint smile appeared on his face. Seeing Pu Yang and Pu Han approach, Xing Feng vigilantly watched the two of them. "Xing Feng, where's Fang Qin?" Pu Yang roared. Xing Feng didn't say anything. He just stared at Pu Yang. "You dare join forces with Fang Qin to injure my little brother? You're really courting death. Break one of your arms and scram out of the mountain range," said Pu Han icily. "Pu Han, you're going too far." Xing Feng was infuriated. He suddenly erupted with a sharp aura and attacked Pu Han. He wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to flee. But how could Pu Han give him that chance? Seeing Xing Feng attack, Pu Han sneered and directly used a powerful and tyrannical technique to injure Xing Feng. Puchi! Xing Feng's body fell to the ground. At this moment, Xing Feng's heart was filled with fear. Pu Han, who was at the mid-3rd stage of condensing reality realm, was too strong. He didn't even have the chance to fight back. "Stop!" Xing Feng saw that Pu Han wanted to kill him and he roared in anger. At the same time, a communication jade pendant appeared in his hand. With a cracking sound, Xing Feng crushed the communication jade pendant. A ray of light came out of the jade pendant and enveloped Xing Feng. He directly disappeared from the mountain range. You escaped quickly. Seeing Xing Feng disappear, Pu Han sneered. Big brother, since Pu Han is here, then Fang Chen must also be nearby, said Pu Yang with a smile. At this moment, Pu Han discovered the canyon in front of them. His face slightly changed, and he said, "This canyon is surrounded by a wild sword intent. Could it be that this is a treasure land?" Thinking of this, Pu Han's face changed. His figure flashed, and he directly arrived in front of the canyon. He wanted to enter the canyon, but he discovered that there seemed to be a layer of restriction in front of the canyon. He couldn't enter at all. Damn it! Pu Han was enraged. He then activated all the strength in his body and even released his transcendence. But he still couldn't break the restriction. How is this possible? This restriction is too strong. There must be a treasure here. The stronger the restriction, the more excited Pu Han was. Big brother! Pu Yang shouted, "Let's go and find him." "The treasure here is ours," said Pu Han excitedly. Pu Han and Pu Yang then left the place. At this moment, Fang Chen was sitting cross-legged in the canyon. His body was surrounded by an incomparably dense sword intent. This sword intent was constantly refining his sword body. Time passed by slowly. In Fang Chen's mind, the little person repeatedly waved a sword move. Although this sword move looked simple, when the little person executed it, it gave off an earth-shattering feeling. So strong! After an unknown amount of time, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The next moment, he directly stood up and the star-concealing sword appeared in his hand. With a swoosh, he displayed that overbearing and fierce sword move according to the method of the little person in his mind. Swoosh! When Fang Chen executed this sword move, the wild sword intent around his body surged into the hidden star sword. When the hidden star sword pierced the wall in the distance, a deafening sound exploded. Rumble! On the cliff, stone fragments were constantly falling. Fang Chen squinted his eyes and looked at this scene in shock. What kind of sword move is this? Fang Chen was shocked. He vaguely remembered a heavy voice entering his ears. This was a killing move. It was only one move, but it was filled with killing intent. What a powerful killing move! Fang Chen was shocked. This killing move was many times stronger than the 12th level of the water and fire sword technique. However, Fang Chen felt that his execution of the killing move wasn't smooth enough. In the following time, he continued to cultivate the killing move. After 3 hours, Fang Chen waved his hidden star sword. Suddenly, a wild sword light directly pierced the cliff. However, the cliff didn't move at all. Even the stone fragments didn't fall. Fang Chen saw this scene and grinned. Just as Fang Chen grinned, the wall shook and stone fragments fell. When all the stone fragments fell, there was a deep sword mark on the wall. This is the essence of the killing move. Fang Chen smiled. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen felt very lucky. He accidentally came to this canyon and found a killing move left by the seniors. Moreover, he had successfully cultivated the killing move. Maybe it's because of my sword body. Fang Chen guessed. He bowed to the canyon and left. Before, Fang Chen could deal with early-stage condensing reality, realm warriors at most. But now he had cultivated the killing move. Even if he faced mid-condensing reality realm warriors, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Of course, in the process of cultivation, he found that using the killing move consumed too much energy. With his current cultivation, he could only use the killing move once at most. The Heaven-Shocking Sword was the name of the killing move. Fang Chen didn't know who created this sword move, but he knew that this sword move was very terrifying. Because his cultivation was too low, he couldn't really understand the mystery of the Heaven-Shocking Sword. When his cultivation reached the condensing reality realm, the true power of the Heaven-Shocking Sword would be completely exposed. Good harvest. Chapter 447. After learning the Heaven-Shaking Sword, Fang Chen left the canyon. When he came out of the canyon, Fang Qin discovered that Xing Feng had already disappeared. He carefully examined the area and found that there were traces of a battle here. Could it be that someone came here and fought with Xing Feng? Fang Qin was extremely puzzled. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Qin didn't think about it anymore. Xing Feng was no longer here. There were only two possibilities. The first was that Xing Feng had fled. The second was that he had been forced out of the mountain range. Fang Qin believed that Xing Feng shouldn't have been forced out of the mountain range, so he believed that Xing Feng had most likely fled. Fang Qin then took out a transmission jade pendant and sent a message to Xing Feng. Even after a while, there was no response from Xing Feng's side. Sensing that, Fang Qin's expression changed. This transmission jade pendant was something that Elder Mo and the others had specially made for this event. Not only could it send martial artists out of the mountain range, but it could also send messages to each other. At this moment, Fang Qin sent a voice transmission to Xing Feng, but there was no response from the latter. This meant that Xing Feng was either seriously injured or unconscious or dead. There was another possibility, and that was that Xing Feng had encountered danger and crushed his communication jade pendant to leave the mountain range. With Elder Mo watching, the disciples shouldn't kill each other, so Xing Feng should have been forced out of the mountain range. Fang Qin thought for a moment before speaking. Fang Qin adjusted his state of mind and softly said, "No matter what, Xing Feng and I are in the same group. Being forced out of the mountain range like this is really embarrassing." After saying that, Fang Qin turned and left. Although he didn't know who had attacked Xing Feng, he believed that one day he would find the culprit. In the following time, Fang Qin continued to search for spirit pearls. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. By relying on his powerful spiritual strength, Fang Qin had found a total of 15 spirit pearls. If the other disciples knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. In just 3 days, Fang Qin had found 15 spirit pearls. At this moment, countless disciples were still searching for soul pearls in the entire mountain range. As for the top 10 soul-type disciples, each one of them had a powerful soul force. It was very easy for them to find them. On this day, Fang Qin was walking when he suddenly heard the sound of fighting in front of him. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly walked forward to see who was fighting. When Fang Qin arrived, he realized that the person fighting was Puyang. Puyang! When Fang Qin saw Puyang, he was a little surprised. Beside Puyang, there was a tyrannical warrior. Fang Qin guessed that this person should be Pu Han, the elder brother of Puyang that Xing Feng had mentioned. The two brothers, Puyang and Pu Han, were attacking a disciple together. The disciple's cultivation base was also at the mid-3rd level of the condensing reality realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, even Pu Han wouldn't have the confidence to defeat this person. However, if he joined forces with his younger brother, the other party wouldn't even have the chance to fight back. "Fugu, hand over your soul pearls. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you." Suddenly, Pu Han threw out a punch and directly hit Fugu's body, causing the latter's body to continuously retreat. After Fugu stabilized his body, he took a deep breath. His face was solemn as he looked at the two brothers, his heart filled with anger. "Pu Han, I will definitely take revenge for what happened today." After Fugu finished speaking, he flicked his wrist and 3 soul pearls flew towards Pu Han. When Pu Han saw this, he clenched his fist and kept the 3 soul pearls. A trace of a smile appeared on his face. In fact, Fugu's choice was very wise. He wasn't a match for the two brothers, so he directly took out the soul pearls. This way he would be safe. As long as he was still in the mountain range, he could still find the soul pearls after meeting up with his teammates. You just wait." Fugu coldly snorted and turned to leave. When Pu Han saw this, he didn't chase after him. After all, this was an activity for the soul type to train the disciples. What he wanted was the soul pearls. There was no need to kill. Big brother, with these 3 soul pearls, the number of soul pearls we have has reached 12. Pu Yang walked towards Pu Han and grinned. If they relied on themselves, it would be very difficult to obtain so many soul pearls. But by robbing others, it seemed to be faster to obtain soul pearls. It's a pity that we couldn't get the soul pearls from Xing Feng. Pu Yang cursed in a low voice. Their soul pearls are probably with Fang Qin. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. The next time we meet Fang Qin, we will definitely take them back with interest. Pu Han grinned. When Fang Qin heard the 2 brothers' words, his face turned completely gloomy. Xing Feng was forced out of the mountain range by these 2 guys. Thinking of this, Fang Qin's figure flashed, and he directly walked out of his hiding place. Who is it? Hearing the footsteps, Pu Yang roared loudly. Just at this moment, Pu Han suddenly turned and saw that the person who had come was Fang Qin. When he saw him, a sinister smile appeared on his face. You can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. Pu Han sinisterly smiled. Pu Yang also saw Fang Qin. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent as he icily said, Fang Qin, you actually dared to deliver yourself to us. You're really courting death. When Fang Qin walked in front of the Pu brothers, a strange smile appeared on his face. Xing Feng was forced out of the mountain range by the 2 of you? Fang Qin suddenly asked. He's lucky he ran fast. Otherwise, this day next year would be his death anniversary. Pu Han sneered. Fang Qin nodded. No matter what, Xing Feng is still my teammate. You attacked my teammate without my permission. What do you think will happen to me? Fang Qin, stop acting. If my big brother Pu Han wants to kill you, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. Pu Yang sneered. Hand over the soul bead, and I'll give you a chance to crush your communication jade pendant. Pu Han stared at Fang Qin. And if I don't hand it over? Asked Fang Qin. If you don't hand it over, you'll die an extremely miserable death. Fang Qin could sense that at this moment Pu Han was exuding an extremely wild, killing intent. Pu Han wanted to kill Fang Qin. Fang Qin had never been soft-hearted towards cultivators who wanted to kill him. Furthermore, in this huge mountain range, as long as he hid himself well, no one would be able to find him. After all, there were many powerful demonic beasts in this mountain range. Very good. Fang Qin grinned. He glanced at Pu Han and his brother. He also wanted to kill them, but he hid his killing intent very deeply. Are you going to hand it over or not? At this moment, Pu Yang looked at Fang Qin and asked. Fang Qin shook his head slightly. He spread out his hands and said, The soul bead is on me. If you have the ability, then take it. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Pu Yang was furious. He looked at his big brother Pu Han and said, Big brother, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. Kill him. You're courting death. A wild aura instantly appeared around Pu Han's body. In the next moment, Pu Han's mid-condensing reality realm aura burst out. Kill Pu Yang first. Fang Qin instantly made a decision. He would kill Pu Yang first. This way, he could kill Pu Han without any worries. But once he killed Pu Han, he would have to use the heaven-shocking sword that he had learned before. After using the heaven-shocking sword, Fang Qin didn't know how weak he would be. Therefore, he had to kill this unknown danger. Crash! Fang Qin used the great Luo soul-killing flame. A thick soul flame directly shot towards Pu Han. Seeing this, the latter sneered and used a soul attack to block it. Seeing that Pu Han was fooled, Fang Qin sneered. The hidden star sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He instantly used the 12th level of the water and fire sword art. The sword will of the illusion spread out and enveloped Pu Yang. Pu Yang, who was about to attack, suddenly fell into an illusion. In the next moment, his heart was filled with fear. No, Pu Yang roared. He wanted to break free from the illusion, but it was too late. With a poochie sound, Fong Chen's hidden star sword had already pierced into Pu Yang's head. Bang! Pu Yang's soul instantly dissipated. His body softly fell to the ground. At this moment, Pu Han's soul attack had just shattered Fong Chen's soul flame. When he suddenly saw this scene, his heart was filled with anger. "Little brother!" Pu Han roared furiously. At the same time, he quickly came to Pu Yang's side and hugged him. He checked Pu Yang's body and found that his little brother was already dead. Even his soul was completely shattered. "Arg!" Pu Han roared towards the sky. His heart was burning with anger. He gently placed his little brother's body on the ground. Then his scarlet eyes looked at Fong Chen. Even if you die 100 times, it won't be enough," Pu Han said in a hoarse voice. In the next moment, a wild soul aura was released from his head. Pu Han's soul attack was very powerful. At least, it was much stronger than Fong Chen's great Luo soul-killing flame. Bang! Bang! Fong Chen used the 12th level of the water and fire sword art while using the great Luo soul-killing flame. He instantly clashed with Pu Han. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of rounds. In the beginning, the two of them were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Pu Han gradually controlled the rhythm of the battle. In the end, Pu Han directly suppressed Fong Chen. "Fong Chen, I want to avenge my little brother!" Pu Han roared furiously. The hidden star sword in Fong Chen's hand was constantly brandishing. His body was also constantly flapping. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Pu Han was using his ultimate move to kill him. "It's time," Fong Chen thought in his heart. Immediately, a small person appeared in his mind. He held a long sword in his hand and brandished a sword move that looked simple but was extremely powerful. One sword move. Only one sword move, the only sword move. This sword move contained the lifelong efforts of that mighty swordsman. Heaven's startling sword. Following Fong Chen's roar, the heaven-startling sword was instantly unleashed. Chapter 448. Fong Chen felt the spiritual qi within his qi being crazily absorbed the moment he unleashed this move. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, all the spiritual qi within his qi had been completely absorbed by the hidden star sword. After absorbing that spiritual qi, the hidden star sword let out a powerful sword cry. Puchi! The power of the heaven-startling sword was too tyrannical. This was the culmination of that sword Dao powerhouse's lifetime of hard work. Although Fong Chen was unable to unleash the true power of the heaven-startling sword with his current strength, it was enough to kill Pu Han. Unleashing this move consumed an enormous amount of energy. It instantly emptied Fong Chen's qi. Sensing that his qi had been emptied, Fong Chen's hidden star sword stabbed at Pu Han. How is this possible? At this moment, the originally incomparably furious Pu Han actually felt a trace of fear. Even his soul was trembling. No. In the next moment, Pu Han discovered that his body was unable to move. A wild aura had instantly locked onto him. He did his best to struggle free, but it was to no avail. Seeing this sharp and tyrannical sword about to stab him, Pu Han's heart was filled with unprecedented fear. No matter how hard Pu Han struggled, it was to no avail. The hidden star sword in Fong Chen's hand pierced into Pu Han's body with a frightening might. When the hidden star sword stabbed into Pu Han's body, an extremely wild aura immediately passed through the hidden star sword and into Pu Han's body. In the end, it gathered in Pu Han's head, destroying his soul. No. Pu Han let out an unwilling roar. However, he discovered that as this powerful energy corroded his body was unable to move. His soul was rapidly crumbling. Puchi! When Fong Chen saw this, he pulled out the hidden star sword. It was at this moment that Pu Han's body weakly fell to the ground, lifeless. Crash! After killing Pu Han, Fong Chen's body was also extremely weak. Unleashing this move had emptied all the spiritual qi within his qi. At this moment, he no longer had any ability to fight. Let's leave this place first, Fong Qin thought to himself. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he took Pu Han's interspatial ring and quickly left. Just as Fong Qin left, a figure suddenly appeared. This figure also sensed the fluctuations of the battle and came over. And Pu Han and Pu Yang. When the person saw the two brothers' corpses, his expression changed. Just who was it that killed Pu Han? This person carefully sized up Pu Han and discovered that the interspatial ring on his finger had disappeared. Instantly he thought of something. Pu Han's space ring must have been obtained by someone. Jin Chang thought for a moment before saying in a low voice. Jin Chang's strength could be considered as one of the top soul cultivators. Although he was only at the late stage of the third condensing reality realm, his strength was much stronger than Pu Han's. Looking at the traces of the battle, the warrior who killed Pu Han must not be very strong. He must not have gone far. This is an opportunity. Jin Chang laughed sinisterly. Then, his figure flashed as he chased after Fong Qin. At this moment, Fong Qin's speed was extremely fast. In a short while, he had left that place and appeared on a plain. Then, Fong Qin walked across the plain and arrived at a mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and prepared to recover his strength. At this moment, Jin Chang appeared on the plain he had just passed. His aura still lingers in the air. It seems that he must be nearby. Jin Chang thought to himself. Then, Jin Chang continued forward. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain peak, he immediately saw Fong Qin on the mountain peak. And Fong Qin. After seeing Fong Qin, a strange expression appeared on Jin Chang's face. He immediately climbed up the mountain peak. Crash! Fong Qin was concentrating on recovering the spiritual qi in his qi sea when he suddenly sensed someone climbing up the mountain peak. And Fong Qin opened his eyes and saw Jin Chang on the mountainside. His face was extremely solemn. Fong Qin. Jin Chang shouted loudly when he saw Fong Qin. However, before Fong Qin could do anything, a black figure covered in a black aura suddenly appeared from the mountainside and blocked Jin Chang's path. Kiki, it's been a long time since a human came here. The black figure exuded a wild aura. He was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. He had been hiding here for a long time. Because he was seriously injured, he had been recovering from his injuries. When Fong Qin went up, he had not yet come out of seclusion and did not notice Fong Qin at all. At this moment, he had just come out of seclusion and met Jin Chang. He grinned sinisterly, as if he wanted to taste the fresh soul of a human warrior, an remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Seeing that he was blocked by the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, Jin Chang's face changed slightly. He immediately roared angrily, Fong Qin, how dare you collude with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? As soon as Jin Chang's voice fell, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect suddenly launched a fierce battle with Jin Chang. Seeing such a great opportunity, Fong Qin naturally chose to escape at once. After a while, Fong Qin disappeared from the mountain peak. At this moment, the battle between the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect and Jin Chang had reached its climax. Bang! With a loud bang, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect punched Jin Chang and sent him flying. After stabilizing his body, Jin Chang's face turned ugly. His communication jade pendant appeared in his hand. Fong Qin colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. After Jin Chang sent the message, he crushed his communication jade pendant and disappeared from the mountain range. The moment Jin Chang sent the message, all the disciples in the mountain range received the same message through their communication jade pendants. Fong Qin colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. How can this be? Fong Qin colluded with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect? Is this true? It should be true. After Jin Chang sent the message, he crushed his communication jade pendant. He must have encountered a life and death crisis. Who would have thought that the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect would infiltrate our Baron's sect? Kill Fong Qin. In an instant, countless disciples in the mountain range were shouting. Fong Qin had become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. Of course, Fong Qin was aware of all this. This was because his communication jade pendant had also received the message. At that time, he knew that things weren't going well. However, he couldn't stop Jin Chang's message. Let's hide and recover our strength first, Fong Qin said to himself. Fong Qin was also surprised that the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was hiding in the mountain range. However, the most important thing now was to recover his strength. In a secluded place in the mountain range, Fong Qin had been there for 6 hours. During these 6 hours, Fong Qin had been absorbing the spiritual energy within the upper grade spiritual stones. In the beginning, the spiritual energy was extremely lacking. Later on, the spiritual energy was extremely thin. Now, the spiritual energy had already recovered. Of course, in these 6 hours, Fong Qin had wasted a total of 300,000 upper grade spiritual stones. Continue. Fong Qin checked his qi and said in a low voice. In the following time, Fong Qin continued to absorb the spiritual energy within the upper grade spiritual stones. After about 10 hours, Fong Qin finally stopped. At this time, his body was surrounded by an extremely dense spiritual energy. Within his qi, the wild spiritual energy was constantly rolling. Adding the 300,000 upper-grade spiritual stones from before, I have consumed a total of 800,000 upper-grade spiritual stones this time. Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. Using the heaven-shocking sword once had consumed so much spiritual energy. However, this couldn't be helped. If he didn't use the heaven-shocking sword, he wouldn't have been able to kill Pu Han. After pondering for a while, Fong Qin stopped thinking about it. He took out Pu Han's space ring and opened it. He was surprised to find that there were 12 spirit pearls in Pu Han's space ring. Adding my 15 spirit pearls, there are a total of 27 spirit pearls. Fong Qin said to himself, even the top 10 experts might not be able to possess 27 spirit pearls. After all, there are only 100 spirit pearls in the entire mountain range. 27 spirit pearls accounted for 1/3 of the total. Now, there must be a lot of disciples looking for me outside. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. There's still a few days before the event ends. Fong Qin thought to himself. In the outside world, on the barren sect's spirit flow mountain, Jin Chang's face was ugly. His heart was filled with anger. Jin Chang, what exactly happened? Explain it clearly, Elder Mo asked with a grave expression. Elder Mo, I was originally chasing after Fong Qin. However, along the way, I encountered a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. This remnant of the Yellow Spring sect did not attack Fong Qin. Instead, he helped Fong Qin stop me. From this point alone, it is enough to prove that Fong Qin is colluding with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Jin Chang said in a low voice, the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect has infiltrated the barren sect. Elder Mo said in a low voice. The other elders also shook their heads. At this moment, Xing Feng opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid this alone is not enough to prove that Fong Qin is colluding with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Xing Feng was in the same group as Fong Qin. Now that someone was slandering Fong Qin, he naturally had to speak up for Fong Qin. Xing Feng, you are in the same group as Fong Qin. I even suspect that you are in cahoots with the remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Hearing this, Jin Chang roared in anger. You, Jin Chang, don't go overboard. Xing Feng shouted in anger. Humph. Trash like you is not qualified to speak to me. Jin Chang said coldly. In the square, the atmosphere was very heavy. At this moment, Elder Mo spoke. No matter what, let's talk about it after the event ends. Chapter 449. Within the mountain range, after Fong Chen recovered the spiritual qi in his qi sea, he left the secluded place. This event was also a form of training. There were only a few days left before the event ended. Fong Chen wanted to train himself well before the event ended. Who knows, he might even be able to break through to the 9th level of the Qi High realm. Fong Chen randomly walked through the mountain range. Along the way, he encountered several soul-type disciples. When the disciples saw Fong Chen, their faces flickered. One by one, they brought out their communication jade pendants, seemingly trying to send him a message. As for them, they knew that they weren't a match for Fong Chen, so they didn't dare to attack Fong Chen. In a short period of time, the news of Fong Chen appearing on a piece of flat land spread throughout the mountain range. Countless disciples rushed over at once, especially the top 10 disciples. As official disciples of the Baron sect, they hated the Yellow Spring sect. When they heard that Fong Chen was in cahoots with the Yellow Spring sect, they naturally wanted to take action. Fong Chen didn't care about this. If any disciples came looking for trouble, he would deal with them if they were weak. If they were strong, he could choose to escape. After walking for about 6 hours, Fong Chen suddenly found a cliff in front of him. The cliff was shining. What is this? Fong Chen was puzzled. His body flashed, and he rushed towards the cliff in the depths of the mountain range. After a short while, Fong Chen arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Only then did he realize that there was a quicksand on the cliff. This is... Fong Chen looked at the sparkling quicksand and was puzzled. Kid, your luck is really good. You actually encountered the golden quicksand. Ancestor Bronze's voice came from the python sword. Golden quicksand. Fong Chen had naturally heard of the golden quicksand. The so-called golden quicksand was a very special type of quicksand. This type of golden quicksand was specially used by blacksmiths to refine weapons. If one could inject the golden quicksand into a weapon, the grade of the weapon would increase by at least 1 grade. Why is there golden quicksand here? Fong Chen looked at the golden quicksand on the cliff with a wild smile on his face. At this moment, the little mouse and the Banksianshu came out of the special space ring and quickly climbed up the cliff in front of Fong Chen's stunned eyes. Then it stopped in front of the golden quicksand and absorbed it madly. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and collect the golden quicksand, Patriarch Bronze urged. Fong Chen nodded and arrived in front of the cliff. There were some vines on the cliff. Fong Chen wrapped himself around the vines and climbed up the golden quicksand step by step. When Fong Chen approached the golden quicksand, he could feel the scorching aura coming from it. What a powerful flame aura! Fong Chen could not help but sigh. After that, Fong Chen began to absorb the golden quicksand with his spatial ring. Hiss! The golden quicksand was originally very rare, so it was enough to find so much. After the little mouse and the Banksianshu swallowed some, the amount of golden quicksand that Fong Chen kept in his spatial ring was only the size of a wash basin. If a blacksmith knew that Fong Chen had so much golden quicksand, they would definitely be shocked. After successfully collecting the golden quicksand, Fong Chen slowly descended from the cliff. At this moment, 2 sonic booms came from the distance, following which 2 figures appeared in front of the cliff. When they saw Fong Chen, a sinister smile appeared on their faces. Fong Chen, you really are here. Qi Yang sneered. Fong Chen, you actually dared to collude with the Yellow Spring sect. Today, let us clean up the sect, Buhan said sinisterly. Qi Yang and Buhan were the top 10 disciples of the Soul Stream. They were ranked 10th and 9th, respectively. For this event, they were also in the same group. Hearing their words, Fong Chen's expression changed. He silently took out his transmission jade pendant. I'm not colluding with the Yellow Spring sect, said Fong Chen. If you say you're not, then you're not. Let us first search your spatial ring to see if there's anything from the Yellow Spring sect. Qi Yang pressed forward step by step a wild aura coming from his body. He was forcing Fang Qin. "Fang Qin, I'll give you a chance. Die, or let us search your spatial ring," said Buhan. When Fang Qin saw the expressions of the two, he instantly understood. These two were using this as a pretense to snatch his spirit pearl. What if I don't choose either of them? Fang Qin narrowed his eyes at the two of them. "Then you can go to hell." When Qi Yang heard this, he let out a low growl. His figure flashed, and a wild aura erupted from his body. He immediately launched a fierce attack at Fang Qin. At this time, Fang Qin raised his hand and gently pinched the transmission jade pendant. This enmity will definitely be avenged in the future. Crash! The transmission jade pendant shattered, and Fang Qin disappeared from the mountain range. At this time, Elder Amo was chatting with several other elders on the Soul Stream's mountain peak. Suddenly, space fluctuated and a figure appeared. "Yes, Fang Qin," Elder Amo hastily said when he saw Fang Qin appear. The other elders also quickly arrived in front of Fang Qin. "Fang Qin, what's going on?" Elder Amo still trusted Fang Qin, so he immediately asked Fang Qin what had happened. "Jin Chang is framing me." Fang Qin cupped his hands towards Elder Amo and the others. "Fang Qin, do you have any proof?" asked the other elders. "I don't have any proof," said Fang Qin bluntly. Elder Amo narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Qin. His eyes flickered, and after a long while he shook his head slightly. Fang Qin isn't lying. With Elder Mo's cultivation base and the fact that he specialized in the Soul Dao, even if Fang Qin covered it up well, he wouldn't be able to escape Elder Mo's eyes. However, after Elder Mo's investigation, he came to the conclusion that Fang Qin wasn't lying. "Since that's the case, call Jin Chang over," said the other elders. A moment later, Jin Chang arrived at the plaza. Xing Feng had also come with him. Xing Feng was very happy to see Fang Qin. "Fang Qin, you still dare to come back?" Jin Chang was infuriated to see Fang Qin. "Jin Chang," Elder Amo said that Fang Qin isn't lying, reminded an elder. "How is that possible?" "When I went to chase Fang Qin, he was cultivating on a mountain peak. Just as I reached the middle of the mountain, a Yellow Spring sect member suddenly appeared and blocked my path. If they weren't colluding, then why did that Yellow Spring sect member only attack me and not him?" roared Jin Chang. The other elders were also discussing this matter. This matter wasn't easy to say. Since it involved a Yellow Spring sect member, they had to carefully investigate it. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. However, right at this moment, Fang Qin took a glance at Elder Mo and said, "Elder Mo, may I have a word with you?" Elder Mo was a bit puzzled, but he still followed Fang Qin to a secluded area. "Fang Qin." Just as Elder Mo was about to speak, a silent soul ripple suddenly enveloped him. The next moment, Elder Mo actually saw the scene of Fang Qin in the mountain range. In just 10 seconds, the image disappeared and Elder Mo returned to his original state. However, Elder Mo was still incomparably shocked. To be able to affect my mind and record what happened just now, just which expert was it? Elder Mo's heart was in turmoil. Although it had only been 10 seconds, that kind of method was not something Elder Mo could compare to. Fang Qin. Elder Mo tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart as he looked at Fang Qin with a burning gaze. "Elder Mo, I presume you also saw what happened just now?" asked Fang Qin. Elder Mo nodded. "Fang Qin, just which expert is it?" "This senior doesn't want others to know of his existence," said Fang Qin softly. Hearing Fang Qin's words, Elder Mo nodded heavily. Such an expert could kill him with a flip of his hand. In order to clear Fang Qin's name, this expert had actually recorded what happened just now for him to see. It seemed this expert's relationship with Fang Qin was very good. "Fang Qin, I've already seen what happened just now. You have nothing to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect." Although Elder Mo was very curious, he still held back from asking. Such an expert was actually able to affect his mind in an instant. He even suspected that expert was right beside him. It was just that he hadn't been able to discover him. The more he thought about it, the more Elder Mo felt that Fong Chen was incomparably mysterious. Not long later, Fong Chen and Elder Mo returned. Elder Mo, Fong Chen definitely has something to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, said Jin Chong loudly. Elder Mo waved his hand for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "Don't mention this matter again in the future. Fong Chen has nothing to do with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. If anyone brings this up again, they will be punished according to the sect's rules." Elder Mo's words shocked the other elders. They had never seen Elder Mo defend a disciple in such a way. Just what kind of background does this Fong Chen have? Everyone was guessing. The reason Fong Chen had been able to clear his name was naturally because of Ancestor Bronze. Within the Python sword, Ancestor Bronze's remnant was a bit weak. "Kid, I've sacrificed a lot for the sake of copying this image. Give me some spirit stones to help me recover," old Ancestor Bronze said weakly. Fong Chen didn't even think about it. He directly tossed over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones to Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chen didn't want Elder Mo to know about Ancestor Bronze's existence. However, Elder Mo believed that a mysterious expert had appeared. Elder Mo even thought that this mysterious expert had been secretly protecting Fong Chen. Standing in the independent courtyard, Fong Chen recalled the scene that Ancestor Bronze had recorded today. He was still shocked. To be able to record everything that had happened in an instant, even an expert like Elder Mo couldn't do it. Chapter 450. Read on mobile phone. A few days later, the Spirit Stream event ended, and all the disciples returned to the Spirit Stream mountain peak. The moment Qiang and Buhan returned, they immediately clamored to find Fong Chen. After the two of them said that, the other disciples began to discuss the matter of Fong Chen colluding with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. For a moment, all the Spirit Stream disciples wanted to know the truth of the matter. Where is that traitor Fong Chen? Where is he? Come out and face your death. Trash. As a disciple of the Baron sect, he actually colluded with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. This is a disgrace to our Baron sect. That's right. Our Spirit Stream actually produced a traitor. How shameful. This kid should be killed. Following Qi Yang and Buhan's secret instigation, the emotions of many disciples were stirred up. They were extremely angry and were denouncing Fong Chen. However, the top 10 disciples did not say anything. They were all waiting for Elder Mo to appear. Indeed, Elder Mo appeared shortly after they returned. Hearing the angry shouts of the crowd from afar, Elder Mo's face was a little displeased. After he walked to the square, he waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. He then said, "Everyone, I can understand your feelings of hatred towards traitors. However, I want to tell you that Fong Chen is not a traitor. This matter has been verified by me. In the future, you're not allowed to say that Fong Chen is a traitor." Elder Mo said sternly. When the disciples heard this, their faces kept changing. In the end, there was still a disciple who questioned him. "Elder Mo, we need a sufficient reason." A disciple shouted. The other disciples also looked at Elder Mo without blinking. "A mysterious expert has recorded the scene that happened in the mountain range. I saw the scene, and I can clearly tell that Fong Chen is not a traitor." Elder Mo shook his head slightly and said. Hearing Elder Mo's words, many disciples were shocked. Even the top 10 disciples' faces changed slightly. At this moment, they were no longer concerned about whether Fong Chen was a traitor. Instead, they were concerned about the mysterious expert who recorded the scene. To be able to record the scene of the past, what a great existence! This, a disciple cried out in shock. Elder Mo looked around and said, "Don't tell me that you don't even believe my words." Upon hearing Elder Mo's words, Everyone finally stopped talking. Even though their eyes were filled with disbelief, they couldn't not believe what Elder Mo had said. "Elder Mo, is that person a senior of our spirit type?" asked one of the top 10 disciples. Elder Mo shook his head slightly, indicating that it was inconvenient for him to reveal the details. After the disturbance, the crowd finally stopped attacking Fong Chen, although they still held grudges against Fong Chen in their hearts. Elder Mo's words were very trustworthy. He was the person in charge of the soul stream and also one of the Baron sect's leading figures. His words were the most convincing evidence. After the commotion, Elder Mo began to inspect the soul pearl. "Everyone, since the event has ended, hand over the soul pearls you obtained to me," said Elder Mo. After that, each group quickly handed over their soul pearls. An hour later, all the groups had handed over their soul pearls. At this time, Elder Mo had determined the top 3. "After our appraisal, the group that obtained the most soul pearls is Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu. They obtained 25 soul pearls." Following Elder Mo's announcement, many disciples nodded their heads. This result was within their expectations. After all, Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu were the 2 strongest people in the entire soul stream. When the 2 of them joined hands, no one could defeat them. Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu smiled when they heard the news. Next, Elder Mo announced the second group. It was Wang Tong and Shi Mingfu. These 2 people's strength was second only to the first group. The number of soul pearls they obtained was also second only to the first group. They obtained a total of 20 soul pearls. As for the third group, contrary to everyone's expectations, it wasn't the 5th or 6th group. Instead, it was the 9th and 10th group. It was Qiyang and Buhan. How is this possible? The third place is actually Qiyang and Buhan. Although Qiyang and Buhan's strength was in the top 10 of the soul stream, they were at the bottom of the top 10. No one had expected the 2 of them to obtain third place. The 2 of them were very happy to obtain third place. After announcing the results, Elder Mo said, since the results are already out, Elder Mo hadn't finished speaking when a voice suddenly rang out in his ears. "Elder Mo, have you forgotten someone?" The person who had spoken was Xing Feng. When the disciples had returned, he had come to the plaza. He had thought that Fong Chen would come, but he hadn't expected that Fong Chen wouldn't come even after the competition ended. He finally couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't know how many soul pearls Fong Chen had obtained, he still had to remind him. Furthermore, Fong Chen had given him too many surprises. He even had some fantasies about whether Fong Chen would be able to obtain even more soul pearls. Hearing Xing Feng's words, Elder Mo looked around and instantly saw that Fong Chen hadn't come. He grinned. "Xing Feng, are you talking about Fong Chen?" "Correct." Although Fong Chen left the mountain ahead of time, he still obtained soul pearls. "This time, Fong Chen should be included in the competition," said Xing Feng. Hearing Xing Feng's words, many disciples' faces were filled with disdain and ridicule. A piece of trash. Even if he didn't leave the competition ahead of time, it's impossible for him to obtain more soul pearls. Yeah, so what if he's here? Can he change the result of the competition? What a joke. Fong Chen is a joke. Does he have as many soul pearls as Qiyang and Buhan? He probably doesn't have as many as I do. Hearing those disciples ridicule, Buhan and Qiyang's eyes were also filled with disdain. They had already seen Fong Chen. In their eyes, Fong Chen was nothing more than an ant. How many soul pearls could a piece of trash like him obtain? Elder Mo waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then looked at Xing Feng. "Since that's the case, Xing Feng, go call Fong Chen over." Hearing this, Xing Feng quickly retreated. A moment later, Xing Feng arrived at Fong Chen's courtyard. He saw that Fong Chen was inside the pavilion. "Fong Chen," Xing Feng called out. There was no response. Xing Feng was just about to call out a second time when the door creaked open and Fong Chen walked out. "Xing Feng, what's the matter?" asked Fong Qin. Fong Qin, today's the end of the competition. Aren't you going to take a look? Xing Feng glanced at Fong Qin. Oh, I was cultivating and forgot about that. Fong Qin patted his head and laughed. He then asked, It's still not too late, right? The top 3 have already been announced by Elder Mo. But if you have more soul pearls than 3rd place, you can fight for it, said Xing Feng. How many soul pearls did 3rd place get? Asked Fong Qin. 3rd place got 18 soul pearls. How many did you get? Hearing this, Fong Qin nodded and said, It's all right, I'll go now. After saying that, Fong Qin took the lead and left the courtyard. Seeing Fong Qin's departing back and hearing Fong Qin's words, Xing Feng was shocked. He then hastily chased after Fong Qin. Could it be that he really did get more soul pearls than 3rd place? Xing Feng was incomparably excited. When Fong Qin had appeared in the plaza, many disciples had looked at him with hatred. But Fong Qin had directly ignored them. Fong Qin, you've come. Elder Mo smiled when he saw Fong Qin. Fong Qin nodded, but before he could say anything, Chiang said, So what if he's here? I don't believe he can get so many soul pearls by himself. That's right. If he has more than 18 soul pearls, no, more than 10, I'll eat all of them, sneered Buhan. Childish. Fong Qin sneered. Fong Qin, who are you calling childish? You trash, you dare call me childish. Buhan was enraged. Fong Qin, if this wasn't the Soul Flow Peak, I would break your legs, said Chiang. Elder Mo sensed the anger of both sides and directly asked, Fong Qin, how many soul pearls did you get? Not many. Fong Qin nodded to Elder Mo. Some people must have gotten so few soul pearls that they don't dare to take them out to embarrass themselves. Of course. He doesn't even dare to say the exact number. What trash! Hearing Chiang and Buhan's ridicule, Fong Qin frowned slightly. Looking at the two of them, he said, It's not that I don't dare to say it, but that I'm afraid I'll scare you. Hearing Fong Qin's arrogant tone, the other disciples were also a bit displeased. They all began to mock Fong Qin. For a moment, Fong Qin had become the target of public criticism. If you have the ability, then take out your soul pearls. Don't just shoot your mouth off. That's right. Anyone can talk. But the key is to take out your soul pearls. Ha ha ha, what arrogance. I don't believe you have that many soul pearls. Fong Qin didn't care about their mocking. That was because he knew that if you wanted to slap someone in the face, you had to slap them hard. So Fong Qin didn't say anything. Instead, he gently took out the soul pearls he had obtained from his spatial ring. 27 soul pearls instantly appeared in the plaza. Countless martial artists had their souls ejected from their bodies and landed on the soul pearls to determine the number of soul pearls. Once they determined the number of soul pearls, their hearts were filled with shock. How is this possible? Even Elder Mo was incomparably shocked. 27 soul pearls. Fong Qin had actually obtained so many soul pearls by himself. Not only had he surpassed 3rd place, but he had even surpassed 1st place. It had to be known that 1st place Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu had only obtained 25 soul pearls. For a moment, the entire plaza was in an uproar. Chongqing Bookstore's Primordial Sword Empyrean only represents the views of the author. Qingshi whisper. If any content is found to violate the country's laws, please delete it. Our position is only to provide a healthy and green reading platform. Chapter 451. At this moment, the gazes of the top 10 disciples were all attracted by the 27 spirit pearls. Their eyes were also filled with shock. Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu had only obtained 25 spirit pearls. Fong Qin had withdrawn from the event a few days ago, but he had obtained 27 spirit pearls. What's more, he got it all by himself. What a crazy concept! Seeing the 27 spirit pearls, even Lung Ninghua and Wu Qiu were a bit moved. They tried their best to suppress the shock in their hearts and shook their heads slightly, sighing. They knew that in this event, it wasn't possible to obtain first place by relying on martial strength. It also required intelligence. Although they were shocked that Fong Qin had obtained 27 spirit pearls, they were still able to accept it when they thought about it carefully. However, the others were different. They didn't think the same way. Fong Chen being able to obtain so many spirit pearls was simply unimaginable. How is this possible? He can't possibly obtain so many spirit pearls. I don't believe it. Some disciples directly roared in disbelief. As for Qi Yang and Buhan, their expressions were ugly. Their hearts were filled with anger. Fong Chen obtaining so many spirit pearls had infuriated them. Damn it! Buhan was constantly cursing in his heart. His gaze was so vicious that it seemed like he wanted to kill Fong Chen. After his shock, Elder Mo revealed a brilliant smile. He waved his hand and put away the spirit pearls. Then he laughed, as expected of a disciple with shocking potential. Fong Chen, this old man didn't misjudge you. Elder Mo then looked at the disciples and said, Fong Chen obtained 27 spirit pearls. His team has obtained first place in this event. The other teams will be pushed back by 1 place. Hearing Elder Mo's words, Qi Yang and Buhan became even more furious. Just like that, Fong Chen had obtained first place. The 3rd place that they had originally obtained had also disappeared. Damn it! Qi Yang was furious. Only the top 3 would be rewarded in this event. They were about to get the reward, but Fong Chen had interfered. This made Qi Yang and Buhan even more furious. They even regretted that they hadn't killed Fong Chen and snatched his spirit pearl back in the mountain range. Originally, we had a chance to win first place. Qi Yang and Buhan thought at the same time. If they had killed Fong Chen with lightning speed and snatched his soul pearl, they would have been the undisputed number 1 in this event. But now, they couldn't even keep their 3rd place. Some were angry, while others were happy. At this moment, the happiest person was none other than Xing Feng. He hadn't placed much hope in Fong Chen to begin with. He had even attacked Fong Chen before the event. Thinking of this, Xing Feng found it laughable. I'm really too childish, Xing Feng thought to himself as he laughed. Elder Mo waved his hand, and the square instantly quieted down. Next, I will announce the rewards for the top 3. The reward for the 3rd place is a grade 4 spirit cultivation technique. The reward for the 2nd place is a peak grade 4 cultivation technique. As for the 1st place, there is 1 condition. 1 condition that is within my ability. 1 condition. Hearing Elder Mo's words, the few winners were full of smiles. As for the others, their faces were filled with envy. As for Qi Yang and Buhan, their hearts were filled with anger. A grade 4 spirit cultivation technique was important even to them. Fong Chen, just you wait. In the end, the 2 of them vented all their anger on Fong Chen. They believed that Fong Chen was the main cause of all this. One day, I will make you beg for death, Chiang said in his heart. As for Buhan, his eyes flickered with murderous intent. He was already thinking about how he could kill Fong Chen without anyone noticing. In the following time, the disciples in the last 2 groups went to receive their spirit cultivation techniques. As for Fong Chen and Xing Feng, they were called away by Elder Mo. Within Elder Mo's study, Fong Chen and Xing Feng were calmly standing there. Speak. What conditions do you 2 have? Asked Elder Mo. Elder Mo, we can raise any conditions, said Xing Feng excitedly. Let's see, said Elder Mo. Xing Feng pondered for a moment. In the end, he decided to ask for a spirit cultivation technique. After all, his main cultivation technique was a cultivation technique. Only a cultivation technique was most suitable for him. I want a cultivation technique, said Xing Feng. Elder Mo nodded. That's fine, but the highest grade can only be peak grade 4. That's enough. Ha ha ha, said Xing Feng excitedly. Elder Mo casually tossed a medallion to Xing Feng, telling him to go to the cultivation technique hall and choose a cultivation technique. After Xing Feng left, Elder Amo looked at Fang Qin and asked, "What about you?" "Elder Amo, I won't be choosing a cultivation technique," Fang Qin said with a smile. Truth be told, Fang Qin had initially considered choosing a spiritual cultivation method. However, after giving it some thought, he realized that although the Baron sect was divided into 3 major schools, the Soul School was not that outstanding. Although there were powerful soul cultivation techniques within the Soul School for a true soul cultivator like Fang Qin, they weren't that useful. The most important thing was to choose a cultivation technique that was most suitable for him. Otherwise, he would rather not have one. That was what Fang Qin thought. Therefore, he gave up on choosing a cultivation technique. "Oh, then what do you want?" asked Elder Amo as he looked at Fang Qin with interest. "Elder Amo, I wonder if there are any Grandmaster blacksmiths in our Baron sect?" asked Fang Qin after pondering for a moment. "Grandmaster blacksmiths?" Hearing this, Elder Amo was a little surprised. He then asked, "You are looking for a Grandmaster blacksmiths to refine a weapon?" Fang Qin nodded his head in agreement. Elder Amo said, "Fang Qin, it is not easy to get a Grandmaster blacksmiths to refine a weapon. You will have to pay a great price. There is no need for Elder Amo to worry about this," Fang Qin said. Upon seeing this, Elder Amo said, "A weapon refining great Grandmaster is considered a peak existence even in the southern mountain land. My desolate sect does not have a weapon refining great Grandmaster. However, there is a weapon refining great Grandmaster in Water-Leaning City. He can be considered to have some friendship with me. If you need, I can help you contact him." "Then I'll have to thank Elder Amo." Fang Qin cupped his hands in thanks. "This is what you deserve. Go back and wait for my news," said Elder Amo. Fang Qin nodded his head and turned to leave. Fang Qin's greatest harvest from this event was naturally the golden quicksand and the powerful killing move. However, the killing move could not be used casually. The price to pay was too great. However, its power was really great. When it was used, it instantly killed Pu Han. Fang Qin's cultivation had already reached a bottleneck. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on cultivating. Instead, he prepared to strengthen his weapon. Otherwise, he would be letting down the golden quicksand. This event allowed Fang Qin to gain some fame in the spirit stream. Many disciples remembered Fang Qin's name. In this event, more than a dozen disciples had died in the mountain range. The upper echelons of the spirit stream did not investigate how these disciples died. As a disciple of the Baron sect, if he could not even withstand such a small test, then what was the use of having him? A large sect, like the Baron sect, was not used to raise trash. Instead, it was used to nurture elites. As for Pu Yang and Pu Han, Jin Chang had told him that they were killed by Fang Qin. If it was before, Elder Amo might have punished Fang Qin. However, ever since he found out about the mysterious Almighty behind Fang Qin, he naturally gave up on this decision. Moreover, from the fact that Fang Qin was able to obtain 27 spirit pearls alone, Elder Amo was very satisfied with Fang Qin's performance. Fang Qin's potential was much better than he had expected. He had already treated Fang Qin as a seed disciple of the spirit stream and was prepared to nurture him with all his might. In the past few days after returning from the mountain range, Fang Qin had been studying the minor success sword body. Although the minor success sword body was incomplete, it was still very suitable for Fang Qin to cultivate. When Fang Qin transformed into a sword body, his Dao body had reached 4 stars. Therefore, it was very easy for him to cultivate the minor success sword body. It didn't take long for him to reach the minor success sword body. After reaching the minor success sword body, Fang Qin felt that his sword body had become even more powerful. Now, with just a thought, he could activate the sword body. The sword intent was even more illusory, and the aura was even more harmonious. However, as his sword body improved, Fang Qin realized that the illusory aura was slowly unable to keep up with the strength of his sword intent. It was fine for a short period of time. However, as time passed, cracks would definitely appear between the two, causing them to be unable to fuse. Therefore, Fong Qin decided that if he had time, he would head to Louis City to purchase some illusory herbs to consume. After all, the illusory sword path was not only powerful, but it could also confuse enemies. It was very suitable for Fong Qin to cultivate. 3 days later, Fong Qin received news from Elder Mo that the weapon refining grandmaster in Louis City had been contacted. Furthermore, Elder Mo had also told the weapon refining grandmaster to ask Fong Qin to head over when he had time. However, Elder Mo also confessed to Fong Qin that the weapon refining grandmaster's personality was a little strange. He couldn't guarantee that the weapon refining grandmaster would refine a weapon for Fong Qin. Of course, as long as he could contact the weapon refining grandmaster, that was enough. Fong Qin could handle the rest by himself. I'd better head over as soon as possible, Fong Qin thought after receiving the news. However, just as Fong Qin was about to leave, Xing Feng arrived. Fong Qin, Xing Feng called out. Xing Feng. Fong Qin was a little puzzled when he saw Xing Feng. Fong Qin, thank you so much for this activity. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a good mind cultivation technique. Xing Feng cupped his hands and thanked Fong Qin. Even though I treated you like that before, you still disregarded our past enmity and teamed up with me. Before Xing Feng could finish speaking, Fong Qin interrupted him. Fong Qin said there's no need for that. Xing Feng laughed mischievously. The more he interacted with Fong Qin, the more Xing Feng realized that Fong Qin was actually quite charming and suited to be a boss. He had already made up his mind to follow Fong Qin in the future. You definitely didn't come to find me just to talk about this, right? Fong Qin asked. Hearing this, Xing Feng slapped his head and said, I almost forgot about the important matter. When I went down the mountain yesterday, I met 2 Martial Path disciples. One of them was a good friend of mine, and the other seemed to be called Long Teng. After we chatted for a while, Long Teng realized that I knew you and our relationship wasn't bad, so he wanted me to pass on a message to you, said Xing Feng. What message? Fong Qin asked.